advancing, continuing to follow breaking news in the Middle East. I want to share some of the live looks we are getting bright and early this Sunday morning here at 2:08 on the East Coast. You're getting a live look there. Jerusalem looking into Tel Aviv. This as President Trump joins Israel in its campaign against Iran in the Middle East. The commander-in-chief ordering U.S. military strikes on 3 major Iranian nuclear sites Saturday. Right now, we want to check in with Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst. He has the very latest details from Tel Aviv.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
This has been the talk of Israel for the past several days as the country waited to see if the Americans would get directly involved in the conflict. And even up in the last few hours, I was talking with current and former sources, trying to get an understanding of when this might happen. And at 1:55 local time, one source said, rumors, Trump gave the word, supposed to be happening now. We were working on tracking it down, and the president taking to Truth Social to say the Americans did indeed strike 3 separate Iranian nuclear facilities, including the Fordow nuclear facility deep underground outside of the Iranian capital of Tehran. The bottom line here is that people are talking about enrichment. They understand that this decision was made because the Iranians were increasing their uranium enrichment capabilities and increasing the purity closer and closer to weapons-grade material. And the concern was that the Iranian regime was just weeks away from being able to build a nuclear bomb. We've seen over the past 9 days, the country has the ability to strike major population centers here in Israel with ballistic missiles. So you can imagine that having a nuclear warhead that could ultimately be attached to a ballistic missile would clearly be a direct threat to the Jewish state. And that was why the Israelis said that they made the decision to start these strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities and against top IRGC officials. And clearly tonight, President Trump ordering these strikes against the Iranian regime's nuclear program because there was no off-ramp for diplomacy at this point. And so this is a historic moment in the Middle East tonight, and again, an opportunity for the region, as the president laid out in his statement, for peace in the future, because this is a region that understands peace through strength.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
All right, so that was the very latest from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, joining us live in Israel all throughout the Saturday and early Sunday morning. We'll have more from Trey later in our broadcast.
But yeah, I think it's fixed.
So bringing you back.
I'm just checking my chat now. I think it's
at the White House on this Sunday morning. I want to share with you the very latest remarks from the commander-in-chief.
I'm just getting everything set up again.
Ago, about 59
it hasn't done it
put
since then. So.
On Truth Social, Pete Hegseth putting it on X this morning.
I think
as
we're back.
A retweet. It says, "quote Any retaliation
it was a Windows download apparently.
The United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight."
So far, anyways, let's see if that's actually what it was. But it appears it was
Trump, President
Windows download.
Of the United States, and it has been met with criticism, but also it has been met with
that's unfortunate, but
and happiness. Secretary Kristi Noem putting out on X,
we should
will
be
work
back
unceasingly to protect the American homeland. Thank you, President Donald Trump. She concludes her statement by saying, "In God we trust." Taking you back out to the White House on this Sunday morning.
Yeah, the attacks were like every 10 seconds before.
Behind him
so I just did a Windows update and now it's fine.
Rubio and Pete Hegseth. He gave those remarks late Saturday evening around 10 p.m. Eastern time. If you weren't able to hear those remarks,
it happens, I guess.
So full right now, about 4 minutes of remarks following the decision of the commander-in-chief.
Oh, here we go. We're going again. You're going to listen to him again.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's
Trying to get my
nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the
notification
world's
sites
number
back
one
up
state
here.
sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
It's
Iran's
working.
key
We got
nuclear
it running again.
facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
We dodged
Iran's
Iran.
bully of the Middle East must now make peace. If they do not,
Dodged
future
Iran.
attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great
The government
American
does not give two
patriots who
shits.
flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many
I've got to
targets
delete
left.
like VODs that were
Tonight's was
posted.
the most difficult of them all, by far.
Hold on.
And perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
Just checking.
Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Checking
Tomorrow,
Twitch.
General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular,
Yeah, there's several. I gotta
I want to just say
delete like a bunch
we
of
love
past
you, God,
broadcasts.
and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you just heard in full the very latest from President Donald Trump, that coming on the heels of his decision to order U.S. military strikes on 3 major Iranian nuclear sites on Saturday. And again, he did share, and I want to share this content note with you again. There will be a Pentagon briefing later this morning, slated for 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Air Force General, they will both hold a briefing at the
I don't think it's
Pentagon
going to let me
as it relates to this
kill my
breaking
past
news
VODs. I don't.
alert. Now,
There's got to be a
following
way,
the statements
a way
from
for me to
President
do
Donald
that, though.
Trump, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he gave remarks. I want to transition to take you across
Maybe I'll
international
find it later,
waters
but
and give you a
anyways,
live
we're
look
back.
out in the Middle East. You can see Jerusalem
We're back.
and also Tel Aviv, Israel, here on this Sunday morning on your screen. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he stands in solidarity with the U.S. along with many of the Israeli
People need to
Take
be
a listen
the
to his
ones
full
to fix their own
remarks.
government. Yeah, they definitely need to have a say in what's going on for sure, as far as their new government's concerned.
To target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no
Listen
other
to him
country on
suck
earth could
Trump's
do.
dick, man.
History will record
Like, come on, dude.
President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime, the world's most dangerous weapons.
He sure knows how to
leadership
play
today
Trump, doesn't he?
Has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace.
Then comes peace.
And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you.
Yes, a lot of
People of Israel,
strength.
thank you. The forces of civilization, thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith. Congratulations.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so that's the very latest from Israeli
Yes,
Prime Minister
unbreakable.
Benjamin Netanyahu. He did give those remarks following President Donald Trump speaking alongside J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth, which we did play out for you in full, giving you another live look out in the Middle East. And then we do know that Netanyahu just stated, quote, Trump's bold
Here,
decision to
Trump, let
target
me
Iran's
put
nuclear
your
facilities
penis in my
will
mouth for a little
change
while longer,
history.
Mr.
So
Trump.
we are following the very latest from all sides of this conflict. As we do know, with this U.S. decision, a lot of eyes are on Iran, wondering what will happen next. Well, we actually have an answer to that question that many of you all have. I want to transition to give you a different angle of the Middle East. This taking you out to Tel Aviv, Israel, here at 2:20 on the East Coast. And you can see Iranian missiles early this Sunday morning did strike this area. We heard from officials who say at least 5 people were taken to the hospital. They also say that officials are out there combing through the rubble to see if maybe there's anyone underneath. I want to play some of the brief remarks from officials as all of this unfolded.
Thought you were playing something for us. There we go.
Okay, can you please tell me what's happening here this morning? As you can see behind me, we're in the center of Israel, central division of Israel. A missile fire hit right inside of the building complex behind me. We've already transported around 5 injured, still treating here wounded around us. Thankfully, nothing that severe, but minutes after the blast was heard, we've already made our
It
way
looked
on
beta.
scene, and we're keep on treating, even though we
I feel like this guy grew up in America. Doesn't really have an accent.
to make sure we can get out as fast as possible, so sadly we can't do that. Can you tell me around the country how many patients you do till now? I still don't know. As you can see, we're here live on the ground, boots on the ground. I don't know what's happening around us yet. What is the full name, please? Ori Lazarovich. אנחנו נמצאים כרגע במרכז הארץ, באתר של נפילת...
Not Giga Chat enough?
So, could you give me, first of all, your name and position?
The name is Erez Geller. The position is Regional Director, Carmel Region of Magen David Adom.
So can you give
Can you repeat that, please?
and what do we know so far?
Yes.
And spell it out for us.
What we have over here is a rocket attack on Haifa City. Our ambulances and intensive care unit rushed to the scene. We discovered over here 4 minor wounded and 2 people with anxiety reaction. That's it. Our EMTs and paramedics rushed them to the hospital within 10 minutes. And thank God, that's everything for now. One of my volunteers lives over here in the building behind us. He was minor wounded. He left everything, gave first aid, and only after the event, he went to the hospital to check himself. Other than that, everything is okay. Thank you. Keep safe.
Iranians have just launched a large-scale ballistic missile attack against Israel following those...
Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said this morning that the importance of Lebanon's steadfast commitment and not being involved in any way in the regional conflict occurring in the name of the supreme national interest has grown. I guess they're not getting
Two
involved. Is
sets
that
of
what that
sirens
means?
sounded, and some really, really large interceptions that are shaking the entire building that we
Yeah,
are in.
you don't really
There
hear
are
them
no
ever say we've
reports
got,
yet of
10
impacts, but it's very
casualties.
early. We have to wait and see what extra information that we can gather. But again, the latest information that I have right now, Iran has launched another large ballistic missile attack against Israel. Sirens are sounding across this country from Jerusalem to Tel Aviv. There are currently millions of people in bomb shelters taking cover as this fire continues.
So
from
apparently
Iran. There are
Poly
also
Market
reports
is saying that
of
there's only a
sirens sounding in
60%
neighboring
chance that they
Jordan
actually
as these
destroyed
missiles
Porto.
fly overhead. We'll keep you posted as we get more information. The Iranians have just launched a large-scale ballistic missile attack against.
All right, so I wanted to play out those latest remarks from all sides there in Israel. You heard from Fox News foreign correspondent Trey Yingst there, and then you heard from officials on the ground as well. All three of those gentlemen there in Israel as this breaking news unfolded. Again, happening now.
I'm just trying to catch up here, guys.
Tel Aviv, Israel, central Israel.
Trying to catch up here on what happened that whole time I was down.
U.S. military strikes.
But welcome
on
back,
three
guys. It looks like it was a
Iranian
Windows
nuclear
update that
sites
knocked me out.
Saturday. These Iranian missile strikes in Tel Aviv happening early this Sunday. So a lot to dissect on this Sunday morning, and we will continue to do so. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to step away for another 2-minute commercial break. But before we do,
I
wanna
checked
hear
for a
from
Windows
you
update.
on this
It
Sunday.
downloaded,
We, of
installed, and
course,
now I
have
haven't had any
asked you to
problems
send in
since.
your
So
questions, and as we have experts, we've been asking those questions in real time. But we also want to conduct a poll. Maybe you don't want to release your
I
name
still
or
want
your
to stream for
question,
another
so
couple of hours.
we'll allow
So
you to vote anonymously. We're saying, was this a good idea? President Donald Trump ordering U.S. strikes in Iran. Was that a good idea? Let us know what you think. Scan that QR code on your screen or go to live.
no, dude. Then I'm an old man. Then I'd have to learn like a new
You have
operating
two choices.
system,
Yes,
and
it was a great idea for the
You know?
U.S. and the Middle East, or no, it was not a good idea for the U.S. and the Middle East. Let us know what you think by scanning that QR code, as you mentioned, to vote. Or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Click on the Vote Now tab, and there you will see in real time your vote tabulated. And as I mentioned it, you can see votes coming in real time this Sunday morning. As we go to break, you might see the numbers change on your screen. We'll continue to update those on this Sunday. We'll also have response from lawmakers when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Just 2 quick minutes of a commercial break.
2 minutes. Oh. Hold on. We're going away. I'm not sitting through 2 minutes of commercials. What is this? The 1980s? What is this? Oh, let's see what Al Jazeera has to say.
This, of
After
course, has
off-camera
been happening
moments,
in
I
the
can-
past few weeks, where the Iranian missiles have managed to go through the Israeli defense systems. How is the public now, the Israeli public? This, of course, is the first day of the working week in Israel. I understand that some preparations had been made in anticipation of the Iranian response. Schools closed, I believe. Can you tell us about the wider reaction and how this is affecting Israelis today?
Have woken up to this news.
Well, look,
Sorry,
since
I'm
the
just
early dawn hours,
resetting everything here.
Maximum state of emergency has been declared, so everything has been canceled.
There we go.
Work, school.
I think we're all
even,
running good now.
Transportation between cities. Israelis were advised to stay at home, to stay near shelters, so they knew something.
Fedora,
was happening,
yeah, it would
something
probably. I'd have to
would
like
could
learn
happen
everything
in
again,
Israel
though,
because
dude. I've
the
got
Israeli
everything.
authorities anticipated
Everything
Iran's
runs good
response
on my
would be
system.
directed towards Israel.
That was
Now,
one
as
little
far as
blip. I'm not
public
going to go
support
and
is
install a
concerned,
whole new
Foley,
system
the
and everything.
Israeli public, the Jewish Israeli public in particular, still has, shown overwhelming support for the attacks on Iran.
Apparently, the Israel Air Force has begun a series of attacks on military targets in western Iran, following Iran's missile barrage directed toward.
There are no
So
weapons.
the Israeli
is
Air Force
essential.
right now is now
That is
attacking.
so far holding, and
Again.
that is good news for the Israeli coalition, which was struggling with approval ratings because its other wars, in its multi-frontal war, weren't as
Yeah,
popular. The Israelis were.
I'm set, dude.
questioning
I'm my
Benjamin
ways. I'm not
Netanyahu's
gonna
motives.
try and learn a
They
new
were
operating
sick of
system
all
now.
those wars, especially
You got
in
your
Gaza,
80-year-old
which
mom
has
using
not
Linux?
brought the captives home, and it has not
Yeah,
shown
but she's
any
probably just playing
signs
solitaire
of
or
letting
something,
up.
dude.
Noor, on the Israeli government's motives and objectives, I guess, what is the next plan here? I mean, do these U.S. strikes constitute an achievement where we could see
Hold on.
Israel now back down, perhaps, and end its military operations
Possibly have
against Iran,
another
or are
wave
we
of attacks?
likely to see an escalation from the Israelis as well?
Well, the Israeli strikes have not stopped. In fact, we heard from the Israeli army that there were strikes in the morning targeting what they said was the launching pads of
Oh, maybe not.
Iranian
Maybe it's,
missiles. We have to remember
he's just
that
giving
the
a
messages
description.
from the Israeli government, from key ministers, have not been consistent. Many have talked about toppling the Iranian government. Some, like the Minister of Defense, talked
this
about
might be another
assassinating
wave.
the supreme leader of Iran.
The person that's
So
announcing it, though, is a
doesn't really
little
seem
bit.
like this is the end.
It's a little bit
of,
pro-Iranian.
this escalation of this confrontation that Israel started on the 13th of June, barring an agreement between the United States and Iran.
Here's some of the
It's
damage
difficult at
from the
this point
attacks
to
here,
see
guys.
Israel stopping, because
This
at
is
the
the
end of
damage
day,
from
there is a
the
sense of
attacks.
euphoria
That's a
now
lot of.
in Israeli circles, and a sense that Israel is almost unstoppable. It has the backing, political and military, of the United States.
Oof.
It can continue to pummel Iran, even though it is taking hits, but it can continue to count on that support, including in trying to intercept those potent, increasingly potent missiles coming from Iran.
Noor, thank you very much. Noor O'Day live there in Amman with the latest reaction. Now, Iran's Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi has reacted strongly
Lots
to
of
the US
damage.
strikes on social media. On the platform X, he said the United States,
I'm
a
gonna
permanent
try
member of the
and
United Nations
keep up.
Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the Non-Proliferation Treaty by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events this morning are outrageous, he said, and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN must be aligned.
Apparently, Iran is claiming it was targeting the Ben Gurion Airport Biological Research Center, but missiles hit residential areas in Tel Aviv, Nes Ziona, and Haifa.
Interests and people. Let's bring in our correspondent in the Iranian capital, Tehran,
So-
Tawhid Asadi, joining us. Tawhid, we're already seeing a robust response from Iran with these missile strikes on Israel. What are Iranian officials saying at this hour?
I'm still not seeing anyone else.
Now, first of all,
report-
we have to keep in mind that we are not very sure whether this very recent round of Iranian missiles
new
being
round
launched
of
to target
missiles.
Israeli territories are Iran's
Just one
response
person.
to recent American strikes on its nuclear facilities, or a continuation of striking back the Israelis for the continuation of Israeli strikes. So that is something that we have
Would
to
not
be
be
aware of.
surprised,
With
though. I'm
respect to this
expecting there to be a
recent
massive
statement that
amount
came
of
from
strikes.
IRGC saying that the 20th round wave of Iran's missile attacks targeting Israeli territories just started a couple of hours ago, and they're saying that right now they're using one of the most advanced missiles called Khaybar to target the Israeli territories as a part of their retaliatory measure, and seeing the fact that Israeli strikes still continue to target different Iranian nuclear facilities, military sites, as well as this very residential buildings across the country. Also, there is this big, huge development that took place, as we already mentioned, that 3 important sites, nuclear sites of the country, including Natanz, Isfahan, and actually another site in Qom, were all targeted by the American, let's say, strike. Fordo in Qom is considered to be one of the most important underground centers of Iran's nuclear program. In response, We've got the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, as you mentioned, but still we've got another reaction from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs coming out with a statement strongly condemning this
I
attack.
feel like
and also saying that the
turning.
United States should be
Yeah, I'm not hearing
criticized
anyone
there,
else make
referring
this
to the,
announcement. So.
let's say, atmosphere
Not
of
too
negotiations.
worried about it
The
yet.
Iranian side is saying that we were in the middle of negotiations when the United States decided to do this strike.
Strong condemnation indeed from the Iranian foreign minister. What do we know, Tawhid, about the damage sustained
so
at
far.
the 3 nuclear sites that were targeted by the Americans earlier on Sunday? Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo. Those are the 3 sites that the Americans hit. What do we know about the damage there?
Yes, Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo, these are very important nuclear sites that were targeted by the American strikes. And also we have to keep in mind that Natanz or other nuclear facilities were targeted by the Israeli strikes previously over the past few days. Speaking of the damage, I think it's early to talk about a concise and precise, actually, account of the extent to which it has been damaged. They have been damaged indeed, as we are waiting for further investigations, full investigations, and official statement from Iran's Atomic Energy
nothing
Organization
else
to
yet.
come out
So
to
I
talk
feel
about
like
that. But still, we've got 2 points in this regard.
that's
First,
a false
the,
report.
Actually, Nuclear Safety Center for the organization came out with a statement to say that, first, we have no reports on nuclear contamination, and second, people can rest assured that they can continue their ordinary lives, specifically those people who are living in the areas near these 3 facilities. So we can rest assured, according to this latest statement, that this threat or danger of nuclear contamination is said to be not there yet, but we are waiting for further investigations. We had this statement from one of the members of the parliament of Qom, which hosts this Fordo facility, saying that the damages caused is not to that extent that the Americans are claiming. This is just one initial claim, but still I'm strongly convinced that we have to keep waiting for further investigations to be conducted by the relevant, let's say, organizations or the relevant, let's say, infrastructure related to that assessment and damage assessment, and then we will have further details to come out.
Further details indeed expected on those attacks. Now, you mentioned earlier, Tawhid, that the missile strikes that we're seeing, the missiles that were launched towards Israel this morning, it's unclear at this stage whether this is in response to the U.S. attack of the Iranian nuclear sites or whether this is a continuation of the Iranian strikes that we've seen over Israel in the last week or so. In terms of what we can expect as far as the Iranian response, what's on the table? What are the options on the table for Iran to respond?
Apparently,
to
according to Arab
in the
officials,
between Israel and
they've
Iran?
conveyed a message from the United States to Iran saying that Washington's military strikes are over.
Well, at the time being, I
So
think
maybe we'll be
escalation
going back
is
to
the name of
Israel
the game
versus
that we see as
Iran.
a reality on the ground. But speaking of specific details about how Iran is going to formulate its retaliatory action, we don't have much detailed info, but still we can take a look at this different statements that we have so far heard from Iranian officials. First and foremost, it was the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei who came out with a very strong message.
They're trying to say that
days
there's
ago about
23
the
that are
possibility of
wounded.
US intervention, then possibility right now.
They'll report on
a
casualties,
part
though.
of reality on the ground. He said that in case that happens,
And based
that
on the pictures that
runs
we
the risk
saw,
of,
I would have to think that there were
causing
some casualties.
an irreparable damage, and also he warned against any possible U.S. intervention in this regard. Other Iranian officials, including military officials, were saying that we haven't prepared for a prolonged confrontation in which there is a possibility of U.S. intervention, and they were saying that we have prepared scenarios in this regard. The most, let's say, probable scenario down the road is to American assets, American military bases in the region to be taken into consideration as a retaliatory target when it comes to formulation of Iran's response. But still, seeing the highly intricate nature of the situation, we have to keep waiting. We have to keep waiting to see how Iran, let's say, measures its responses in this already complicated scenario and how it's going to respond Iranian foreign minister said that we have all options on the table, like other Iranian officials. They're saying that we have a wide range, wide spectrum of options to choose. And whether among these options, which one is Iran is going to be choosing and how Iran is going to respond is something that we have to keep waiting to see what comes next.
We
Tariq
have
Sadi
to
in
keep
Tehran, Thank you very
waiting.
much for the moment. That's our correspondent in the Iranian capital. And just to remind you what we're looking at right now, these pictures, the latest pictures coming to us from Tel Aviv, Israel, where there's extensive damage after several Iranian
That's a lot of
missiles were
damage, man.
launched towards
You can't
Israel
tell me there were no
earlier
casualties
this
here.
Sunday, just hours after the U.S.
There's no way.
attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. The Israeli army says Iran launched 2 volleys with a total of 27 missiles across Israel. 23
No
people, we
no
understand, have been
casualties. Okay.
injured across Israel. As you can see, this building extensively damaged.
Israelis don't
The
count
areas that were
casualties
targeted
when they're talking
were
about
quite
wounded
large,
people,
spanning,
or the
as we've
casualties are
been hearing
included
from
in
our
wounded people.
from the
They just
occupied
don't tell you
Syrian
that wound
Golan Heights,
resulted
Upper
in the
Galilee,
guy
northern
dying.
Israel and central coastal areas as well. 10 separate sites were impacted either directly by missiles or by large shrapnel, and there's extensive damage on those sites, especially in Tel Aviv and in Haifa.
That's a poop. So he
clearly
affected.
the
No,
Israeli defense systems,
no, it was a Windows
not
update, Razmir.
being able at this stage and
Appears to be,
intercept
anyways.
all those missiles that have come through from Iran. Let's head to Washington now and speak to Rosalind Jordan, our correspondent in the U.S. Capitol. Before we talk about the U.S. strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities,
Lots of damage
Ros, and the
there.
reactions to
Lots
that,
of damage.
is there any reaction first to what's been happening in Israel this morning and these Iranian missiles that have been launched across Israel?
Yeah, it would be. I said earlier, it would be a mistake for Iran to do that. They don't want to take on U.S. and Israel.
If they'd been out on Saturday evening, they would have missed the news. Really, the only people who have been reacting to it are either politicians or policy analysts who keep track of global affairs. Really,
While
no
you
matter
guys
what
are
time
watching
of
that,
day it is or what day of the week it is, but. In terms of the
I'm going to
general
actually
public's
fix something right
reaction,
now.
there hasn't been much yet. We expect that there will be commentary and polling that takes place later on Sunday into Monday and Tuesday.
Understood.
We should pass on that according to the Reuters news agency, there is this one bit of guidance on how this all came about. A White House official telling Reuters that apparently the president had been convinced that Tehran was not serious about reaching some sort of nuclear agreement, and that is why the president decided to order these airstrikes on those 3 Iranian nuclear sites on Saturday evening, Washington time.
Okay, so do tell us more now, Ross, about what the president said in justifying those strikes on Iran.
Well, what we heard Donald Trump say to the nation in a speech on Saturday evening was that Iran has long posed an existential threat to the United States, not just to Israel. The president had said 40 years. It's actually been 46 years since the Iranian Revolution came to power. I can tell you that as a young teenager, I remember those chants, death to America, death to Israel. That said, the president then went on to social media a couple of hours after his address to the nation, promising to retaliate if Iran tries to hit any U.S. interests, particularly military interests in the Middle East. But we don't know anything more about what that kind of retaliation would look like.
Sure.
It is also important to note that congressional reaction has split largely along party lines. Democrats are calling the strikes illegal under the 1973 War Powers Act. They're also, in some cases, calling.
I think I've fixed it all. Hold on.
Republicans, for the most part, are supportive, but there are a couple of notable Republicans. The Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky.
Oh, much easier.
As well as his,
full
House
control,
mate,
bitches.
Thomas
Oh wait, what's
Massie,
this?
Who both have condemned the airstrikes. Tom Massie is trying to push forward
Yeah, that's right.
approval of
Hold
a
on.
resolution that would
There we go.
prevent the Trump administration from continuing further attacks on Iran. But as
There we
of
go. I've
right
set
now,
my
the
stream deck up for this
Republican-controlled
new
Congress
news
does not
platform
appear
stuff that
to
we're doing.
allow that resolution to come to the floor for a vote in either the Senate or the House.
Roz, thank you very much for that. Rosalind Jordan with the latest reaction there from Washington, D.C. Well, to discuss all these latest developments now, let's bring in our guest. Joining me here in the studio is Mehran Kamrava, Professor of Government at Georgetown University.
He would
here
probably
in
get
Qatar.
banned.
He also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at
From
the
my
Arab
chat
Center
or
for
from
Research and Policy
Twitch?
Studies. And we also have experts from the three countries involved in this conflict. In Tehran is Fouad Izzadi, a professor in the World Studies Department at the University of Tehran. In Tel Aviv, Akiva Eldar, an Israeli columnist and author. And in San Francisco in the U.S., Stephen Zunes, Director of Middle East Studies at the University of San Francisco.
We haven't heard these guys yet,
Let me
so
start
we're
with
gonna.
you, Fouad Izzadi in Tehran. So we've seen this initial response from Iran. Is this the response to the U.S. Strikes, or is it a continuation of what we've seen in this last week of Iranian missiles heading towards Israel?
I think this was already in the books. Israel has been attacking Iran for the last 10 days or so, and they're scheduling responses. I think this was a pre-scheduled response. I think this is not...
Remember the $2.3 trillion that magically went missing from the U.S. budget the day before 9/11? Everyone willing to take a bet where the money was going?
Depends on
Somebody's watching
how
too
much
many
damage was
conspiracy
done. So I think
movies. Yeah.
Iranian leaders are looking at the reports.
I
of
don't
the
remember
damage,
that.
and they would make a decision on the response to this morning's attacks based on that report.
What more then can we expect in terms of response from the Iranian? Is it going to be a measured response, or will we see a full escalation?
I think it's going to be measured, but since the other side is doing full escalation, a measured response would be full escalation because of the type of attack that Iran experienced. The U.S. military has been moving around troops. We used to have about 50,000 troops in this part of the world. I think a good number of them have been moved around or moved backward inside, for example, Saudi Arabia, other places. I think that's an assessment that Iranian military leaders are
Keir
looking
Starmer
at.
has said that
This is an ongoing
Iran's nuclear
war,
program
as
is
you
a grave
know.
threat to international
I
security.
think
So
there are going to be a lot of people within the Iranian military establishment that would want these American bases to be attacked to create a cost for this morning's attack on Iran by the United States. But in Iran, like the United States, the decision is made by political leaders.
Okay, Fouad,
And
let
I
me
think
bring
they're going to assess the damage. They're going to assess Iran's ability.
Yeah, hold that thought. I'm going to bring in Mehran Kamrava into the conversation, Fouad. What do you make of what Fouad said there, Mehran? Do you believe that Iran will pursue a measured response, or
you guys all believe it's like an
a
inside job then? Is
counterstrike
that what you're telling me?
that will lead to broader escalation? How's the response likely to shape up?
Yeah, I think Professor Izzadi is right. Iranian behavior up until this point has been tit for tat. It has not been escalatory, but it has been proportionate. And we saw this also during Donald Trump's first term when General Qasem Soleimani was assassinated. Iran hit back at 2 American bases in Iraq and injured approximately 100 Americans. But it had given Americans advance notice. So based on Iranian military behavior, I don't think they're keen to escalate the conflict, but they will have no option but to retaliate somehow.
Okay, your thoughts, Stephen?
They did retaliate. The question is, are they going to be? Are they going to retaliate against America?
Shaping up.
They have any number of options. They can attack U.S. forces directly. There are up to 40,000 Americans within the range, not just of Iranian missiles, but of drones and other weaponry. You have the...
1 second, guys. I'm going to go grab a little snack. I'll be right back.
Just off the Iranian coast. They could be vulnerable as well. If they attack that, it could impact global shipping impacting oil prices and indeed the entire global economy. You also have proxy militia in Iraq who could target American bases there. So there are any number of ways that American forces could be vulnerable, and I would be surprised if the Iranians don't target at least some of these.
All right, let's now head to Tel Aviv. Akiva Eldar, you're there. Your initial thoughts about what we've seen so far this morning from Iran. This is what Prime Minister Netanyahu wanted, direct U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran war. How is Israel preparing for the Iranian response?
Actually, it brings me back to the American invasion to Iraq 22 years ago, and the reports a few years later that show that there was no nuclear weapon in Iraq, and the Americans got stuck there for many years. Now the other thing is that Israel is now looking at a regime change in Tehran, while a few weeks ago we were talking about in Israel. So this is first reaction. But I just hope that it will not end up like it did in Libya and in Iraq, and that the Americans will regret it and then they will blame it on Israel, as they still do 22 years after Israel convinced them to go back to invade Iraq. Now, Israel is the hands of President Trump. Israel is not a sovereign state.
You're breaking up, Akiva. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You're breaking up. We're going to try and fix your sound connection and come back to you in just a moment. We are getting more reaction from the Iranian foreign minister, who has said that the U.S. has itself launched a dangerous war against Iran after the attack on the Iranian nuclear sites. Mehran, let me come to you. Akiva was drawing parallels there with the Iraq war of 2003. Do you see parallels? And what could be the fallout from all of this in the short term and in the long term, not just for Iran and Israel, but for the wider region?
I think the answer would depend on who you ask. If you ask Prime Minister Netanyahu, he does want to see a disintegration of Iran, not just
Sebastian
regime change,
Gates.
but
Morgan.
he wants to see centrifugal forces in the country going haywire and pulling the country in different directions, in the same way that occurred in Libya, in Syria, in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you ask the Iranian leadership, of course, there's the rally around the flag effect, and that has only consolidated the power. We do see, in fact, regardless of what the Iranian government might say, unprecedented solidarity among Iranians of every walk of life, and even Iranians who don't agree with the government.
But for how long, though, Mehran? For how long will that solidarity
that's the question.
continue?
That's the question. I think that's an excellent question. How long will the population be willing to tolerate being clobbered in the same way that they have been? The situation in Iran today is quite different from what it was in the 1980s when Iraq invaded, when Iran pulled itself up by its bootstraps, and there were shortages of basic goods, and they tolerated and they were able to withstand Iraqi onslaught for 8 years. But the question remains,
in Hanover. I lived in Mainz for a year, but it was a long time ago.
Of Israel
My German
and
is
America
nicht so good.
combined against Iran. And
Let's ask Professor Izadi about that. Professor, tell us about the situation within Iran and the important question that Mehran posed there. How long can the Iranians continue to withhold, and can they rally around the flag, this unity and solidarity that we've seen in the last 10 days? How long can it last if the U.S. and Israeli onslaught continues?
You know, we have a section of the Iranian population that is hardcore supporters of the current government. So they will last for many years because they have been under American sanctions and pressures and military attacks for the last 47 years since the victory of the Islamic Revolution. So they will stay for many years to come. This is why they are hardcore supporters of the government, because of that quality, because there is that culture of resistance within this group. We have another section of the Iranian population that is not resisting, has not resisted in that manner.
Sure.
These are younger people.
Oh, the government
that,
didn't admit
never
it.
saw the Shah's regime.
What a bunch of lying
never saw
bastards.
What Americans did to Iran before 1979.
Well, shall I
But
read
now
that out or
they
just leave it
realize
up?
Why their parents and their grandparents were so anti-American, because of what Trump has done to Iran in the last 10 days. And he says that he is in the same team with Netanyahu. So Trump single-handedly has managed to change 2 generations of Iranians that did not see the 1979 revolution and the period before that. He has managed to turn them anti-American. So this...
All right. No, the U.S. government did not admit to losing $2.3 trillion the day before 9/11. On September 10, 2001, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld mentioned in a speech that the Department of Defense could not adequately track $2.3 trillion in transactions due to the outdated financial systems and inadequate audit trails. This figure came out from a February 2000 DoD Inspector General report, which noted that $2.3 trillion in accounting entries for the fiscal. He's saying that it went missing before, not the day before. Hold on. Lacks sufficient documentation or proper reconciliation. Not that the money was physically missing or stolen. The issue reflected systematic accounting inefficiencies, not a sudden loss. Yeah, it's telling you you're wrong. Is that not what it's saying? I think it's telling you that you're wrong, dude. The timing on Rumsfeld's speech has fueled conspiracy theories, especially since 9/11 attacks the next day shifted public attention. Some claim the Pentagon attack targeted areas investigating these funds, but there's no evidence to support this, and the $2.3 trillion figure was public knowledge well before 9/11. The Department of Defense has historically struggled with audits, failing to pass one to this day, which underscores ongoing accounting challenges rather than a specific loss event. I think it's telling you that it's bullshit. I think that's what it's trying to tell you, dude.
Consequences. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says a full payload of bombs was dropped on each Iranian nuclear site. He says all 3 facilities have been, quote, obliterated. In his address to the nation, Trump warned Iran to make peace quickly or risk further military action. Our White House correspondent
Elon
Kimberly
Musk
Halkett has this report.
tell
with all the
you
latest
to
developments.
say that?
Just days after President Donald Trump said
No,
he would decide
Grok
within
is telling
2
me that
weeks
Elon Musk
whether
did
to
not
strike
whisper it in
Iran,
his ear.
The U.S. Commander-in-Chief gave
So-
the order to attack,
Thank you very much.
making the announcement Saturday night from the White House.
Tonight, I can report to the
So
world
there you go.
that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
The White House releasing these photos of Trump, his vice president, and top advisors watching the strikes unfold from the Situation Room. Using B-2 bombers, Trump says a payload of 30,000-pound bombs dropped on the Fordo nuclear facility. Tomahawk missiles were reportedly used to destroy the Natanz and Esfahan sites. Prior to the attack, Trump had been pushing Iran to make a deal to give up all
if you sold
nuclear enrichment.
$3 million, I'm pretty sure
sovereign
you
nation
do your best to
couldn't
make the
build a
public think
nuclear
it's a
weapon.
conspiracy. Jesus.
But Trump's
It
60-day
never ends,
deadline
dude. They call it
passed,
a conspiracy
and there was
theory, and
still
then
no
when
agreement.
and then when you prove that it's not a conspiracy or that it's complete and utter bullshit, you're like, oh no, the government's just the government's hiding it. You just don't know.
And military officials. On Saturday, Trump said Israel's fight is also America's fight.
We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before, and we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Criticism from congressional Democrats was swift. Senator Chris Murphy posting on X, Trump has been goaded into these strikes by the perpetual cheerleader of war in the Middle East. All my thoughts tonight are for the safety of our personnel in the region. The U.S. has reportedly reached out to Iran, indicating the strikes were limited. Regime change isn't planned. The Trump administration hopes Iran will now return to the negotiating table, warning Iran if there's retaliation, there'll be more attacks.
There will be either peace or there will be tragedy.
They're just
for
having a
Iran
debate.
far
It's
greater
hardly a
we've
fight.
witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left.
The White House has not
There
yet
are
released-
going to be people that believe CNN, and there's going to be people that believe Fox News, right? Like you're going to have those two types in the chat.
Is likely to be made public when the Secretary of Defense holds his briefing at the Pentagon on Sunday. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
What do you mean,
So
Grok?
the US has
Grok said
entered
that
the
you're wrong, Mike.
Israel-Iran war.
Oh,
and
I
we
tried
continue our
Chat
extensive
GPT as
coverage
well?
here on Al Jazeera with reaction and analysis from our panel of guests. Joining me here in the studio is Mehran Kamrava, professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. He also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. We also have experts from three countries that are involved in this conflict. In Tehran is Fouad Izadi, professor in the World Studies Department at the University of Tehran. In Tel Aviv, Akiva Eldar, an Israeli columnist and author. And in San Francisco, Stephen Zunes, director of Middle East
This
Studies
is
at the
not
University
true,
of San
right?
Francisco.
This is the guy that's head of the. Is this a joke? Trump put a 22-year-old in charge of counter. There's no way, right? There's no way this is true. Who is head of counterterrorism USA? There's no way. Brett M. Holmgren? Is that him? That is not him, right? I'm just gonna Google it here. Who? Brett R. Holmgren. No, this is him. Okay, we almost got fooled again. He's 43 years old. Conspiracy theory averted. Right, conspiracy theory averted.
Any kind of threat from Iran.
That real
other
guy?
than
No,
the
I think it's
threat
AI.
Of having a major power.
I didn't use
could
Grok that time,
challenge,
Razmir. I
US,
used
interest in the region.
I used
Why do you think he
AI
decided
from
to join the war? I mean, he
my
had
browser.
said he did not want the U.S. involved in any more wars in the Middle East, and that he favored diplomacy. As early as 48 hours ago, he said that diplomacy was still being given a chance.
Mike, you're not going to tell me that the towers were an inside job and that there was explosives in the stairwell, even though hundreds and hundreds of people went down those stairwells and don't report seeing explosives.
Wanting to.
You're not going to be
launch a
that guy,
war
right?
Around for some time, frankly. Obviously, as you noted, this is very contrary to what he campaigned about. But as we know, Trump has broken any number of campaign promises on various issues, both foreign and domestic. So perhaps there should not be that big of a surprise. I mean, Iran, for better or worse, has been a major regional power for over 2,500 years, and Trump is treating it like it's some poor Central American or Caribbean country that the U.S. could tell what to do and boss around. And I am a very strong critic of the Iranian government myself, both its foreign and domestic policies, but they're no threat to the United States, and what they are is simply a possible deterrent to further actions by the United States and Israel. That
Witnesses from
and
9/11
this
said
is
that
what
they
it's
heard
coming
them.
down to be honest.
All right, Akiva Eldar.
So all these
your
people
thoughts,
going down
and give us a
stairwells
review
and
there
stuff
from
like that,
Israel.
they
Prime Minister
couldn't
Netanyahu
find it. They didn't
wanted,
see anything, but
the Americans involved. When speaking earlier, President Trump made it sound like this was a one-off, that it was mission accomplished with the strike on these three sites. But is it the case for Israel? What are
Thousands.
Israel's objectives in this war?
Well, it really depends who will be able to declare what Netanyahu calls the total victory. what we see right now is that we are.
I
not
believe the
looking
Earth is
at
flat.
Gaza. We are not
I should
thinking of
I should portray myself as a flat earther, as a streamer, and see how far it
two
gets me.
people still alive, and Netanyahu never took responsibility for that. Now, as we see in the polls, in the public mood, Netanyahu is the greatest hero in history.
Now apparently there's an air raid in
It seems
Kiev.
that he's going to accomplish his mission from God, which is to destroy the postmodern Nazis, as he calls Iran.
Flat earthers are awesome.
Today, we can forget about.
It's amazing
his
how we have no
corruption
pictures
trial,
of this, the
forget
edge of
about
this
the blunder
flat Earth.
of October 7th, and
Amazing how that,
again,
I don't know,
as he
kind of.
did in 2018, he was even able to manipulate the president of the United States, then to pull out of the agreement, which actually brought us fully to a much worse situation, with Iran never been so close to complete its project, its nuclear project.
You could,
As we know, there are
you could
many
grok this
Americans
yourself.
in the Republican Party who really believe that it's America first, and actually that President Trump has
There you go.
abandoned them. And again,
Holy
as
shit.
they did after the Iraqi
Here's
war,
your
they
alternative
will blame it on
theories.
Israel and hello anti-Semitism.
Interesting. Professor Izadi in Tehran, if I can come to you now, what is going to be the fallout in Iran? The immediate,
You want me to
of course, the
copy this to you,
response,
or
of Iran is what many people are
or you can just
waiting
type it
for.
in yourself and read it, I
Whether
guess.
or not what we've seen in Israel this morning is still unclear. But in terms of the fallout, are we likely
You minored
to
in
see
astronomy? I
Iran,
find astronomy
withdraw from the
fascinating, man.
NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, as a result of these U.S. actions and Israeli actions?
Grok is a real person. What are you talking about?
I think that's a very serious possibility. We have had a lot of Iranian politicians saying that if United States attack, Iran should withdraw. But I think more importantly, this is going to change the history of the Middle East for many decades.
You
to
know what
come.
is actually scary, since we're talking about like AI and stuff, is how easily people are going to get tricked by AI shit. Like there's way too many people that are going to fall for BS that is posted and just take it as fact because they don't know how to differentiate between fact and like reality. They're going to fall for a bunch of BS claims nonstop. Like this is going to get worse.
A successful one. So that population with those type of resources, with this capacity, is going to win at the end of the day, because in 3.5 years, Trump will be gone, Netanyahu would be in jail, and Iranian civilization has been around for more than 5,000
Mike,
years.
the article that
if you look at
or
this
the
situation
Grok
from
explanation gives
the bigger
explanations for why
picture,
people
I think at the end
heard
of the day,
explosions and stuff.
Trump has helped Iran to unify its resources and its people against the enemies that Iran has.
All right, Mehran, your thoughts.
I'm just going to stay in the
short-term
matrix.
and
I don't want
long-term.
anyone
Also
to take me
interested
out of the
in
matrix.
finding out, what do you see the impact of this being in Iran itself politically? Because there are some within the Iranian political scene who were pushing for negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. What's going to be the political fallout of all of this?
Well, you're absolutely right. But I think those people who were advocating negotiations with the United States have now been marginalized.
It wasn't anything. Yeah,
even
just
more
read
so
the
than
read
they
the
were in
Grok thing, dude.
past.
You can go and
So
do
I
it
think
yourself.
We have to wait and see how the Iranians
Like
react.
it literally
And
gives
I
an
think
explanation as to
that's
how it
we
caught
will
on
find
fire.
out what
The inside of the
fallout
building got
would
caught
be.
on fire.
Is this going to be a
Transistors were
wake-up call,
blowing,
would
and
the
that
Supreme
sounded like
Leader
explosions.
realize
Like,
finally
go
that
ahead.
It's not Israel, but it's
You
the
can
United States
fully print
with
it up
whom
yourself.
Iran
I'm not
is
going to just
at
quote everything
war.
to you.
And will he continue? Will the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, will they decide that at some point Iran's stockpile of missiles will be depleted and they'll have to somehow come to some sort of resolution of this conflict? Or will they continue to death? Will they continue to fight to death? So I think we have to wait and see what the next couple of weeks will hold. And that's when we'll find out exactly what the short and medium-term consequences of this are. I think Professor Izzadi is right. This is going to have long-term
So
consequences.
the Crown Prince of Iran, who has been living in exile since his dad, the Shah of Iran, was overthrown by the during the Islamic Revolution. He's posted saying that basically that the attacks on the site are the result of the government trying to pursue nuclear weapons, and that Ali Khamenei is a terrorist and he needs to step down.
Consolidation. It is far more. It's far stronger than Iraq was in 2003. This is not gonna. This is not a government that's going to topple over easily.
Bush never said it was.
Stephen Zunes, let me come to you now and ask you about your thoughts on what the short and medium term.
Actually, you know what? If Bush actually came out and said it was an inside job, I would probably actually, you know, give some credit to that. But he's not saying that.
Entire Middle East region. Do you share that thought?
That is certainly a possibility. I think it adds to the
I might be like, you know what?
isolation of the United States.
This is
We have become a rogue
crazy.
superpower. We saw this, of course, in the invasion of Iraq, and more recently, as being Israel's strongest support.
No, I would. You know why, Mike? Is because he's actually a legitimate source. Like, he's actually a legitimate source that is coming forward and saying, "Listen, this is a big cover-up. This happened during my presidency." I'd sit there and actually start to wonder. But he's actually a legitimate source.
Is that it's going to
Big Papa Grizz.
We are going to see continued war. It's not going to be like
Big Papa
Iraq,
Grizz.
where
It's
we
just
have
one strike so far.
Thousands of troops on the ground and engaged in a bloody counterinsurgency campaign, but certainly there will be retaliation from the Iranians, and as Trump promised, there would be bombing of
regarded
of Iran. And this
he's
could go on
American,
for some
first of
time.
all.
Again, the
And
impact
although there
on,
are some Canadians that do accept what media is saying, most Canadians are not that bad.
quite extensive here in the United States. I think it's going to force the leading Democrats, who have been pretty reluctant to criticize Trump when it came to his support for Israel, to be a little more outspoken.
Apparently, the Trump administration is going to be on high alert for the next 48 hours. U.S. officials say Iran has pre-existing plans to strike American bases in the region if needed. With tensions peaking since June 13th, U.S. assets remain on the highest state of alert.
Most Middle Easterners do not like the Iranian government due to its support for Assad and
Just one strike, Big Papa Grizz. Did you vote for this, Big Papa Grizz?
The hypocrisy of the United States, which says Israel, Pakistan, India can have nuclear weapons, but Iran can't even have a civilian nuclear program that has the potential of weaponization. And this kind of nuclear apartheid is seen as completely unfair.
It has certainly exposed the double standards on the nuclear issue, hasn't it? Akiva Eldar, let me come to you now. We've heard from all three previous.
Apparently, the Houthis have announced their end of their ceasefire with the U.S.
The region, from the Israeli perspective, I mean, Israel today is a country that's isolated in the wake of its war on Gaza, the genocide in Gaza. We saw Israel attack Hezbollah in Lebanon as well, and now Iran. When is it going to stop?
You know, Foley, this is a question that my daughter, who has been stuck in Europe with her daughter for more than a week, she was supposed to arrive in
No matter who won, would have done
and
the
now
exact
she's
same thing, if
stuck
not
again.
with Iran, then with Ukraine.
Actually, I think that we can identify.
We should just get rid of all governments.
The people in the West Bank and Gaza.
Let the fittest
is
survive.
we are actually under siege.
Yeah,
The
but the people
idea
in the
of
West Bank
Zionism
and the people in Gaza are being bombed, though.
We are also bombed, you know. Actually, we're having it both ways. We are bombed and we are stuck, and we don't know as well as they when it is going to end and how it's going to end. Actually, there is no opposition in Israel. There are no
I'm wondering
questions.
how
There are
long it
only
takes to
answers. What you see on national television is pilots,
arm their missile
the
launchers.
heroes You see Netanyahu taking credit for this. And what about the day after? Are we going back to the judicial revolution? Are we going back to see
Pretty much nobody in the Europe
sitting,
believes.
in court?
Or maybe, Mike, I don't know. I used to live in Europe. I've never heard this before.
Israel, actually, there are some commentators that argued very interesting comments.
I have not ever heard this, that they don't believe.
2 years, Israel were getting close to Iran in terms of civil rights, in terms of how liberal democracy looks in Israel. And we are
apparently the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange has opened up with sharp gains. It's open on Sunday?
To support the winners. And as you know, President Trump said that the Iranians are losers, and now Netanyahu is the hero of the West. Saying that, you know, I'm also happy that we are getting rid of Iran's proxies. It was not, in my view, the main issue was their support.
Yes, I did live there prior to 9/11. That doesn't mean that I haven't been back there since, or that I have a huge number of friends that still live there. Like, I don't hear any of them. Like, I lived there for a year, dude. I know a lot of people that still live in Europe. And I've never, ever heard anyone suggest anything like that before.
Now, Israel
When was the
is
last time you
keeping
were in Europe?
its,
How long did you live
policy
there?
Of opacity. We said we will never
I feel like you're just
introduce
pumping
the, nuclear weapons
conspiracy
to the
theories
Middle East.
into the
But
chat
right
when you don't
now,
actually believe them
I
yourself.
think that many countries will ask.
I just want to check something, Mike. Is the Earth flat or round? I just want to see how far you've gone. Is the Earth flat or round?
To continue with its project, and while they are members of the NPT, and Israel refused.
Indeed.
Do you blame their
Mira,
crazy
your
ass
thoughts
government?
about
They
that? Keep us
have
up
said
there.
death to
And
Israel
he
and
also
death
talked
to
about
America
the
many times.
Iranian
Well, I
so-called proxies
don't
in the
think we
region,
should
the
be a
allies in
world
the
police.
region. How do
I
you
do
see
think
the
Iran having
regional-
nukes is bad for
those
everyone.
allies,
That
the
sounds
Houthis,
reasonable.
Of course, Hezbollah, which
You're
has
guessing
been,
round?
of
Okay.
course, diminished
Yes,
in
Kush, it was a
Lebanon.
Windows
But the regional
update that I
countries,
needed to download.
How will they be positioning
How shitty is
themselves here?
that?
What is their calculus right now, you think?
Well, I think certainly Iran is in the process of adopting a new security.
Mike, did we land on the moon? Do we have robotics on Mars?
Is no more, and therefore it's resorting to its own direct.
You're not American?
Earlier, Trita Parsi
You're not
said,
Canadian and
one of
spewing
the
this
guests
gibberish,
here,
are you?
I think this is bound to push Iran towards a new nuclear weapons.
Fill up your
posture,
gas tank.
because
No,
had
don't
Iran
worry.
had
Gas prices are fine. You can come to Canada and buy all the oil that you want. Okay, we got tons of oil.
or at least that's the calculation.
Tons of
in
oil
general.
here. Come make
So
us
I think
rich.
Looking forward, we're going to see a very different regional security arrangement whereby the so-called axis of resistance is gone and Iran
from
is likely
Vancouver.
to now
Mike.
go full speed ahead with developing other kinds of deterrence abilities that would
Reggie, do
obviate,
I haven't played WoW in like
precisely
5 or 6
this
months.
sort of development.
A very different region shaping up in
I just have no interest in World of Warcraft at the moment.
Fuad, Izari, Steven Zunes, thank you all for joining us.
This is much more interesting. I'm not going to lie.
Bring you all the latest on this breaking news story, developing story, the Israeli-Iran conflict, which the United States has now entered. And in response, Iran has been firing missiles at Israel just hours after its key nuclear facilities were hit.
We have a little bit of news. I need a breaking news. I need to actually do that. I need a breaking news chime. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, thought to be an ally of the U.S., is following with deep concern the developments of the Islamic Republic of Iran, particularly the targeting of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States of America. The kingdom reaffirms the contents of its statement issued June 13th, 2025, in which it condemned and denounced the violation of the sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. the kingdom underscores the need to exert all possible efforts to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, and avoid further escalation. The kingdom also calls on the international community to intensify its efforts during this highly sensitive period to reach a political solution that would bring an end to the crisis and open a new chapter for achieving security and stability in the region. Okay, they are not big fans.
Making the announcement Saturday night from the White House.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Play retail well
The
currently?
White
I
House
have no,
releasing
dude.
These
I
photos of Trump, his vice president, and
could not
top
imagine going
advisors
back to retail.
watching the strikes unfold from the Situation Room. Using B-2 bombers, Trump says a payload of 30,000-pound bombs.
I'm almost expecting that there's going to be another retaliation today, guys. I don't know that that was it for Iran. I feel like they want to do more.
Antaz and Esfahan sites.
So I'm just kind of
Prior
checking
the
to see if
attack,
there's any
Trump had
missile
been
launches or
pushing
anything.
Iran to make a deal to give up all nuclear enrichment, so the sovereign nation couldn't build a nuclear weapon. But Trump's 60-day deadline passed, and there was still no agreement. On day 61, Israeli fighter jets took action, hitting Tehran and other cities last week, killing some of Iran's top scientists and military officials. On Saturday, Trump said Israel's fight is also America's fight.
We worked as
What did
a
who
team
do?
like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Free to play?
Criticism from congressional Democrats was swift.
We'll see.
Senator
I
Chris
think
Murphy
Iran's not
posting
going
on
to
X,
attack the U.S.,
Trump
like
has
attack their
been
bases or
goaded into
anything.
these strikes by the
I think they're going to
perpetual
try and just
cheerleader of
continue
war
on
in
fighting
the Middle East.
Israel.
All my thoughts tonight are for the
What did they
safety
do?
of
They
our
launched
personnel
like
in the
20
region.
or 30 missiles and
The U.S. has
hit a whole bunch of
reportedly
places
reached
all
out to
over
Iran,
Israel.
indicating the strikes were limited. Regime change
Quite a bit of
isn't
damage.
planned. The Trump administration hopes Iran will now return to the negotiating table, warning Iran if there's retaliation, there'll be more attacks.
There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left.
The White House has not yet released an assessment of just how much damage was caused by the U.S. strikes on Iran's 3 nuclear sites. That bomb damage assessment is likely to be made public when the Secretary of Defense holds his briefing at the Pentagon on Sunday. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
I punch your wife in the face, but
Hello,
peace
I'm
now.
Maureen Saeed. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage.
Like I said, if they actually have proof that Iran was trying to build a nuclear weapon, I don't have a problem with a strike. But if they're doing it on a hunch, then I've got a bit of a problem.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
Benjamin Netanyahu's butt boy will come to his aid. Trump is just acting like he's actually got a choice to make.
Iran carries out a barrage of strikes against Israel hours after the U.S. attacked its nuclear sites.
Let's maybe watch
Some
them.
of which have hit northern and central Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. strikes will change history.
Of course, they don't need proof. They're the United
Iran's foreign
States
minister warns
government.
U.S. attacks will have everlasting consequences, and Tehran, quotes, reserves all options to retaliate. I'm Melissa Chan. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Melissa. How's it
The U.S.
going?
has used military might to join Israel's war on Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump announced that American Air Force bombers destroyed Tehran's key nuclear sites, including the Natanz, Esfahan, and Fordo facilities. The strikes followed days of speculation over whether the U.S. would enter the conflict. Iran responded by
Then
firing
they tried to
missiles
assess.
at
I mean,
Israel,
there's
some of
no
which
evidence. We haven't been
caused
shown
damage.
evidence for
In
anything
his
yet.
Saturday night address,
We're just
Trump
taking them
also
at their word,
threatened
apparently.
more strikes on Iran if Tehran
They don't need to
retaliates
show any
against the
evidence
US.
anymore, man.
Here's
We're living in
some
an
of what the US
authoritarian
president had to
state
say.
now. They don't need to
A short
show
time ago,
the
US
peasants
military
evidence.
carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
Denlo, they are
Everybody
suggesting that there's
heard
not
those
much
names
damage.
for
Yes.
years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction
It could
of
be
Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity,
propaganda,
and
though.
a stop to the nuclear threat
So we don't know.
posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear
What are you talking
enrichment
about, clearly?
facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
And a lot
In
easier.
the studio, we have DW's own
Roar.
Shani, Prime Minister Benjamin
Roar.
Netanyahu, yes, got what he wanted, right? What do you think made Trump change his mind?
Well, that's exactly the question we are all
Esfahan pissed off Trump. Is that why they bombed him?
Time for the Europeans to do that.
Why did they bomb
Time for diplomatic talks.
Esfahan was a nuclear site all this
For
time?
Trump, it was clear to him that the Israelis are going to go in with or without him, and he felt like maybe the Israeli could do it without me, but if I'm coming in, I can get some achievements from that. He saw there's great American support for that, and he felt like I can maybe cut the ribbon on this, and why not?
Do you think that his advisors were a bigger influence, or perhaps the Prime Minister of Israel himself?
Well, it's always hard to know what's going on in Trump's head. We know he said he wants to stop wars, but
Trump should put his little hat on, show his true
It's
allegiance.
an easier task for him to sell to the American public because I think the animosity there is quite clear and goes many, many years back. I think for Trump, definitely, we've seen this discussion within the MAGA and Republican
What is Iran's Air Force like? Like, I keep seeing the odd picture of the Israeli Defense Force confirms airstrikes on 2 Iranian F-5 fighters. How old are these F-5 fighters? Like,
talked about close coordination between the two countries.
Exactly, and this was exactly Israel's strategy. They wanted to drag the Americans in, they managed, and now they can let Americans lead the way. They can exit via the U.S.
at the Wailing Wall, like it's not tradition for anyone that's going to the Wailing Wall to do the same thing that Trump did. If I ever go to Israel, I don't know if I'd do it, but just out of respect, I think you're supposed to do it.
Tanya Kramer there. Tanya, I know you were just coming out of a shelter not too long ago. What is the latest you can tell us about the situation on the ground from Israel?
Isfahan?
Yeah, in the early morning there was an alert.
Not Esfahan, huh?
Sirens went off actually across Israel.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to be like, hey, dude, is it true that you're in a nuclear facility?
Ballistic missiles or long-range missiles were launched from Iran to against Israel throughout the whole country. And we understand that some of them evaded again the defense shield. There are reports about up to 10 hits. We have not confirmed this number, but we understand that there were hits in Tel Aviv, in northern Tel Aviv, not far from us here as well. We could also, feel the shock wave a bit in our shelter. Also in 2 cities in central Israel, as well as in the north in Haifa. And the pictures we're getting from there is quite, of destruction, showing you this lethal force of those heavy ballistic missiles. Now, we understand from the emergency services that about 16 people were admitted to hospital, all in moderate or not, condition, and there have been also 15 that came away with minor injuries.
That's
but
something
these
for you
are
guys.
just the numbers that are coming in. These are more details are coming in as we speak.
These are pictures
How are people in
of the Fordo nuclear site. So this is like before, like several days before. These are like the couple of days before. Look at all the trucks. These photos, I guess, are claiming that these trucks all came in here to move everything out. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe they didn't destroy it. Maybe it's all a big conspiracy theory. Maybe Fordo doesn't even exist.
Talking about this historic time, but also that peace comes through strength. Now, of course,
Other
people
stuff
feel that
weeks
we are
ago
right
from those
now
sites. I
in
mean,
the
it's the
eye
Turks
of
saying it, so I don't know.
because it's really unclear where it goes from here. Obviously, the Home Front Command has changed also their guidelines. The country is back to only essential activities. So, it's unclear where this is going. More of the missile barrages certainly might be coming. For example, will those proxies, we heard from the Houthis in Yemen, they're condemning those strikes. We heard also from Hamas, although they're weakening Gaza. But, what about the other militias or Hezbollah in southern Lebanon or in Iraq? It's a bit of an unknown time. So people are worried, although most of them are supportive of the government line. There are also critical voices, of course, here. But, we don't know where this is going right now.
Tanya, you've said a number of times it's really hard to know what's going to happen next. So I understand that Israel has increased the alert nationwide, but have authorities said any more about what the people should expect now in the coming days?
Why? You have to be skeptical of some things, man. You can't just take. You can't just take everything at face value. Otherwise, I'd watch Fox News. And just be fooled by everything.
Institutions are closed, schools are closed.
There's a lot of propaganda and bullshit that's going around on Twitter, man.
Open right now. We also understand the airspace has been
like you'll have Iranian people saying one thing, and then the Israeli people saying the exact opposite.
There were some flights going out and some flights coming in, repatriation flights and evacuation flights. So
you have to be able to recognize that.
That are impacting on people's lives here. So I think what people do expect.
And that's not the government that was reporting that either. I can't remember the account, but it was a different organization.
But again, there's so many different scenarios now that could come into place. Also, what happens to the region.
Because I find it interesting, Reggie. More interesting than World of Warcraft.
Okay. In the region. They could, close the Strait of Hormuz. So there are all these kind of scenarios now being discussed here. And I think most people...
mRNA, was it worth the donut? Yeah, I believe in science, too. That is true.
DW correspondent Tanya Kramer in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much.
You don't believe any of it? Of course I believe a lot of what I read. I'm just able to pick through a lot of the stuff and determine what's bullshit and what's not.
Misha Komodovsky,
like there's certain accounts on here that are just all they are is just pure bullshit.
Israel. But in addition to Israel, do we know any more information about coordination with other allies?
Well, you're right. President Trump, in his late-night address from the White House, praised the close coordination with Israel.
There's some more strikes of
Benjamin Netanyahu,
Tel Aviv.
Israeli military. And he
wait. Sorry. I just wrongfully suggested that these are strikes of Tel Aviv. In fairness to what Reggie has said about me, these are possibly strikes of Tel Aviv. I'm not sure if they're true or not. Okay, there you go. These are strikes of Tel Aviv.
Now it changed, and however, it remains unclear whether President Trump coordinated this.
Looks like AI,
with
yeah, pretty good AI.
US allies in the region. The president also announced that the Secretary of Defense would speak at 8 a.m. this Sunday at the Pentagon, where we expect those questions to be asked.
Misha, can you talk a little bit about the potential impact on the United States in the region? There are so many military bases in the Middle East.
Well, let's talk numbers here. Right now, over 40,000 U.S. troops and civilians are stationed in the Middle East.
He's talking about this right now,
along
but
with billions and billions
I would
of
be
dollars
shocked.
in American weaponry and American
Absolutely
military
shocked
equipment.
if they went after
and thousands of those troops could potentially face threats,
the U.S.,
including direct threats from Iran through missile strikes, through drone attacks, similar to those that we see in Ukraine, held by Russian forces, or assaults by
Hold on.
Iranian-backed proxies and groups in the region.
Misha, Trump now says that it is up to Iran to agree to end this war. On his Truth Social post, he also said that it is, quote, now time for peace. Do we know what happens next?
Well, now the next move is up to Iran. President Trump has laid down a clear ultimatum. He says it's now time for peace, but the message comes after U.S. military strikes, and Tehran must now decide whether to de-escalate and talk, respond with limited force here, or prepare for a longer conflict. And a source in the administration told me that the president, with his national security team, have already planned for possible Iranian retaliation. They're talking different scenarios here, and right now their main focus is keeping U.S. troops in the region safe. And President Trump once promised, while on the campaign trail, to keep the U.S. out of foreign wars, but now he has chosen, as we see, different path by getting involved in a conflict that could put American troops at risk. And we will closely monitor a response from his constituents, because previously President Trump's
I posted this
support for Israel's attack on
earlier
Iran
as well.
was already causing some disagreements among
Enjoy.
his MAGA supporters.
It's going to be a very interesting Sunday in Washington, D.C., where you're at. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the consequences for Trump in terms of getting the relevant congressional committees in advance to agree to this. He did not do that. So what happens next? How can politicians, Congress members sort of hold the president to account?
Well, some Senate Democrats and even Republicans say they received only perfunctory notification with no real briefing or request for the strike authorization. And Congress typically approves formal wars and long-term military actions, while the president has limited powers here. He can order short-term strikes, but is expected to consult Congress for anything larger or longer lasting. And presidents from both parties in the past have launched military actions without congressional approval, which is a gray area here and something that's going to be discussed on Capitol Hill on Monday.
Misha Komodowski, thank you so much for joining us.
Here's a apparent
gonna pivot
video
back
of
to
how
our very
the how the
Middle
bunker bomb works. Hold on. This is apparently how the bunker bomb works.
At the moment, the penetrating bomb is dropped from the aircraft. It can rely on its powerful kinetic energy to continue drilling down in the direction of the sharp warhead, just like a nail being driven into wood, without detonating immediately. At the same time, because its casing is made of high-strength materials, it can protect the internal structure from damage during impact. In order to achieve precise strikes, the delay fuse at the back serves to delay detonation until the penetrating bomb reaches the set depth, at which point it will detonate the explosives according to specific instructions. This design not only destroys enemy underground factories or laboratories, but also minimizes excessive damage to surface targets.
Oh, that's how the bunker bomb works. In case you were wondering.
The Iranians kept on insisting they want to have the capacity to enrich uranium on their soil, and they will not let go of that. This, of course, was all calculus right to up until a week ago, 8 days ago, when this all started. We're not quite sure where the Iranians stand today, if at all they'll be willing to go.
You got
banned
so
this
from
would be something that the
Discords?
Israelis would very much like to see.
Shani, you said you used a verb that was very interesting earlier. You said that the U.S. was dragged into this conflict. Can you talk a little bit about the Israeli foreign policy? Was that
Nobody
the
watches
plan
CNN. Who's watching CNN when you have the ANN Aladar News Network? Okay, nobody's watching CNN anymore.
Iran's proxies, of course, Hamas, Hezbollah have been giving Israel a lot of hard time, a lot of hell, a lot of attacks, not just on October 7th, but we're talking about many years of animosity. And we
Never
also
got
know,
banned from mine.
very
Were you
clearly
discussing
that,
politics?
Iran had what they call the Ring of Fire strategy, that they built up those proxies. We still see the Houthis as a very active one in order to be aggressive against Israel again and again. And Netanyahu, after October 4, wanted to basically go to the head of the snake, go to Iran, and he needed to build up Israeli military capacities, but also diplomatic capacities. And we're seeing that, unlike what Israel, the criticism Israel gets on Gaza, which is still, by the way, ongoing, the tragedy.
Iran has formally called on the International Atomic Energy Association to condemn the U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities.
Against Iran, and specifically against Iran nuclear. That seems to be far more in consensus.
Shani, thank you so much. Stand by again, and we are now going
My
to pivot
Discord
to
is
somebody
not as
else and
active
revert
as
to
theirs.
you
My Discord isn't
momentarily.
as active as people that have tens
I'd
of
like to
thousands of
speak to
viewers
DW journalist Teresa
on their stream.
Chopper. Teresa, thank you so much.
My Discord is not that active yet.
Well, Melissa, people are in shock at the moment, and I guess that's one of the very rare occasions, rather, where officials of the Islamic Republic and ordinary Iranians share one feeling. I mean, people had just started to adapt to the fact that their cities are under constant attack by Israel's military. I finally got to talk to some people last night when the communication blackout that was imposed by the Islamic Republic was partially lifted. And they told me they can hear explosions and the firing of air defense all the time, that Tehran has become somewhat of a ghost town, but also that many people are now starting to come back to the city, that shops are about to reopen. And now the most powerful military in the world has also
My Discord isn't as busy as because I just state facts while I'm streaming, so there's no need for a discussion about it on my Discord.
longer will this go on for? And of course, where will it all lead to?
That is true.
And the Islamic Republic's leadership also shows signs of shock. I mean, on top of whatever its military reaction might look like, they're now taking the fight to a diplomatic stage. They've called for an emergency session of the UN Security Council and are accusing the US, a permanent member no less, of committing a, quote, blatant and unlawful act of aggression. So the foreign minister didn't mince his words either and warned that what happened wasn't just an attack on Iran, but on the very idea of international order. So Tehran is now invoking its right to self-defense and says it will do whatever it takes to protect its sovereignty, interest, and people.
You talked about one Iranian official response, but any more?
I'm going to adjust my Discord actually to put politics and stuff like that in it.
Moment is that in
More akin to what I'm doing now.
Iran is basically Iran's
I just haven't
supreme
added.
leader.
I was going to do it
And
this morning, but I
for now,
didn't.
we can't really tell what he feels about it. That's
It's a
because
good thing that I
his,
didn't because
the
they
Iran
announced these
Supreme
bombs
Leader,
dropping
Ayatollah
like 30
Khamenei,
seconds after I went
is
live.
reportedly in a bunker, hiding there with all electronic communication suspended. So both for protection and for secrecy. So that means decision making at the very top of the Islamic Republic is at the moment very slowed down. And since Khamenei is the one who holds all power ultimately, the Islamic Republic's response remains uncertain until he speaks.
Now, Iran says it has evacuated the site some time ago that was hit. Are they downplaying the attack?
Season of disappointment, yes.
Well, that's hard to tell at the moment because whatever the damage and the potential casualty numbers might be, they're hard to verify at the moment. But that being said, even if they evacuated the sites in time, there must be some sort of damage to.
How is Russia committing genocide in Ukraine when Russians believe that Ukrainians are just Russians?
Knowledge. So whatever the damage to the nuclear sites itself, that doesn't mean Iran's nuclear program is a thing of the past now.
Although they have also been targeting nuclear scientists in Iran. At this stage, I imagine it must be very hard to imagine a diplomatic solution, but what is the Iranian position on this?
Yeah, well, we heard that Trump believes this is a moment for peace now, but I really doubt that Iranians, or at least those in charge of the Islamic Republic, are feeling the same way at the moment. First, because of course they now feel compelled to respond in order to save face.
Okay, let's see what else is on right.
Think that this is sort of game over, or the state
They're not Russians. Russians believe that they're Russians.
Well, Trevor, don't forget
I know
this is
so,
a
because
deeply
Putin has said
divided
so.
society. People have been very angry with Benjamin Netanyahu. There have been moments where we've seen 500,000 people out on the streets because they've been angry about the hostages still
You guys
held
don't-
in Gaza. They've been
If you guys don't watch it, I'm going to subject you to Rachel Maddow. Okay.
angry at the decisions made by his far-right
Whether you agree with it or not,
coalition,
I'm going to subject you to
namely,
Rachel
Ben
Maddow.
Gvir and Smotrich. A lot of criticism centered around Benjamin Netanyahu, but he rolled the dice on this one and took a gamble on an issue that he has been pursuing for at least 30 years. And it feels like, very much so, here in Israeli society at least, that the public have suddenly mobilized and are backing him. They do view Iran as an existential threat. They do feel fearful of Iran weaponizing their nuclear program. So even those who have been incredibly critical of Benjamin Netanyahu have said to me that strategically, in this moment where Iran's proxies have been decapitated across the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran itself, perhaps this
If you
was...
guys want to listen to propaganda, we can listen to, we can watch Khomeini's, oh, got to change the thing. Live? What? How? This is apparently like his live speech. Is he on live right now?
شکر میکنم که به حمدالله این ملت مؤمن رو
Is this live right now?
در این حد از توانایی ها و امکانات معنوی و مادی قرار
Oh, it says June
من
18th.
لازم میدونم همینجا
No, it's not. It's not live.
اشاره کنم به حرکت زیبا و
It's not letting all messages. What did you say that it blocked you?
Reynolds. Jonathan Reynolds, your reaction to the overnight attacks by the United
Unfortunately,
States?
both YouTube
was
and
obviously breaking news overnight. We support the prevention of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. We had proposed a diplomatic course of action, as other European countries had done. The Iranians had
Remember when
rejected.
Kamala said if we elect Trump,
And I know
we'll
people
be
will
at war
be
for
waking up this
6
morning and
months?
they'll be worried. They'll want to know what
He
this
beat her by a
means.
month.
And I do want to
He
give
was
them
wrong.
reassurance that whilst the British
What a
government,
dummy! Thank
the
God
UK has not
that
been
thank God the
involved
Americans didn't
in
elect
these
her. She was
attacks,
wrong.
we have been making extensive preparations for all eventualities, including how we look after British nationals in the region and how we get them out, and the assets we have in the region to protect British infrastructure, British bases, British personnel, if we need to do that. But from where we are now, what I think we need to do, as the President, I believe himself has said, is get back around the
British
table.
always
Iran
sounds
cannot
so
have a
serious.
nuclear weapon, but we need a diplomatic process to turn this around.
If you're talking about protecting our people, are we putting on flights to bring people out? Are we giving advice? What practically are we saying to people in the British people in the region?
So first of all, any British national that is in Israel, in the occupied
What was the
Palestinian
project,
territories,
2025 or
in
whatever?
the likely event, but possibly in Iran, needs to
That she
register
said,
to know
and,
exactly
like,
where
it's
they
all-
are.
is it- has
We
it all
are
come
in
through-
active
come
conversations
through
about
yet?
chartering aircraft to get people out.
Where
That's
am I
not
from?
possible
Canada.
at the minute from Israel because airspace is, of course, closed.
Would
If
that be
people-
today, tomorrow, when?
That will be imminent.
I just
I
know a
believe
lot about
Our
everyone.
intention would be
That's
to
all.
do that as soon as possible.
I'm
next
worldly.
week.
Hours, not days.
Yes, hours, not days. As well as that, if people are able to travel across land, we have rapid response teams on the Jordanian and the Egyptian borders if people are traveling across land to countries where they could feasibly fly out on commercial aircraft. But there have been extensive preparations both in the region and within the government, numerous COBRA meetings. I've been involved in some of those because of how dangerous a situation this is. But I want people to have some reassurance that we've been preparing for all of these eventualities, though I know it will be disconcerting this morning.
Okay. Is there going to be a COBRA meeting today, by the way?
There have been numerous ones throughout the week. The Prime Minister is, first of all, talking to key allies this morning, but I would imagine there'll be extensive other meetings throughout the day and into next week.
Okay. Should, just very quickly, should British citizens be worried in the region for their own safety?
I think realistically, when you have a conflict, they will, of course, be worried, but I want them to be reassured that we're doing everything we can. They are our first priority to keep them safe, to get them out, to follow all instructions. But please register your presence if you're in the region and you haven't yet done so.
When did we know this was about to happen?
Oh, so we are not and have not been involved in these attacks, but as the US is a key
No,
ally,
that's a different
we are
thing.
informed.
That's the answer to a
Russia
different
is
question.
my weak
I was
spot?
asked,
How?
Did we know it was going to
We
happen?
destroy them at
before then?
hockey?
Yes, we did know.
When?
Like,
That I
how
can't tell you
are they our
exactly
weak spot?
when we did know, but we were informed, as you might expect, by a key ally of this action.
Oh, by the way, if
But
you guys, how many of you guys were
we
here
knew
when we
in
listened to
advance.
the
Yes.
And
all
did
the
the
shit blew
Americans
up?
ask us to support the action in any way?
So no request was made. I know often because of British military assets, RAF Akrotiri or Diego Garcia, sometimes that request is made. This was not a situation where that request was made.
Let me play that again because some of you might not have been here. Let me play the clip from earlier. We actually, you can actually hear the explosions on the on one of the cameras that we were watching. Let me just find the clip here. There you go. So this is us actually, like, you can hear the bombs going off in the live cams that we're Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. This isn't real though, it's a conspiracy theory. Just made up. Those are the bombs going. Anyways, some people were getting annoyed by having to listen to that over and over again, but
Is clear, is having taken this action, the US wants to see people around the negotiating table.
I literally almost shit
As I
my
say,
pants
there are
when
no
the first one went off.
where this country could allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That action has now been taken. The diplomatic solution has not been taken.
Everything's
by the
AI,
Iranians
dude. I'm not even
on this
actually really
occasion,
here.
but
This
we
is
need
pre-recorded.
to work out a way forward from this.
Has the
From an
Attorney
AI
General given any
studio.
written advice about the legal status
All
of the
fake.
attack on Iran, either by the UK or the United States?
The UK has not been involved in this attack, and therefore that's a moot
No,
point.
but these are contingencies that any government has to plan for, has to consider. You've already said that the United Kingdom would support the United States in
Who
as
is
an
this
ally
guy?
in military action, and presumably the Prime Minister will have asked the Attorney General to give the cabinet advice. And I'm just asking if that's happened.
You know, we never comment on the legal advice the government receives. But if
I'm
British,
asking if it exists.
Well, he can't
British
tell you that
forces,
either.
if they were under attack, and if we were to take measures in self-defense of them, I think that would be extremely clear-cut. But you know, I can't comment on the legalities of those decisions or the advice that we receive as a cabinet, as a government in these situations.
All right. Well, before British assets are deployed in this
Keep
region
forgetting
in
to
any
switch
way,
cameras for you guys. The governor of Qom, I don't know how you pronounce that. The Fordo nuclear facilities were not seriously damaged. Trump's claims of the destruction of Fordo are false, as the scale of the attacks was so superficial that not a single martyr was reported to have fallen on the site or at the site. I thought they evacuated the site days ago. Why would there be any martyrs if they evacuated the site? Strange.
support capacity.
Which report to
That's
believe?
Presumably is what you meant when you said that you would that Parliament should always be consulted in these situations. So I'm just asking, is that promise still good?
Well, if we, having not been involved in this military action, had to take measures because there was some sort of retaliatory measure against ourselves, against our people as a Western country, if that was the course of action Iran took, we might be in a situation where we have to take action at short notice to defend British military personnel. So look, but again, it is very difficult to speculate on those hypothetical situations. We, on this occasion, have not deployed British military force in this mission.
So what I'm hearing you say is that, of course, if it's possible, but Parliament has no guarantee that the government will consult it in the situation where you have to take action to defend British interests, whether they are military or commercial or otherwise.
I could certainly say we would be taking action to keep Parliament updated at all opportunities. But I just don't want to be in a situation, given how fast moving this is, where I'm speculating on situations that may or may not occur. I can only talk to what has happened, which is, in this case, the UK has not been involved in the mission. We do oppose Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. I think it's very important people understand that would be a direct threat to the United Kingdom and life in the United Kingdom. But at the minute,
Trying to find
the best
more
course of action
videos
is that
of
this
damage.
conflict stops and a negotiated diplomatic solution is obtained.
Thus far, the Iranians haven't shown any appetite for the kind of negotiation that you're talking about. How concerned are you that they might retaliate? And the way they might retaliate, for example, is not necessarily by hurling missiles, but,
that have been
for example,
to
by
all
blocking
kinds
the
of
Strait of
places
Hormuz,
in
where
the Middle East,
I think about a fifth of
the
oil
Middle East and Europe that could strike in response to any Iranian or Iranian proxy actions. And that's the other issue here, is the proxies of
Or
Iran
what?
that
Tulsi or
exist.
that?
Now, Ken
What
talked to
dancing
you a
girl?
little
Oh,
bit a while
Alizé.
ago about,
Someone's got to spend the
the
points for Alizé, man.
dismantling of Hezbollah and
Someone's got to spend the
Hamas,
points for
so
Alizé.
that they are less of a threat, and the Houthis as well, and in Yemen are less of a threat. But those aren't the only ones. There are many in Iraq who are also threats. There are still some left in Syria that could also.
What time
be
is it?
threats
It is
to US troops in
1,
the
so it's
area.
11
the
a.m.
issue's not just are
Could
they
still
gonna
be more
attack
missile strikes.
Israel. The issue is what vulnerabilities do we now have in the vicinity.
Wait, who did? Did
based on
somebody?
our actions.
Well, as you say,
Oh,
that
wise
Biden
guy
discussed the
did.
threats, I am seeing.
Wise guy did. Did he? I see. Do I still have Alizé? I don't know that I have Alizé anymore. Actually. I've lost Alizé. I don't think Alizé exists anymore, actually. Hold on. I missed someone's Alizé yesterday as well. Do I still have Alizé? I mean, I will play it for you. I may have to actually just bring it up on YouTube. Oh wait, no, hold on. Well, it's Eve Alizé. Do I not have WoW Alizé? I do. There. I guess I have to make another Alizé. You'll get to see her anyways. You don't need to see the rest of the stuff. I'm getting more excited now than when the bombs were dropping.
Mon poisson bouge dans mon bas de mousse. Je l'entoure, je lui dis.
Sings very well. Does it mean there's music?
Pas de malaise, je fainéante. Dans l'eau je baigne, c'est l'important. Bien à mon aise, dans l'air du temps. J'ai la peau douce, dans mon bain de mousse. Je bulle à l'ombre des bombes. Tout est délice, des lits dociles. Je fais la liste.
Would you miss Lothar? Alizé is single.
J'en ai marre de ceux qui pleurent, qui ne roulent qu'à deux à l'heure, qui se lamentent et qui se fixent sur l'idée d'une idée fixe. J'en ai marre de ceux qui râlent, des extrémistes à deux balles, qui voient la vie tout en noir, qui m'expédient dans quatre parts. J'en ai marre de la grande sœur, qui gémit tout et qui pleure, marre de la pluie des courgettes.
He's 40 now, by the way, not that I checked.
Marre de ces cyniques, et dans les prés
And married, by the way.
J'ai la peau douce dans mon bain de mousse. Pas de secousse, sismique. Je me prélasse ici et me délasse
bet it was the most fun.
J'en ai marre de ces cyniques et dans les prés les codes chics. J'en ai marre d'en avoir marre. Oh,
I have bad news though, guys. That may be the last time we play Alizé on the stream because I get my YouTube gets blocked when I play that. So, but since you already did spend the bits, I had to play it. So, but going forward, I may have to remove that as an option to spend your bits on. So I'll find something else.
9/11 changed how we think about preemptive strikes, and we don't wait anymore.
This video is barely legal. She would have been if she was 18. She was legal. She was legal here at the time.
Smack on the hand if we have to later on, but we're not going to wait and be hit. 9/11 changed the game.
No,
we don't have the same
16 in Canada, Mike. It's pretty gross, but 16 in Canada.
The UN Charter to self-defense charter. We don't have the same perspective.
I didn't look that up or anything, but I just know the law.
Had been attacked back in October by a proxy of Iran. So if you trace the line back, you can get back to Iran as the people supporting Hamas and the attack that happened in October. And you can also trace the line to Iran supporting Hezbollah, who Israel attacked in a preemptive manner in Lebanon. And you can trace the line of Iran supporting the Houthis. So you have direct lines, and the Houthis have been sending missiles at Tel Aviv and into Israel since the war in Gaza started. So you have lots and lots of ties of Iran, which gets Israel into that self-defense box of Article 51, which is the exception. The United States doesn't have those boxes. We're not in that position.
I don't mess with anyone, dude. They just take up my time for playing video games and stuff.
We're not going to allow Iran to make a nuclear weapon, and they're weeks away. The problem with that statement is Iran has been weeks away from a nuclear weapon since the mid-1990s.
Exactly what this guy is saying.
Pick up Netanyahu saying it every few years for 20 years.
30 years.
Now, maybe this is the time they were actually there. We don't know the intelligence, and we don't know what intelligence we use.
Let's be honest.
To make the decision to do this attack.
You know, maybe
the intelligence was our intelligence and not Israeli intelligence. But my problem with that is the president just slapped down his national intelligence director 2 days ago, saying when she testified for the Congress that the Iranians weren't close to making a bomb, nuclear weapons. And the president said, well, I don't care what you said. I don't believe that. So what other intelligence was he hearing that affected his mind such that he no longer believes his own intelligence director? I don't know the answer to that. I know some senators and congressmen are looking for the answers to that right now. So the second question about Russia. Russia has been an ally of Iran. Russia urged us not to
19 when you were 30,
but
dude?
Russia's got its hands full right now with Ukraine. And Russia's not going to jump into a fight, a a actual kinetic, physical fight. Now they'll do some diplomatic things and behind the scenes conversations and moves and that, but they're not going to join a fight with Iran against Israel or.
All right, that was an interview there with my colleague Jeanne Francine, speaking with experts about the situation unfolding there between the U.S. and Iran, and of course, including Israel. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 4:02 on the East Coast and 1:02 on the West Coast. We are here, of course, to bring you all of the latest information on the U.S. strikes on Iran and what happens next. I do want to take
met
you
her
out
at
to
a bar
this
and she was
beautiful shop that
19.
we do have over the White House at this hour, and we are just hours away from comments from the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. He'll speak at 8 a.m. Eastern time alongside the chairman.
I don't know.
of the
There's
Joint Chiefs of
a
Staff, Air Force General Dan.
what is it? There's a number of years that if you're separated by like more than a certain number of years, that sure it might be legal, but you literally have nothing in common, and there's really only one reason why you're together. Let's be honest.
As we take a live look over in Israel, where there is extensive damage after an attack by Iran. Now, we did learn around 8 p.m. Eastern last night of the U.S. strikes in a Truth Social post from the president. He then addressed the nation a couple hours later alongside his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio,
Stayed with her for a year.
as Pete Hegseth. Iran's foreign ministry this morning issuing a warning to the U.S. hours after President Trump did approve those strikes on the 3 key nuclear sites within Iran, saying, quote, the U.S. has itself launched a dangerous war against Iran. Obviously, a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in a friend of the show. We do have Alex Trayman with the Jewish News Syndicate. He is, of course, the CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief. Thank you so much, Alex, for taking the time to join us. I know it has been a very long night there.
Oh, it's been a long night, and it's been a long 9 days so far. Here, almost every night interrupted with air raid sirens and jumping in and out of bomb shelters. But hopefully we're on the tail end of this dystopian nightmare.
And I did want to ask if you can kind of break down what the situation has been.
I just looked at where the Champagne Charlie's was. It's now eventually became the Cellar and then the Belmont Bar.
Sites in Iran.
Well, we woke up.
I've been there many times, but not when it was Champagne Charlie's.
Facility had been struck by the U.S. You know, we really didn't have a firm indication that this was going to happen, and certainly not that it was going to happen now.
I didn't know it
then
used to be a
shortly
strip bar.
after We woke up to good news. All of a sudden, we had air raid sirens across the entire country, and with as many as 30 ballistic missiles fired at Israel, as many as 10 may have struck down inside Israeli territory, with several hitting inside residential complexes, one inside a complex that housed an elder care facility. As many as 86 people hurt. Looks like not too many hurt seriously due to the fact that most people were in safe rooms, but you could see vast devastation and damage as it's clear that Iran is using heavier ballistic missiles than they had during earlier barrages.
And I did want to ask overall what the reaction, and you kind of touched on this already, but what the reaction was like there in Israel when you learned of those strikes. Because as you mentioned,
that has been hit. From what you're hearing on the street, literally, I guess, are Israelis thinking this was, broadly speaking, to their advantage?
It is now 11
Prime
a.m.
Minister's been saying.
If they do a
I think many Israelis that you speak to feel that they have the edge in the conflict, and they believe that Benjamin Netanyahu was right in taking the moment, seizing the moment when he did. I think there is also a sense that people anticipate inconvenience.
Sorry, Grossi from, let's see, I am seeking to hold an emergency meeting of the Board of Governors for tomorrow. The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, given the situation in Iran, I am seeking to hold an emergency meeting of the IAEA Board of Governors for tomorrow. So I guess that's the dude from Iran.
By how unfazed people seem there is a determination, there is a support for Israel's leader. And you see we're just being moved on. This is a sensitive area. They're doing their best to try and bring things under control here. But certainly some uncertain moments ahead.
Cordy, we'll let you get to a safe place. Thank you very much. Now let's hear
what was
from
that?
the opposition. Their voice this morning is the Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Why did
Damon
she have to get to a
Patel.
safe
Morning.
place?
Good morning, Trevor.
Your reaction to events overnight?
Well, I think, first of all, America's actions were absolutely essential. We have got to the stage, as we've seen actually in the last 9 days or so, where Iran coming to the negotiation table simply was not happening in any constructive way. We had the IAEA report disclosing the extent to which Iran's capabilities on nuclear were just increasing, and they went beyond civilian capabilities. So these strikes were essential. I think the strikes from both Israel and from the United States, it's quite clear that the American military was the only military capable of literally dropping those bombs on Fordow. And the fact of the matter is, Trevor, I've said this many times, I think many people this morning are saying this as well, Iran is a terrorist state. They sponsor proxies. They harm us for a start. They harm the United Kingdom and our interests, as well as the chance of death to America and their objective, which has always been to eliminate the state of Israel, which is simply not acceptable.
You say that it's essential. Does that mean that you...
Yeah, I'm not, like, all night, I still have not seen Russia or China say anything.
Heard President Trump overnight basically say that Iran now needs to come back to the table. And if they don't, there'll be additional consequences. So this is a moment where now Iran has to look very deeply at itself in terms of what they do next, clearly. But the reality is, we've also heard President Trump, I think he said this on Friday as well as
Because
last
they're,
night, that the talks that were taking place on
sort
Friday
of on
in
good
Geneva
terms
simply
with
were not going anywhere.
Iran.
It is pretty extreme form of diplomacy to say, we've bombed the hell out of you, we've reduced your capacity to
They're both
zero,
heavily
so now
invested
come and
into
talk.
Iran.
No,
That's
it's
not what's normally meant
Actually,
by diplomacy,
that's not,
is it?
Trevor. I mean, let's be very clear about the context of this. This has been going on for months and months and months. It was President Trump in the United States of America that actually brought Iran to the negotiating table. I don't want to say negotiating table, but to the talks. There were talks that were underway. And it was while those talks were taking place that Iran basically demonstrated that they were not acting in good faith. We had the IAEA report. We learned so much more about the capability of Iran. And by the way, it's not just on nuclear, it's also on ballistic missiles. We should recognize that Iran has been supporting Putin in Putin's
Not since
on
the attacks,
Ukraine.
though. They haven't
We
condemned
know
the
range
attacks
of
or
those
anything like that.
ballistic missiles.
I haven't seen
They
any
would
that say
threaten
anything.
Europe. They're a threat to us. We have states.
Breaking news. Pakistan says it condemns the U.S. strikes on Iran. Okay.
Anymore. There has been a long history here, and to the credit of America and President Trump, he has led the way in terms of trying to have diplomatic talks with Iran, and he did forewarn them that there would be consequences.
They condemn the attacks, man.
For viewers who don't follow these
Saudi
things as
Arabia
closely as
condemns
you
the
or I might,
attacks.
the IAEA is the watchdog, essentially, that verifies to what extent Iran was building up military capacity as opposed to civil capacity. But your point that you've just made, which is a point also made to some extent by Jonathan Reynolds this morning, is that there is a risk of terrorism here at home. How serious do you think that is?
So I think it is serious, and I say this as His Majesty's opposition.
Some British people sound so serious when they're talking.
Politicians
Listen to
of
this.
this country and the government of the day must ensure that we are protected. When it comes to protecting our interests at home and abroad, that is a responsibility of the government. Now, we know about Iranian proxies in this country. This
I
is
don't
not
think
news
Russia's ever
at
going to
all.
enter this war,
we know
man.
our agencies
They got their
and
hands
our
full.
counter-terrorism police are all working incredibly hard when it comes to the watch list, the activisms, all the work that takes place. Look at what
Yakri Car,
happened
what's
at
up? Any
Bryce
more
Norton just
bombings or
a
anything
couple
like
of days
that?
ago. Look at our base in Cyprus. Look at the arrests that were made of Iranian operatives approximately now about 6-7 weeks ago. They will be prosecuted under new terrorism laws that came into force last year. That's why our terrorism laws are always under review. We enhance them. But I think the government will have to think about a couple of things too, if I may.
Sure.
First of all, the threat levels in our country. Are they running the slide rule over that? Are they doing all the due diligence? I think the answer to that will be yes. I guess Cobra will meet later on today. We also have a lot of British nationals, both in Israel and across the Middle East. What are the government's plans? Because I actually wrote to David Lammy a couple of days ago, asked him as of last Monday, what are they doing on repatriations of British nationals from Israel? When we heard last week, on Friday, I think it was, the United States were ready to evacuate something like 25,000 US nationals. So what are we doing to ensure that we have greater security of Britain, our equities and our people?
You won't have had a chance to see it, but Jonathan Reynolds said this morning that plans to bring people or afford people the opportunity to come home are in process, and it'll be hours rather than days. But just to come back to
interesting greeting. I said hello.
Point you made.
I said hello.
You obviously don't have access to all of the information, but is it your instinct that our threat levels ought to be raised?
So I think at this stage, I can't comment because I've not seen this, and plus the strikes happened overnight. I can't speculate in terms of whether the level should go up. And I do know what the agencies would be doing right now. They'll be absolutely looking at all the threats to us, and they'll be working with our Five Eyes allies and many others. But the point being is that the government will be doing this work if it needs to be raised, and obviously that is something that is a serious moment for us all. And that does also mean that not just the government, but our intelligence agencies, our security agencies will be doing so much more. They work incredibly hard anyway, Trevor. They'll be doing even more to make sure that our people are safe, our equities are safe in the UK. By that, I mean our bases and all the key sites, but also within the region too.
Before British assets are deployed in any way, whether directly or in support, do you want Parliament to be consulted, perhaps a vote amongst
Well, I've actually said no, I don't think so, because at this stage, and I was interviewed actually by a fellow, one of your colleagues, Sophie Ridge, last week on this very point. Things happen very fast. We've seen that overnight with the American strikes. So the government must do everything. We'd back the government when it comes to supporting, making sure that we are protected effectively as a country. Those decisions can come very, very quickly if threats are imminent or things materialise. And, I'm not going to speculate on some of those aspects. We would obviously work in conjunction with the government when it comes to briefings, making sure that the right decisions are being made. We would, of course, use Parliament and all other aspects of scrutiny. This isn't a free pass to actually scrutinise the government on their actions and decisions. And I have to say, we know that we were not involved, I gather we were not involved in the activities last night. If Prime Minister Starmer was called by President Trump,
this is apparently a
questions from
airstrike.
What did we offer?
From the Israelis after the bombing. So this is more airstrikes that happened at one of the town, at the military facility in Tabriz. So this had nothing to do with the bombing earlier, just the Israeli attacks after the bombing.
Palestine action?
Absolutely.
Priti Patel, thank you very much for this morning. Back to our panel, so Malcolm Rifkin, Dorothy Byrne and Kamal Ahmed. Malcolm, can we just go back in a way to the...
I need to watch something else. I'm like... let's see.
Yes, many of those areas, and also the United Arab Emirates. You also have drones there, various weapons, and U.S. troops across the region. Really, that's what they've been based there. There have been many conflicts in recent years, but also for many years, as I've said, in Bahrain, it's been since 1948 that U.S. troops have been stationed in some areas.
And the region has been particularly volatile since the war in Gaza. Now, even more so after these strikes from the U.S. How have other regional powers been reacting, Shirley?
Well, actually, some of the countries in the Middle East, the first ones impacted by this, they're very concerned today. Those are the first reactions. It's been several hours now, and they've cautiously responded, calling to go back to negotiations, to de-escalate, for calm. A lot of messages of concern. We've heard first from Iraq, also Saudi Arabia, from Oman, saying that things need to de-escalate, calling for stability, fearing a further escalation and a spread of the conflict. Among other reactions we've seen, the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he was among the first European to react to this, saying we need to go back to negotiations between everyone and Iran, basically to find a solution to this crisis and to stop this war. And not a country, but an organization, the UN nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, holding now in the coming minutes an emergency meeting, saying that so far radiation levels around these sites, these nuclear sites in Iran, which have been targeted, radiation levels are the same as usual, no heightened levels.
Oh, the United
But noting
Nations
that this is
nuclear inspector calls emergency meeting following U.S. strikes on Iran.
Situation, and also Saudi Arabia has called on the international community to find ways to lower the tension in the region and to stop.
Of note, maybe because of the same reason, mass evacuation of civilians from cities near the 3 nuclear facilities that were bombed by the U.S. on Iran, AFP reports. So maybe there is a nuclear energy or nuclear waste.
Talks one-on-one to a
But they're apparently evacuating civilians from the cities nearby now.
Closely monitor
what
they do.
We are a people who want to be free, who want to have a democracy, and who want justice in the country.
There are still these responsibilities of war.
What is this? Is it just the skyline? I don't know what that is.
Netanyahu's playbook in enforcing and
Yeah,
enacting
apparently
regime
there's
change in Iran,
people being
just like they
evacuated
did
now.
in Iraq. What this attack has done is it has basically significantly eliminated and removed the threat of a popular uprising in the country.
Blocked for me? What do you mean?
The logic behind the Netanyahu attack and the US attack is that this kind of military intervention would bring about a popular uprising to depose the government, basing on the assessment that the government in Iran is unpopular and that it is ready to be toppled over. The fact of the matter is, when you have a foreign intervention and foreign military attack, that is only going to galvanize the population behind the government, even though the government in Iran is very, very unpopular.
1 a.m. for who? Oh, me?
The Iranian response to
Oh, you're asking what
the
time it
US
is.
military attack
It's 20 after
will
1
be
in the morning.
costly in terms of the military
Sorry.
price that Iran has to pay, because we know that Iranian military, conventional military, is really no match for the US. But politically, the regime will consolidate and benefit from this experience.
Adam Weinstein is the Deputy Director of the Middle East Program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He says the scope for negotiations has been drastically limited.
Well, unfortunately, Netanyahu's actions...
Maybe that was all
literally
Iran's
blew
going
up
to
the
do for
diplomacy
today? I'm
table.
a
I
little
mean,
surprised,
remember,
actually.
We have to remember that there was supposed to be a meeting between the U.S. and the Iranians last Sunday. Of course, it didn't happen. My understanding is one of the reasons that the potential meeting in Turkey didn't happen is because the Supreme Leader Khamenei couldn't be reached, and that's because the Iranians have been completely infiltrated by the Israelis, and so there's these additional precautions that are being taken to protect the Supreme Leader, but that makes communication and decision-making more difficult, and so it's unfortunate all around. And I think the intention of Netanyahu was to blow up the diplomacy. Well, I think there's a division within
Hey, you know what?
the MAGA movement itself, in which some of the so-called America First people.
I found a CNN stream. We haven't watched CNN so far.
To target Iran's
So
nuclear
we'll
facilities with the awesome and
just for
righteous
a
might of the
different
United
voice
States
in our
will
heads for a little
change
bit.
history.
Different point of view,
Operation
different
Rising
interviews,
Lion,
not watching the same
Israel
thing
has
over
done
and over
truly
again.
amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do.
Like, I'm
History
starting to
will
wonder
record
why Asmund Golden
that
Stay Safe
President
banned
Trump
you.
acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and
Okay, I never said anything about it being asymmetric warfare. I don't even know what asymmetric means, so I definitely did not say that.
peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
All right, then.
3 Americans were killed about a year ago. We had to fight back. We had to strike back, and they declared a ceasefire. So it's missiles, militias, and then their acts of terrorism and hostage taking. That's their go-to. And Barack said something right. There might be hard.
Okay, I definitely didn't use the word asymmetric, though. I know what the word asymmetric means. I know I just didn't use that word.
In Iran, particularly President Pezeshkian, who's a more moderate guy, saying, you know what, guys, maybe we have not been on the best strategic course here. So they're going to have a debate within their system. So what's left of it right now about how to proceed. But that was a very tough message from the president. Basically, this can end here. There can be peace or tragedy for Iran. That's what he said. And I suspect Iran will have to do something.
Freedom fighters are considered terrorists if they're fighting against you. If they're fighting for your side, then they're considered freedom fighters.
I think it's going to be difficult for Iran to
that's
muster
kind of how it works.
And what's so unprecedented here is that Israel controls the skies over Iran. So whatever Iran tries, we can counter significantly. It's.
Well, let me ask you about
that's
that
my immediate
because
message.
The IDF said a couple days ago they've eliminated half of the launchers for missiles. I don't know if that's the ballistic missiles, the long-range missiles. I don't know if that includes also the shorter-range missiles, which you're talking about, which is what they could use against U.S. forces in the region. I guess my question is, those shorter-range missiles, are they easier to launch? Do they require the kind of transportation? And in some cases, these longer-range missiles...
I love it how people always mention their IQ when they are trying to prove a point.
that carry missiles to the launchers. These shorter range missiles, is that something that Israel controlling the air can target and continue to target?
Yes, Anderson, and I suspect that's been going on the past 8 days. You know, let me say something about this, and I'm going to be careful because I was involved in this not long ago. But this war plan against Iran and the strike that was done tonight had a number of elements to it. One of the elements was you have to eliminate the air defense the best you can, and you want to eliminate missile capabilities to degrade Iran's ability to respond. I think Israel's been doing a lot of that work over the last 8 days. And I expect as we learn more, the level of coordination between the Israeli military and ours.
What would happen if Iran started targeting American bases, but in other countries like Saudi Arabia? Would Saudi Arabia then feel like they were under attack?
9 days ago, but they still have them. And, you know, we have good missile defenses, and we've moved a lot of personnel, as we talked earlier. But again, that's the go-to for Iran. It's missiles, militias, and terrorism. And this is the Iran we've been dealing with for some time. But they have a big choice to make because the president was very clear. This can be it.
They've got them in Iraq as well. I know that.
We already have the targets picked.
Depends on what agreement they have.
For a more
It'd be kind of
destructive
interesting to
response.
see what would happen.
So this is that escalation ladder that you're always on at something like this. And in military parlance, sometimes talk about turns. One side takes a turn, another takes a turn. This is a big turn from the United States of America. Iran has to choose.
America
Is it now
needs the
gonna make
no.
another turn?
America
And if
doesn't need the Princess oil. Canada has all the oil they want. Just come, keep getting your oil from Canada. We're okay with it.
taint, and you don't start going up that ladder. And that's where this diplomacy we mentioned earlier in the night, Anderson, and I think it's borne out from what you and I discussed a couple hours ago. Immediate message was sent to Iran saying, this is about the nuclear facilities. This is it. It can end here. Or if you make the wrong choice, it won't. But that message is being repeated by regional partners who are in touch with the Iranians, I understand. And the idea
Ooh, another follow?
is to counter and contain that escalation
66,
risk.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, man.
Brett,
ma'am.
just one final question.
Whatever.
The decision making, Supreme Leader has oversight and sort of a big picture. Given, I assume, his security requirements right now of trying to not get killed and probably making communication difficult, how long do you expect? I mean, who makes those decisions? And it's not like they can all go to the Situation Room and now just discuss it like they would at the White House. I assume this is more laborious now to communicate between the Supreme Leader and the various people in the Revolutionary Guard and elsewhere who are still alive. How long do you think it takes to make a decision?
Yeah, that's why I understand that the kind of a coordinated full spectrum response from Iran, I think, is very unlikely. But, you know, they have planned for this too. So they probably have some immediate responses. But again, I'm going back to missiles. That probably the missiles are degraded, have already been hit. Their militias in Iraq might have broad freedom of maneuver now to take some shots at us. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this is what is so extraordinary. First, the president made clear something Clarissa basically mentioned earlier, that the Supreme Leader is only alive because Donald Trump has chosen to keep him alive. That's something the president said a week ago. I bet that was a coordinated message. And they have eliminated the commander of the Iranian military, General Bagheri, the commander of their missile force, General Hajizadeh, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, General Salami, the commander of the Quds Force, Esmail Ghani, and so on, and some of their deputies. So the whole structure has been removed over the last 9 days.
Yeah.
So
Own
the
version
idea
of
that
Fight
we're
Club?
gonna-
Yeah, just settle down, guys. I'm gonna just start timing people out or
Sorry,
banning
Brett, I got
people if you
Fred
just
Clayton
can't.
on the phone from Tehran.
Be
Again,
nice. If you're just gonna be dicks
it's just hard to
or
get communication, so I just want to jump in.
relax.
Fred, we heard from the president. I don't know if anybody in Iran heard from him. I don't know if that would be carried, probably not carried on Iran state TV. What are you seeing? What are you hearing today, right now?
Yeah, first of all, it wasn't carried on Iran state TV, but the Iranians now coming out with condemnation. First of all, acknowledging that these strikes took place, Anderson. And the Iranian Atomic Energy Agency came out and condemned this in the fullest, called it a savage attack. They also vowed to continue their nuclear program. That's sort of one of the big messages that they're trying to send. They call this against international law. They also accuse the International Atomic Energy Agency of being complicit in all of this. But the big key line from Iran's Atomic Energy Organization is they are vowing to continue Iranian atomic energy and their nuclear program as well. And we've also heard from several regional officials who have confirmed that attacks have taken place, that there were incursions, as they put it, into the airspaces over all three of those nuclear facilities, Fordo, Esfahan, and Natanz. Right now, of course, it's still the early morning hours. We have heard
Iran is
since the
claiming
last
that
time we
they
spoke, a
could
couple of
legally
thuds,
withdraw
around the
from
Iranian
the
capital,
nuclear
so it's unclear whether or
non-proliferation
not there
treaty.
might still be other airstrikes going on by the Israeli military, and maybe the Iranians responding to that. Of course, over the past night, there has been a noted increase
Chatson,
in
I've
air
never heard of that.
activity here over the Iranian
Let's
capital.
just work
We've
on
heard
being
the air
nice to
defense
each
and seen
other.
the air
Stop
defense,
being
quite
so.
frankly, jump into action numerous times in the night hours. We've seen bursts from
hold
anti-aircraft
on.
guns in the skies as well. So it certainly did seem as though there was more going on above the Iranian capital. But of course, no one could have known that this mission ordered by President Trump was going to happen. The Iranians so far, the government has not made a statement. It's just been the energy organization so far. But the governors, the local governors of the regions where these nuclear facilities are located, those governments there have put out statements confirming that that some sort of attack has taken place, obviously condemning those attacks, as well as the Iranians have said that there could be major consequences to that. The Iranians, of course, also saying, Anderson, I think it's a key point, that despite the fact that a lot of people
Sorry, I'm
from their
just
military leadership had been
hearing
taken
that
out by the
explosion. I'm
Israelis over
wondering.
the past couple of days, that the Islamic
Okay, that was
Revolutionary
definitely
Guard
from the
Corps
video.
does have a propensity and a capability to renew their ranks. There were replacements
Mike, I've had a couple of people now in chat today talking about how you're just here stirring shit up. Not just Razmir. And I've already asked you to be nice, and you just keep going. If you're unable to drop it, I will drop it for you. Okay, like I'm not here to sit here and listen to people bitch and complain nonstop. If you're unwilling to be nice to each other or mature, I'm just gonna start dishing out bans. I've never timed out a person in my entire life. Okay? If you want to sit here and just make the chat miserable for everyone else, there will be one person that leaves.
That put out a statement calling
this is a warning, which I usually in itself I usually don't give.
International law, saying
I've asked nicely to stop being
energy agency complicit in all this.
so adversarial towards people.
Deter, as they put it,
come in here spewing, like just spewing shit with no will to back it up at all.
Future. Of course,
and then call other people fucking idiots and claim you got 125
they continue
IQ.
To say that their nuclear program is only for peaceful purposes.
Like, relax.
They believe that it is a right that they have that no one can take from them. And they have been vowing to continue that nuclear program no matter what the United States does. So this is something, we've been here on the ground over the past couple of days, and every single official that we've been speaking to says the same thing, says this program will continue in some way, shape, or form. That they'll definitely pick up the pieces. They believe it's their right. And even when I speak to officials now, when I ask them, the Trump administration says that Iran can't have nuclear enrichment. They continue to now even say that is a red line for them, that enrichment will continue even if it's on a much lower level. Of course, we have to see what the reaction to these strikes is going to be, but the Iranians certainly saying that for them, the nuclear program is a red line. Enrichment is also something they say that they will continue to do in the future, Anderson.
Right. And I guess the question now, of course, is what are their capabilities to do that? And also, where is the location of some of the nuclear material? Was it still in these facilities, or was it spread out?
Anderson Cooper actually asking the questions that people want to know.
From inside the Situation Room, if we can put those up, seeing these for the first time. There you see Marco Rubio, you see President Trump, you see Pete Hegseth there on the
what's her name? The head of the intelligence.
Vice President Vance.
Like she's not in any of these photos?
Stage of the operation these photos were taken, but these now just being released by the White House. Clarissa and Jeremy Diamond here with me in Tel Aviv. Dawn has come. No air raid sirens so far here in Tel Aviv. That's good news. Hearing from Fred that the atomic organization is pledging to continue their program, that's probably not encouraging news to the White House or to anybody.
What happened to the deportation protest? That's old news, man. What have I been saying? They only keep reporting new blood. Once other new blood appears, then they stop reporting about the old blood.
For domestic consumption.
I don't hear about Ukraine anymore,
Iran.
but like
we've also heard, I should mention.
I'm watching all the news reports, and there's actually more like strikes and stuff going on in Ukraine than everywhere else.
Again, not clear what those consequences would be, but
like hundreds of drones have been used, missiles.
Very strong statement
fired
from the
over.
President of the United States. We're learning, by the way, that some Republican U.S. lawmakers were in fact told in advance about these strikes on Iran. Sources telling CNN they include the House Speaker Mike Johnson and the Senate Majority Leader John Thune. But top Democrats on the House and Senate Intelligence Committees were kept in the dark. That's what we're told. Their Republican counterparts were briefed, even though they all are members of the so-called Gang of Eight, who are usually almost always notified before major U.S. military engagements. I want to bring in right now our senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes.
They
Kristen,
probably stopped using the Gang of Eight when Hegseth was spouting everything off publicly and not keeping things a secret.
Yeah, Wolf, I've been talking to a number of people, including people who have been briefed on what happened in the Situation Room. Just a couple of things to mention. One, he was surrounded by a lot of his top advisors and highest-ranking officials. We know his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, was in the Situation Room with him when this happened, as well as the Department of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, all of them there when he made this.
The LA, well, it's not, it was actually the weekend today.
Decision, as you noted. Now, a couple of things I want to point to
Nothing
that he
planned?
said here, because this goes to the heart of what they are hoping to achieve tonight, in addition to doing what President Trump has said that they wanted to do, which was take out the nuclear sites. That, of course, will remain to be seen what exactly is left. They also say, these administration officials, that they are hoping that this strike is a one-time strike and that it brings Iran to the table to have some kind of deal. And you heard this in what President Trump was
Want
saying.
to cover this conflict? Is it just out of personal curiosity?
Iran, the bully of the Middle East,
Are you
must
asking
now
why
make
stopped
peace.
streaming games and started streaming this stuff, or are you asking why particularly this? This is what's the big
Bring them
news
to the
story
table for some kind
right
of
now.
negotiation. The other part of this that I want to point out here is the fact that President
I-
Trump thanked Benjamin Netanyahu.
What was like is that, are you asking like why I stopped streaming video
launched from
games, or
Israel to
why
Iran, that the
I'm
United
streaming
States was
this?
backing away from Netanyahu.
I do cover other news stories as well as they come up, but right now this is really the only big news story that's going on at the moment.
Them informed the United States that they were going to do this, and then they made this decision to move forward. The United States
Until
had nothing
new
to
blood
do with it.
happens,
Clearly,
then
here we have moved on
this
to
is
a
old
different
blood.
page as you see him again saying this teamwork with Benjamin Netanyahu. The other part of this that has been very interesting is what we've heard from President Trump since. There is a deep concern in the White House and the administration and among U.S. officials that Iran will retaliate. And you've seen President Trump taking to Truth Social posting after he gave his speech saying any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. The thing to keep in mind here is that for days, the United States has been preparing for potential strikes from Iran on U.S. military.
Don't you think that after attacking a nuclear base, it's most logical for Iran to dismantle the rest of the bases of uranium nuclear material? Well, I mean, apparently Trump, the bombings took care of the three main ones already. Like, apparently they're destroyed, so.
Now, what is the
We haven't seen any
next step for
pictures
this
yet.
White House? Obviously,
I'm
we'll have
going
to
to
see if
assume
Iran
that
does, in fact,
Iran's
retaliate, but
claiming
what
that
is the White House's plan
Fordo
to
is
move forward?
barely
They
damaged.
continue to stress the idea that they believe that
That's
these
what they're
strikes
claiming.
helped the diplomatic process in the sense that
And I'll be honest, if that's true, they should shut their mouths and just be like, you know, let's not say anything. Let's just pretend that it's destroyed and not tell anyone. But coming out and saying, yeah, you did, you know, haha, sucker, you didn't get us, like, and then just basically telling the U.S., you know, come in
I
and
guess
try
that's
again.
designed to underscore that this was a unanimous decision by the top national.
Oh, you know what I
security
did? I
officials
forgot to
over
fucking
the
put
Trump
the
administration.
sorry, I forgot to put it
well,
back on.
it's really interesting
Let
to
me
see
know,
that because
Chad.
that's
If you
not
guys don't
generally what
see
you
the
see when you
screen
see
that is
presidents
talking,
take
let
to
me
this
know.
East Room to deliver this kind of address. And when President Obama delivered an address in the exact same spot, announcing that the United States had killed Osama bin Laden, he did it by himself.
Oh, the Aladar
We
News
usually
Network
see
thing?
these kind of
That's
addresses.
awesome,
We've seen
man.
President Trump, who tends to do them actually in the Oval Office, he believes he's said privately. He
Surprised
thinks
when I
that's
saw
more
someone cover it,
powerful
my followers
by
page.
himself.
Gladly,
But as
those.
you noted, he clearly brought these
I haven't played
three
WoW in like
people
5 or
behind
6
him,
months, to be
Marco
honest,
Rubio,
Scabbers.
Pete Hegseth, and Vice
I
President
just
J.D. Vance. He also
get
thanked
tired of
the only
Blizzard's
other
bullshit.
official that he thanked was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, in that speech. Brought
I
them
think
with him
for
to show a sign of
bluster
unity, but
and
also
for
giving us an understanding of
you
something.
know,
When these decisions
that
have
they're
been
going
made
to
in
try
past
and
administrations, they are usually made
claim that
by
not much
a lot
happened.
more
Hey, Nixon.
larger group that includes career officials in terms of briefing.
They have to,
This is a very small,
right?
insular group
They
of
got to try and
Trump
save
loyalists
face in front of
who
their
were in this
population.
room tonight with the
But
president.
I will say this: if the Americans didn't absolutely destroy all the three of the bases and they're like up and running or whatever in like a week, it's gonna make America look stupid.
Very positively to the U.S.
So,
strikes. Thoroughly,
I suspect
without
they're
any
probably
doubt,
pretty
fully endorsing
destroyed, though.
President Trump's decision and the U.S. action. Listen to this.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear
For an Odyssey, I've watched
with the
Crix.
awesome
I
and
watched
righteous
Crix play it a
mind
little
of the
bit
United
today.
States will
I don't know.
change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly.
I don't really
amazing
have any
things.
time to play. Like, I do have, like, I have time to do one or the other. Like, either play video games or do this. And right now, to be honest, I'm enjoying doing this.
Surpassed. it has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime,
sucking up to
the
Trump
world's
is
most
actually
dangerous weapons. His
weird,
leadership
man.
today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength.
Sorry, what country was that, Rude Boy?
And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump,
Listen to him, like he's sucking Trump's dick right now.
thank you. The forces of civilization, thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance.
He does look like a goblin from Ratchet, doesn't he?
I want to bring in CNN's Anderson Cooper.
He's just absolutely sucking Trump's dick. It is.
Given what's going on,
He knows
given the
exactly
history,
how
given the
to
threats that
talk
Iran
to
has
Trump.
launched not only against Israel, but against some 40,000 U.S. troops in the region. I suspect in Israel, where you are now in Tel Aviv,
You will notice that there are leaders around the world that have started to actually do that because they've realized that if you pump up Trump's ego, it's easy to work him. You saw Carney do that recently as well.
Here in Israel is about just
Trump-
before.
Trump
3
loves that
a.m.,
sort of shit, and it seems like that's how people are able to work him. I guarantee you that's what Netanyahu was doing when he was asking for help as well. Oh, Trump, we can only do it with your might. Only you, Mr. Trump, have the power to do this. I guarantee you there was a lot of that going on.
It's Sunday morning here. Saturday, there were no air raid sirens as well. Friday, there were 2. And thankfully no fatalities on that day.
You did exactly what
it's unclear
Netanyahu wanted him to do.
Just how much the Iranian missile capabilities have been reduced.
And it's so blatantly obvious too. You look at all the people. You look at all the people that Trump surrounded himself with. They're all yes men or women. Like they're all dick suckers basically.
And hardened by the news when they wake
Stream
up.
DRB, what's up?
Morning. This operation by Israel is very popular here in Israel, and there's certainly a lot of people here who wanted President Trump to make this decision to go after and try to destroy these facilities. Remains to be seen the extent of the damage. It seems like Brett McGurk on our air talked to.
When is the classic news coming? I don't know. Are we going to find out that Netanyahu's
the level of destruction that they
a World of Warcraft player?
Achieve. It's likely, though, today
Talk about your
we may learn more.
Tulsi like that?
US officials will learn more. As
Well,
they have
apparently
more,
Tulsi's not
overflights
sucking up
and
nearly
able to
enough.
Actually, really assess the damage fully. Hopefully, we'll hear some more information about that.
Thanks,
The
Stream
question remains,
DRB.
of course,
Thank you,
what
man.
happens next? Will Iran try to respond by firing?
He's an
missiles
EVE Online
to
player? Yeah, that's
Israel?
what-
Will they respond through proxy forces?
They've got
Those
spaceships.
Proxy forces have been, as you well know, Wolf, very weakened. Hezbollah.
Watching
Hamas
U.S. politics
as
as a
well.
non-American, I'm Canadian myself,
Syria,
Scabbers.
Israel has already eliminated a lot of the air defenses that Syria had, which allowed for these flights, made these flights and the continued flights by Israel a little bit easier over Iranian airspace. And Israel still has control over the Iranian airspace, more or less. So it remains to be seen what levers the Iran regime decides to try to pull.
More or less. One sec, I'll be right back, chat.
Who have made some pronouncements already. That may occur today. We don't know the timetable for that. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this, but this is certainly something that's going to be received with a lot of excitement and appreciation here in Israel.
Yeah, the Israelis made it clear, officially and unofficially, for days and days and days, that they were really hoping the U.S. would use those B-2 bombers and those 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment program at Natanz, at Fordo, Isfahan, and there are capabilities of doing more. And they acknowledge, the Israelis, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Israeli military did not have that kind of direct capability. If they were going to go and try to destroy those kinds of capabilities that the Iranians had in nuclear enrichment, they would have to do a ground invasion, which would cost a lot of potentially Israeli military lives. Was that the assessment you were getting all this time as well?
Yeah, I think they tried to be kind of opaque about their capabilities. You know, you would when you would ask Israeli officials this, they would say, "Well, look, you know, we've thought through these operations. We're not dependent on the U.S. There's things we can do." They never really went into details. You know, there was an operation that they conducted against a facility in Syria in the not too distant past, using commandos. A very different kind of operation, but there was some suggestion that they did have some capabilities, but certainly they did not have these kind of munitions, which the U.S. is the only power that has them, and also the only planes that could actually carry bombs that are 30,000 pounds.
You blew a gasket?
Multiple ones that
What happened?
we now understand have been used. So. Certainly there's a lot of relief, I think, by people here that the United States, that President Trump made this.
Did you see? I think it was yesterday. Stay Safe gave a shout out to me. Told me that he loves me while he was streaming. Stay Safe and I may have a difference of opinion on some things in politics, but we definitely do get along.
For a long, long time, none of us have seen for a very, very long time the proxy forces that they do have access to. Are great.
He was my roommate at BlizzCon. Like we had a great time.
We've seen how much power they can project and where they choose to strike if that's what they choose to do.
Yeah, and President Trump, as we all heard, minced no words at all. He called it.
I may have to go back and rewatch his
success for the U.S.
his stream then.
In this struggle against Iran's nuclear program.
What was pissing
Anderson,
him off
we'll
so
stay in
much?
Very close touch with you. Thanks again for your excellent reporting. We appreciate it very, very much. I want to go right now to CNN's security correspondent, Kylie Atwood, who's in Washington for us. Kylie, update our viewers what you're hearing.
Well, listen, one significant thing that we have learned tonight is that the United States made sure that Iran knew after these strikes through back-channel communications that this was a contained strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, and there were no further strikes that were planned.
Do I need to get rid of the sound effects? We're trying to be a serious news network here. Do we need to get rid of this?
This is going to be peace or tragedy, but he also went on to say that there are many targets left.
Thanks, Gucci.
Holding on to the possibility that there could be further U.S. strikes against Iran if they don't come back to the table to continue those diplomatic discussions that had halted because they had not had any success and led to what we are now seeing, this military conflict between the U.S. and Iran, and between Iran and Israel. One thing I do want to note, Wolf, is that as we are speaking, there is a drawdown of U.S. diplomatic personnel at the U.S. diplomatic missions in Iraq, in Baghdad and in Erbil. This is something that actually started to happen 10 days ago, even before Israel started carrying out its strikes in Iran, because U.S. officials were seeing that that was a possibility. They wanted to start to draw down non-essential personnel from those missions. Now there is an even further drawdown of those personnel. It's not a complete drawdown, I'm told by sources familiar with this process. We have to watch and see what happens here, not just at the U.S. diplomatic missions, of course, in Iraq, which shares a border with Iran, but also in the U.S. diplomatic missions, the U.S. embassies in the entire region. And there's also many Americans who are in the region and obviously concerned tonight that this could turn into a wider conflict. We don't know if that will be the case, but we'll have to watch and see if the United States makes any moves to provide any evacuations for Americans who are in the region. We know that that effort is underway when it comes to Americans who are in Israel. We don't know exactly how many Americans have left, but that was a process that actually started today, according to the ambassador there, Mike Huckabee.
And I thought it was significant, Kylie, and I'm anxious to get your thoughts, that in his speech, in his address to the nation, and as I said, indeed to the world, he was making it clear that the United States and Israel, the current government in Israel, the Trump administration, they are both on the same page. He was praising what Israel has been doing and promising to work closely together with Israel down the road. I thought that was significant. What was your reaction?
It's very clear from President Trump's remarks tonight that this was lockstep. The United States working
Trying to go
with
through
Israel.
everything
We
that
know
we've been
that
through
Israel
tonight.
was given a heads up before these strikes occurred tonight on Iran's nuclear sites, those 3 nuclear sites inside Iran. We know that after these strikes occurred, according to senior administration officials, President Trump spoke on the phone with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And we should note that it is a drastic shift in terms of the response that we saw from the administration.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
Oh, here we go again.
massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Completely
Iran,
and totally.
the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold
Listen to this
decision
dick sucker.
to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous
Listen
might
to
of
this.
the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed.
Truly.
It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The
Come
people
on,
of Israel
man.
thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Isn't it like so obvious? Like Trump went to bed with a
About
boner.
A year ago. We had to fight back. We had to strike back, and they declared a ceasefire.
Okay, so let me go over the day's events, basically. Let me know if I missed anything. This is basically what happened in today since I woke up. Okay, I woke up. I basically had some breakfast, turned on the stream, and within minutes, the bombing was announced. And I want to thank President Trump for waiting until the Aladar News Network stream started before he started bombing. Then he announced the bombing, which was basically full of a lot of bluster about on the USA's part and about how glorious and spectacular it was. After the USA bombs Iran, Trump then immediately asked for peace, which was kind of weird. Sat and waited for a response for several hours. Iran then finally responded with a bunch of missiles. Iran then tried to claim that hardly any damage was done to the Fordo nuclear site. I guess we'll wait and see. Trump then announced that if Iran attacked the USA, they will regret it more than anything they've ever regretted before. Countries were big mad. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan were big mad. Netanyahu then made a statement that basically sounded like he was Donald Trump. And now we're basically just waiting to see if these attacks result in more terrorist attacks against the USA. Did I miss anything here? Anyways, I think that was basically about it, right? Did I miss anything?
I guess my question is, those shorter range missiles.
I did. I said Netanyahu
basically
basically sounded like he was.
The kind of transportation, and in some
Did that
cases,
not come
these
across? Do I have to do it all over again?
Missiles require because Israel has
Or you're just
effectively
being sarcastic.
destroyed the trucks that carry
Fuck you.
missiles to the launchers. These shorter range missiles, is that something that Israel controlling the air can target and continue to target?
You want a recap again?
Yes,
No.
Anderson, and I
Go
suspect
watch
that's
the
been going
VOD.
on the past 8 days. You know, let me say something about this, and I'm going to be careful because I was involved in this not long ago.
I need to do a
But
daily
this war
recap
plan against
every day
Iran, the
now.
strike
This is
that was
what
done
happened.
tonight. Had a number of elements to it. One of the elements was you have to eliminate the air defense the best you can, and you want to eliminate missile capabilities to degrade Iran's ability to respond. I think Israel's been doing a lot of that work over the last 8 days. And I expect as we learn more, the level of coordination between the Israeli military and ours on targets and everything, because we've been working this problem for years, has been quite high.
Basically what's happened,
So
Nixon.
I don't know exactly what Iran's
I
capabilities
think I've been streaming for about
are. I know
9
they're
or 10
certainly
hours.
far less than they were.
Stream went
9
down
days
for a little
ago,
bit because of a
but they
Windows
still have
update. Thank you, Windows.
And, you know, we have good missile defenses, and we've moved a lot of personnel, as we talked earlier. But again, that's the go-to for Iran. It's missiles, militias, and terrorism. And
Is
this
that the
Iran
rule,
we've been
Razmir?
dealing with for some time.
I'll have
But
to
they
remember
a big
that.
choice to make because the president was very clear. This can be it.
Nobody's
or
talking
we
about
already have the targets
Ukraine
picked,
anymore. Nobody's talking about Gaza
for a more
anymore.
destructive
Although
response.
I will give it to when we've been watching like Al Jazeera and stuff like that, they're still talking about Gaza. Like they're still mentioning how many people are dying every day. But you don't hear about it at all on like Fox News, CNN, NBC.
Retaliation against the attacks.
For the horde! Oh!
Moving forward is
States
what
military is
is
prepared.
basically
Trump is
the
coming for
structure
Canada
of
next?
Iran.
Well,
And I
let's
think
hope that
that
can be
I hope-
basically is
and you
touching
don't
a
start going up that
sensitive.
ladder.
Hold on,
And
I gotta
that's where
find
this
out whether mute
diplomacy
is.
we mentioned earlier in the night, Anderson.
How's it going? You look
And
upset.
I think it's borne out from what you and I discussed a couple hours ago. Immediate message was sent to Iran saying, this is about the nuclear facilities. This is it. It can end here. Or if you make the wrong choice, it won't. But that message is being
Did you listen to
repeated
the
by regional partners
all
who are
the
in
shit
touch
that's
with the
happening
Iranians,
today?
I understand. And the,
Did I miss anything?
the
I got in the
objective
Netanyahu is
is to
sucking Trump's
counter
dick
and
part.
contain that escalation risk.
Although I can't say that on stream, apparently.
Brett, just one final question.
You have no idea. I'll post a clip.
Has oversight and sort of big picture
For those of you that just got here, we listened to a clip of the bombs actually going off. It was
of
earlier.
trying to not get killed, and
It was on one of the
probably
webcam
making
streams that I have.
communication difficult. How long do you expect? I mean, who makes those decisions? And it's not like they can all go to the Situation Room and now just discuss it.
Over
like
the
they would
India
at the
versus
White House.
Pakistan, the India reporter
assume
was
this
great.
is
She roasted Pakistan.
more
No, I did
laborious
not.
now
Is
to
that today?
communicate between the Supreme Leader and the various
I haven't really
people
been
in
following
the
that too
Revolutionary
much,
Guard
but
and elsewhere who are
what's
still
going on with
alive.
this other stream?
How long do you think it takes to make a decision?
Yeah, that's why I understand that the kind of a coordinated, full spectrum response from Iran.
But I think in this
is
stream, we've got pretty much
very
everything.
unlikely. But you know, they have planned for this too, so they probably have some immediate responses.
You
but
could learn a
again,
lot from
going back
Alex
to
Jones
missiles,
used to
they
do his shows.
probably-
What, just
missiles
make
with
shit
degrade
up?
have already been hit. Their militias in Iraq might have broad freedom.
I don't know
of
why
maneuver
this,
now to take some shots at us. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this is what is so extraordinary.
Let it
First, the
continue to
president
try and
made
load.
Clear, I want something Clarissa basically mentioned.
No idea
earlier,
where everyone can just
that
get
the
along and
Supreme
be
Leader is
happy.
only
Greed and
alive
power.
because Donald Trump
Shit is
has chosen to keep
disgusting.
him alive. That's something the president said a week ago. I bet that was.
Oh,
very
actually,
a
what I
message.
did forget is the shit
And they have
talking I took
eliminated
earlier.
the commander of the Iranian
Because what
military,
football
General
team I
Baghdadi,
follow,
the
which is going
commander
to
of the
win
Missile Force, General
this year.
Hafizadeh, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary
Alex
Guards
Jones
Corps,
used to look
General
strung out.
Salami, the
That
commander
guy
of
is
the
strung
Quds
out.
Force, Eshmal Ghani, and so on, and some of their deputies. So the whole structure
One of our streams is not
has
working.
been removed over the last 9 days.
Yeah.
So the idea that Iran's going to
Brett,
meet
I got, I'm sorry, Brett. I got Fred Playton on the phone from Tehran again. It's just hard to get communication, so I just want to jump into him. Fred, we heard from the president. I don't know if anybody in Iran heard from him. I don't know if that would be carried, probably not carried on Iran state TV. What are you seeing? What are you hearing today, right now?
This game full loot, yes.
Yeah, first of all, it wasn't carried on Iran.
This
state
game's
TV, but the
is
Iranians
killer,
now
actually.
Coming out with condemnation. First of all, acknowledging that these strikes took place, Anderson. The Iranian Atomic Energy Agency came out and condemned this in the fullest, called it a savage attack.
I'm gonna
They
force you
also
guys to
vowed
watch
to
Canadian
continue
news
their
soon, though.
nuclear program. That's sort of one of the big messages that they're trying to send. They call this against international law. They also
Okay, this
accuse
one
the
stream is not
International
working, but I'm
Atomic
not
Energy
concerned about
Agency
it.
of being complicit in all of this. But the big key line from Iran's atomic energy organization.
We talked about this earlier. Israel is mentioning that they downed 2 F-5 fighters. What the fuck is an F-5
Regional
fighter?
officials
Like,
who have confirmed
when were
that
those
attacks
built?
have taken place, that there were incursions, as they put it, into the airspaces over all three of those nuclear facilities, Fordo, Esfahan, and Natanz.
Initially
So
designed
right
in the
now, till the early
1950s.
morning hours, we have heard since the last time we spoke a couple of
No,
floods,
they
around
destroyed
the
them while
Iranian
they're on the
capital,
ground.
so
They're
it's unclear whether
1950s.
or not there might still be other airstrikes going on by the Israeli military, and maybe the Iranians responding to that. Of course, over the past night, there has been a noted
these out.
increase in air
These are like
activity
old
here over the
Soviet
Iranian
era
capital. Air defenses and seen the air defenses, quite
planes.
frankly, jump into action numerous times in the night hours. We've seen bursts from anti-aircraft guns in the skies as well. So it certainly
1963 was the
seems
first
as
time
though
they flew.
There was more going on above the Iranian capital.
These
But of
things
course,
are
no
like
one,
over
could
60
have
years
known
old.
that this mission ordered by President Trump
That's
was
what
going
Iran
to
has.
happen. The Iranians so far, the government has not made a statement. It's just been the energy organization so far. But the governors, the local governors of the regions where these nuclear facilities are located, those
Last
governments
stream I
there
said that
have
in
put out
banned. Who
statements
banned you?
confirming that that some sort of attack is taking place, obviously condemning those attacks as well, as the Iranians have said that there could be major consequences to that. The Iranians, of course, also saying, Anderson, I think it's a key point, that despite the fact that a lot of people from their military leadership had been taken out by the Israelis over the past couple of days, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps does have a propensity and a capability to renew their ranks. There were replacements were put in place very quickly. They say their military is functioning. They keep pointing to the fact that there are still a lot of missile attacks going on onto Israeli territory. They also say that
Well, even the Top Gun, like the original Top
going
Gun
on by the Iranians is
planes
due
were
to the
better
fact that
than
they're using
these
higher
F-5s.
quality missiles instead of larger quantity. But they certainly do say that those missile forces are still capable and that their military
got some more live
leadership is
cams
still
up
very
for you.
much intact, Anderson.
It's
Hey,
crazy,
just
like
the headline,
F-5s?
who was
What
it,
are
or
those?
What organization within Iran is saying that they will continue their nuclear program?
That was the Iranian Atomic Energy Organization that put out a statement calling this a savage attack, saying that it was against international law, saying or calling the International Atomic Energy Agency complicit in all this, and also vowing that this will not deter, as they put it, nuclear energy and the development of Iran's nuclear energy program in the future. Of course, the Iranians, and it's something we have to stress.
Oh, and
because they
thank you
stress
for
it
the
all
sub.
time. They continue to say that
I
the nuclear program
thank you very
is
much.
only for
You look
peaceful
upset.
purposes. They believe that it is a right that they have that no one can take from them. And they have been vowing to continue that nuclear program no matter what the United States does. So this is something, we've been here on the ground over the past couple of days, and every single official that we've been speaking to says
I'm
the same
surprised
thing,
they
that
only Iran only
program
launched
will continue
one
in some way,
attack
shape, or
today,
form,
though.
that they'll
I thought
definitely
for sure
pick
they
up
were
the
going to do
pieces.
multiple.
They believe it's their right. And even when I speak to officials now, when I ask them, the Trump administration says that Iran can't have nuclear enrichment. They continue to now even say that that is a red line for them, that enrichment will continue even if it's on a much lower level. Of course, we have to see what the reaction to these strikes is going to be, but the Iranians certainly saying that for them, the nuclear program is a red line. Enrichment is also something they say that they will continue to do in the future, Anderson.
They're busy
And
moving
I guess the question
uranium.
now, of course, is what are their
It's maybe a little
capabilities to
late
do
now.
that? And also, where is the location of some of the nuclear material? Was it still in these facilities, or was it spread out around the country? We don't have answers to that. I understand we have some new photos from inside the Situation Room. If we can put those up, seeing these for the first time. This is there you see
Trying to
Marco
find other
Rubio, you see
streams.
President Trump. You see Pete Hegseth there on the left, Vice President Vance. We're not sure at what stage of the operation these photos were taken, but these now just being released by the White House. Clarissa, and Jeremy Diamond here with me in Tel Aviv. Dawn has come. No air raid sirens so far here in Tel Aviv. That's good news. Hearing from Fred that the atomic organization is pledging to continue their program, that's probably not.
I've got another live
encouraging
feed,
news
but
to
it's
the
the
White
video
House
of that
or
is
to
already in the top left.
No, I mean, I think we have to be realistic that there will be some bluster and some braggadocio in the coming days, and we don't necessarily need to take it all literally, because some of that will be intended for domestic consumption within Iran. We've also heard, I should mention, from the Houthis, the militant group in Yemen. They've said, quote, that Trump must.
Okay, I don't know who released. Obviously, some array, but it's literally like a page worth of just spewing shit. Like, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, honorable, and heroic people of Iran, the criminal the U.S. regime committed this would go on for 5 minutes. I'm not reading it at all. It just ends with, by the grace of God, we will witness historic victories for Iran, Iranians, and even the Islamic Ummah. What is an Ummah? U-M-M-A-H. What the hell is an Ummah? Anyways.
Kristen Holmes. Kristen, what are you learning from your sources over there about this major decision, and as I keep saying, a historic decision from the
It can't be that mad. Well, I think they've only got like 20 missile launchers left, man. I don't think that they've actually got that much anymore.
Just a couple of things to mention. One, he was surrounded by a lot of his top advisors and highest-ranking officials. We know his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, was in the Situation room with him when this happened, as well as the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, all of them there when he made this very incredible and important decision, as you noted. Now, a couple of things I want to point to that he said here, because this goes to the heart of what they are hoping
I don't know
to
how,
achieve tonight, in addition to doing what
I don't know how long it takes to like rearm your missile launchers, but
exactly is left. They also say, these administration officials, that they are hoping that this strike is a one-time strike and that it brings Iran to the table to have some
people are worried
kind of
about
deal.
conventional
We heard
warfare.
this
Well, that's what we
in
said.
President Trump was saying.
Like, people are like, okay, great. Now they're gonna see a lot of terrorist attacks. You know,
Make peace. There is a belief that this strike will one.
I feel like it would be a mistake for Iran to actually lash out at America right now, because they've already got their hands full with Israel. Like, having like another country like the U.S. also attacking you by pissing them off, probably not a smart thing to do right now.
We work together as a team. It was just 2
Probably
weeks
just
ago,
try and deal with
these
Israel
first
and not
strikes
agitate
and missile strikes
or.
were launched from Israel to Iran, that the United States was backing away from
We'll see, though.
Netanyahu, from any kind of connection to what had happened. We saw that statement from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, right after those strikes took place, saying that this was a unilateral decision, that Israel informed the United States that they were going to do this, and then they made this decision to move forward. The United States had nothing to do with it. Clearly here we have moved on to a different page, as you see him, again, saying this teamwork with Benjamin Netanyahu. The other part of this that has been very interesting is what we've heard from President Trump since. There is a deep concern in the White House and the administration and among U.S. officials that Iran will retaliate. And you've seen President Trump taking to Truth Social posting,
All mostly peaceful
after he gave his
anyways.
speech saying any
Yeah, they don't
retaliation by
actually
Iran against the United States of America will be met
list
with
how many
force
casualties
far
they have.
greater than what was
I think they
witnessed
include
tonight.
casualties in their
The thing to keep in mind
injured
here is that for days, the United States has been
numbers.
preparing for potential strikes.
So like earlier, I saw a report that there was like 90 people injured that they had accounted for today. They probably haven't mentioned that like 30 of those people that were injured were actually, like people that were dead.
That Iran
So
will strike back on a U.S. asset. So you can hear that here and see it from his post. But keeping an eye on now, what is the next step for this White House? Obviously, we're watching to see if Iran does, in fact, retaliate. But what is the White House's plan to move forward? They continue to stress the idea that they believe that these strikes helped the diplomatic process in the sense that Iran will now come to the table to negotiate some kind of deal. But that, of course, remains to be seen at this hour.
You couldn't help but notice, Kristen, that the vice president
all part of the
was
plan to
standing
keep
behind the
great
president,
chaos.
Secretary of State Marco
Nobody's
Rubio
talking about
was
the
there,
Epstein
Secretary of
files
Defense
anymore,
Pete
are they?
Hegseth.
Ever since
They were all
Elon Musk
standing
brought
behind
up
the
the Epstein
president. I
files,
guess
shit
that's
has hit the
designed to
fan.
underscore that this was a unanimous decision by the top national security officials over in the Trump administration.
That's right, Wolf. And it's really interesting to see that because that's not generally what you see when you see presidents take to this East Room to deliver this kind of address. And when President Obama delivered an address in the exact same spot, announcing that the United States had killed Osama bin Laden, he did it by.
I'm not going to read all of that, streamer DRB, but I will say this. I think the U.S. and the West has moved to a war that is beyond beyond using boots on the ground, and is now much more focused on actually not using humans or putting humans in the way of danger. So you're seeing a lot more like drones and stuff like that used by the West. I think relatively quickly, now that you have all these like AI robots and stuff like that, you're probably very quickly going, like, I'm not kidding you. Within 10, 20 years, you're going to see people that are you're going to see AI robots that are fighting wars probably instead of humans. Can you imagine AI robots roaming around? Like,
Over at the White
you
House
will see it.
Thanks very, very much. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted very positively to the U.S. strikes, thoroughly, without any doubt, fully endorsing President Trump's decision and the U.S. action. Listen to this.
Congratulations, President Trump.
Oh, here we go
Your bold
again.
decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome
We've
and
heard
righteous
this.
might of the United States will change.
You can just
history.
hear Trump
In
orgasming
Operation
right
Rising
now.
Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's
Here it
nuclear
comes. Here comes the
facilities,
climax.
America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do.
Let's keep. Oh, the climax is
History
coming.
will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond.
Now Netanyahu's playing with his balls.
And peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace.
Here it comes.
Tonight, President
Here it
Trump and
comes.
the United States
Here it
acted with
comes.
a lot of strength.
Oh,
President Trump,
here
I
it
thank
comes.
you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
And now Trump is like, oh.
I want to bring in CNN's Anderson Cooper, who's been reporting for us.
Are
from
these the
Tel Aviv.
lizard men that
Anderson,
you were talking about? Who made the lizard men comment? Is this who you're talking about? That's who you're talking about, right? Somebody was talking about lizard men in the chat. Is this who you're talking about? That's who you're talking about, I think.
After various more targets in Israel.
It's interesting, Wolf. Obviously, this occurred in the overnight hours here in Israel. It was about just before 3 a.m. In Tel Aviv that this news broke. So a lot of Israelis, dawn is just now breaking here. A lot of Israelis are waking up and hearing this news now for the first time. It's now been several hours since then. It's been more than 3 hours. There have not been any air raid sirens going off since then. It's Sunday morning here. Saturday, there were no air raid sirens as well. Friday, there were 2, and thankfully no fatalities on that day. It's unclear how much of that is just how much the Iranian missile capabilities have been reduced. The IDF has said that they have already destroyed half the launchers for missiles that would have been fired from Iran. So I think a lot of Israelis are going to be surprised and heartened by the news when they wake up and hear it this morning. This operation by Israel is very popular here in Israel, and there's certainly a lot of people here who wanted President Trump to make this decision to go after and try to destroy
what channel is this?
facilities. Remains to be
Y-Files?
seen the extent
Aficionado?
of the damage. It seems like Brett McGurk,
I don't think I've seen that channel.
Senior official involved in this, they seem pleased with the level of destruction that they were able to achieve. It's likely, though, today we may learn more. But certainly, U.S. officials will.
Is it on
learn
YouTube?
more
I'll have
as
to
they
check
have
it out.
More overflights and are able to actually really assess the damage fully. Hopefully, we'll hear some more information about that. The question remains, of course, what happens next? Will Iran try to respond by firing missiles here to Israel? Will they respond through proxy forces? Though those proxy forces have been, as you well know, Wolf, very weakened. Hezbollah, Hamas as well, the change of regime in Syria. Israel has already eliminated a lot of the air defenses that Syria had, which allowed for these flights, made these flights and the continued flights by Israel a little bit easier over Iranian airspace. And Israel still has control over the Iranian airspace, more or less. So it remains to be seen what levers the Iran regime decides to try to pull. They still have also the Houthis who have made some pronouncements already. That may occur today. We don't know the timetable for it.
Right, you're talking about Israel? I mean,
but
which countries in the Middle East are actually still at odd, like major odds with Israel that we'd have to actually worry about? Like Saudi Arabia is not out to get the to get Israel. What about like the UAE, Qatar? Like, what about those countries? What are they on decent enough terms with Israel that we have to worry about any of them?
Iran's nuclear enrichment program at Natanz, at Fordo, Isfahan, and there are capabilities of doing more. And they acknowledge, the Israelis, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Israeli military did not have that kind of direct capability. If they were going to go and try to destroy those kinds of capabilities that the Iranians had in nuclear enrichment, they would have to do a ground invasion, which would cost a lot of potentially Israeli military
Most of them are?
Was that the assessment you were getting all this time as well?
Yeah, I think they tried to be kind of opaque about their capabilities. You know, you would when you would ask Israeli officials this, they would say, "Well, look, you know, we've thought through these operations. We're not dependent on the U.S. There's things we can do." They never really went into details. You know, there was an operation that they conducted against a facility in Syria in the not too distant past, using commandos. A very different kind of operation, but there was some suggestion that they did have some capabilities, but certainly they did not have these kind of munitions, which the U.S. is the only power that has them, and also the only planes that could actually carry bombs that are 30,000 pounds, and also multiple ones that we now understand have been used. So. Certainly, there's a lot of relief, I think, by people here that the United States, that President Trump made this decision. Remains to be seen what the follow-on actions are going to be by Iran. But this regime, and I think here it's widely acknowledged, this regime in Iran is weakened in a way that none of us.
This is all over
we've
some
been reporting
cows.
on this region for a long, long time. None of us have seen for a very, very long time.
Dude,
the proxy
stop.
forces that they do have access to. Are greatly weakened. And again, remains to be seen how much power they can project and where they choose to strike, if that's what they choose to do.
Yeah, and President Trump, as we all heard, minced no words at all. He called it a spectacular military success for the U.S. in this struggle against Iran's nuclear program. Anderson, we'll stay in very close touch with you. Thanks again for your excellent reporting. We appreciate it very, very much. I want to go right now to CNN's security correspondent, Kylie Atwood, who's in Washington for us. Kylie, update our viewers what you're hearing.
Well, listen, one significant thing that we have learned tonight is that the United States.
Not seeing anything new. This is actually kind of weird because it's
knew
daytime.
after the
It's
strikes, through back channel communications.
20 after
that
12
this
in
was a
Israel.
Contained strike
And there's
against
not really
Iran's
much
nuclear
new that's going
facilities,
on.
And there were no further strikes that were planned. That's significant because what it demonstrates is that the administration really does
Kind of interesting.
Not want Iran to retaliate here. They want them to come
The
back to the table
IAEA is going to
diplomatically. We
hold
heard
an
from President
emergency
Trump in his
meeting
remarks
on Monday morning. That's when the meeting is going to be.
tragedy, but he also went on to say that there are
So
many
Iran is
targets
big
left.
mad
So,
right now.
holding on to the possibility that there could be further U.S. strikes against Iran if they don't come back to the table to continue those diplomatic discussions that had halted because they had not had any success and led to what we are now seeing, this military conflict between the U.S. and Iran, and between Iran and Israel. One thing I do want to note, Wolf, is that as we are speaking, there is a drawdown of U.S. diplomatic personnel at the U.S. diplomatic missions in Iraq, in Baghdad and in Erbil. This is something that actually started to
Still
happen
not over? Do you mean for
10
today,
days
or?
ago, even before Israel started carrying out
I mean,
its
they're going to
strikes
keep
in Iran
fighting
because
amongst.
U.S. officials
I'm just
were
wondering if they're
seeing
going
that
to,
was
if
a
there's going to be
possibility. They
anything
wanted
more
to start
today.
to draw down non-essential personnel from those missions. Now there is an even further drawdown of those personnel. It's not a complete drawdown, I'm told by sources familiar with this process. We have to watch and see what happens.
So much
here,
for Trump's
not
peace just
at the US
escalated the
diplomatic
conflict
missions,
even
of
more.
course,
I
in
guess
Iraq, which share
there's people that are pissed off. I'm assuming that there's got to be some MAGA that are like, this isn't what I voted for.
also many Americans who are in the region and obviously concerned tonight that this could turn into a wider conflict. We don't know if that will be the
So
case.
far, no Americans have
but
died,
we'll have
though,
To watch and
so-
see if the United States makes any moves to provide any evacuations for Americans who are in the region. We know that that effort is underway when it comes to Americans who are in Israel. We don't know exactly how many Americans have left, but that was a process that actually started today, according to the ambassador there, Mike Huckabee.
And I thought it was significant.
You think it's
Kylie,
gonna,
and not just to get your thoughts, that in his speech, in his
another
address
Middle
to the
East
nation,
war, like-
and as I said, indeed to the world, he was making it clear that the United States and Israel, the current government in Israel, the Trump administration, they are both on the same page. He was praising what Israel has been doing and promising to work closely together with Israel down the road. I thought that was significant. What was your reaction?
It's very clear from
Trump's
President
peace,
Trump's
the whole
remarks
world
tonight
wants
that
war,
this
you
was
dumb peeps.
lockstep,
Why?
The United States working with Israel. We know that Israel
Slowly
was
walking
given
to the end of the
heads up
world.
before these strikes occurred tonight.
I thought
on
Trump
Iran,
promised that all
nuclear
these
sites,
wars were
3
going to be
nuclear
over.
Sites inside Iran. We know that after these strikes
Wasn't there like 2 wars going on when Trump was running for office, and he said that he would get rid of them both within one day, and now we have 3 wars.
And we should note that it is a drastic shift in terms of the response that we saw from the administration.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
Here we go again.
massive precision strikes on the 3
We've
key.
Okay, this is obviously just on repeat. Let's. What is Al Jazeera talking about?
Cheerleader of war in the Middle East. All my thoughts tonight are for the safety of our personnel in the region.
Okay. There's talk that the first move in Iran's retaliation could be to block the Strait of Hormuz. We've gone over this today, but they're showing like ships that may be in the area to do that. A critical choke point where nearly a quarter of the world's oil trade flows. This narrow waterway connects the Persian Gulf to the Indian Ocean. I can promise you right now, if they were to try and do that, they would probably just be blown out of the water. Their ships would be just destroyed if they tried to do that. Could you imagine them trying to tell like a U.S. aircraft carrier or something like that, hey, piss off, you're not allowed here?
Clear sites that bomb damage assessment is likely to be made.
How would the American public take that if America then started getting into naval conflicts with other countries?
The White House.
They might be able to handle this, but I know there's going to be a lot of people that are pissed off.
Salvo of missiles at Israel. They struck parts of northern and central areas, including the cities.
Oh, here's some video we haven't seen yet.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is warning Tehran reserves all options to defend itself. He says the U.S. is joining Israel's attacks and it will have everlasting consequences.
Check the link. Where did? Oh.
Meanwhile, the Israeli military says that at least 27
Where did you
rockets
post this
were
link?
fired from Iran in 2 separate waves. At least 27 people have been injured. Rescue workers are searching through damaged buildings across Israel. The Israeli military says it's now attacking military targets in western Iran. At least one of the missiles was seen making impact in the city of Tabriz. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps have warned that its main operational capability.
Almost all of wars is stemmed from different beliefs, hence different religions and ways of life. Come on, peeps. Is everyone just using speech to text now in my chat? Is that what's going on here? Are different? Don't like anyone trying to change them.
Iran and its leaders. Let's begin there. What exactly have they been saying?
Well, to Iran, to the Iranian leader, the Iranian government, this is an act of war, and the sovereignty of the country has been breached. So these attacks, of course, will be retaliated to. First of all, when we are mentioning right now the official line, the first thing in front of us is Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's words. He holds the United States and Israel responsible, asks the world to, of course, go towards condemning.
I don't think they've just been about the Jews.
But the most important thing,
they're just kind of
he speaks in a second tweet about how Iran and the US were on the table, the negotiation table, and then Israel decided to blow it. This is about last Sunday. And then this week, just on Friday, the Islamic Republic of Iran and E3 EU were on the table in Geneva, and then Israel and the United States decided to blow this table, according to Araghchi.
You're telling me that religions are the cause of wars sometimes?
To return if the table is
no.
blown. So this is the first line that is coming, or the second line that's coming from the Iranian government. However, we've not heard yet from the IRGC. We did not hear yet from the National Security Council, and most importantly, from the leader.
I don't believe that. Come on, I don't believe that.
Of course, when we hear from the leader or from the IRGC, we know what's the retaliation that Iran has in.
You mean if I was to go back and look at the history of wars, like the common denominator might actually be religion? I've never heard that theory before.
What is going to happen next? Is Iran going to retaliate towards
Cheesy? What's up, Cheesy? Were you here when we heard the bombs go off in the stream?
What's the Americans and continue attacking Israel? So there are several options, and each option will mean a kind of a.
Necreacar came in and gave me the timestamp for when the bombs went off in the stream. So I went back in the timestamp on YouTube, and you could actually hear the bombs dropping. It was crazy.
Bunker busting bombs on these 3 nuclear sites in Iran, because we did hear from Mehdi Mohammadi, a senior advisor to the Speaker of Iran's parliament, saying on social media that Fordow had been evacuated beforehand, meaning these latest strikes, and that the damage there was not irreversible.
If they were reversible, why would, or if they were, if Fordow was okay, why would you say that?
Access to these sites, we wouldn't be able to give an assessment. But at least from what we're hearing from the Iranian nuclear agency, from
no, there's been no videos of the places yet.
There is a kind of
Iran is trying to claim that there was minimal damage, like
huge harm.
If that is true, why would you say that? Oh, let's just give the Americans another excuse to bomb you a second time.
To restore. This is on one side. The other thing And this is
Oh, we didn't
something
get you the
that,
first time.
Behrouz
Oh, okay.
Kamalvandi,
Hold on. We'll
the,
be right back.
Spokesperson of Iran's nuclear agency said a few days ago that Fordow has been evacuated. So Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium, 60% enriched uranium, has been removed.
Well, there were some live
Most
feed
of
cameras,
the,
Cheesy, that are back up.
machinery of the technology over there has been also
I wonder if I can find it again.
And
Hold
there
on.
are pictures now appearing, satellite pictures of several trucks leaving Fordow between the 20th and the 21st of June. Besides, there is a report by a UK-based media, Amwaj Media, saying that the Iranians were told in advance that there is going to be an attack on this time, and they were given time to evacuate or to remove their equipments. So this is giving us
I made a clip of
picture
it
of
if you
what
want to
has
look.
been
If you actually want to
happening,
look for it.
in these sites. The most important thing here, the Iranians
I think I found it
say that
actually.
it's regardless of the damage on these sites, the main issue is that the knowledge is still there in Iran, and Iran still have other or has.
I found
other
it. Do you guys want to
nuclear,
watch it again?
Facilities. Now, this is of course something.
You guys want to watch it again, or are you guys annoyed by hearing explosions? I have found it. One. What was it? 227 or something like that, right? Play it. Okay, this is the recording of and this if Isfahan area, I think, is one of these recordings that is in Iran. Is the recording that you can actually hear the bombs go off. So hold on. I believe it's at 2:27 and 27 seconds or something like that. But they're loud. Like when we heard it, it was like, holy crap. So it might take a little bit. Well, we did a countdown because I was told exactly what time it was at. And then it didn't go off, and I'm like, oh, you're lying to me. And then suddenly there's just boom, boom, boom. I made a clip. There is a clip if you want to look at my clips. I made a clip. If you want to look at my clips, I made a clip. But it should be coming any second. But it's loud. Did I have the wrong time? About to find that one. There, that's it. Jesus Christ. That was the first one. This is in Iran. It's in Iran when the bombs are dropping. No, it was apparently 12 cheesy. Plus there's some Tomahawk missiles or something thrown into boot. Yeah, there you go. I think that's the end. Yeah, pretty crazy. Necreacar came in and he's like, hey dude, you're actually watching the stream. I didn't have I had the stream or this camera stream up, but I didn't have the sound on, so I didn't hear it when they went off. Like, so that's a good cam to have up. No news. Sell it to Fox. I know. I should tell them, hey, that's my feed. I sent a tweet out with my YouTube and everything. I sent a link out from my YouTube
resolution,
shorts
a
and
war powers resolution
So-
that would restrict the administration from carrying
Crazy,
out
man.
future such attacks against Iran without congressional approval. But he and Democrat Ro Khanna, the congressman from California, have a really difficult road ahead of them in terms of getting not just co-sponsors, but getting the Republican leadership in both the Senate and the House of Representatives to allow them to bring that resolution to the floor for a vote. Now, this is also a matter where you have nearly all Democrats in Congress saying that this was not something that the president should have done, that the move was, again, in their word, illegal. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York City, saying this is a clear reason why there should
don't be
be
weird in my
impeachment
chat, dude.
proceedings against the president. But
Please.
again, given that she is in the minority party, her ambitions of trying to put forward articles of impeachment in the House, much less getting a trial in the Senate, are slim to none at this point. But there is going to be disappointment from those who believed that Donald Trump was not going to get the U.S. involved in foreign conflicts, and that certainly does go to a considerable number of those within the Republican Party. They did not see any reason why there should be money spent either on foreign aid or on foreign military adventures.
There's no way Trump is getting
Okay,
impeached
many
right
thanks
now.
for that. Rosalind Jordan there with reaction from the United States. Let's go to Noor Odeh, who is monitoring reaction from Israel. She joins us from Jordan's capital, Amman, because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So plenty of
Israel's
reaction
reported
from
reporter
Israeli
or
leaders,
banned reporting.
this morning. This is, of course, what they wanted, Noor, for the U.S. to join forces with them.
They just banned Al
The
Jazeera?
latest being Israel's president, who's released a statement saying Donald Trump's attack on Iran is historic. He says, Isaac Herzog says, Trump's words show the deep and courageous alliance between the U.S. and Israel. So that pretty much sums up, really, how Israelis must be feeling with the U.S. on side like this.
Absolutely. This is
Did they ban anyone else or just them?
Emboldening for Israel, which did not imagine this was possible. Certainly, successive Israeli governments have tried to push the U.S. in this direction to drag it into an attack on Iran and possibly a wider war. And now this has happened, and billboards are already up in Tel Aviv thanking Donald Trump. We also heard from the Israeli Prime Minister in English, showering Donald Trump with praise, but also in Hebrew, giving himself credit, talking about what matters to him, his legacy of fulfilling that promise, of eliminating Iran's nuclear program, and talking about confronting
Look
the
for your
Iranian
coworker this
government,
morning. He'll be
its
amazed
ballistic
hearing that. It's
missile,
crazy.
program as well. The Minister of Culture and Sports in Israel, also
Ban
from
the truth.
Netanyahu's
Yeah.
Likud party.
You know what?
called,
Years ago, I swear Al Jazeera used to be very one-sided, but I will say we've watched it several times over the last, and they seem like they bring very fair in the
that
reporting.
Israel was safer for it, and that the world was supposedly safer for it. So politically speaking, things couldn't be better for Israel. This is exactly what many had attempted to do, and now Netanyahu has done it. The fallout will be a different story.
Noor, we're getting more reaction from Iran's Revolutionary Guard this morning, saying that its operation will continue with precision, intent, and force against the infrastructure, strategic centers, and interests of the Zionist regime. We have already seen attacks on Israel this morning.
For sure people died in it, but they're not listing casualties. They're listing wounded. They're just not letting you know that people died from the wounds.
Of more to come. And what more can you tell us about the attacks this morning?
Well, there are some more sobering voices in Israel that are warning of a war of attrition, that say that this was a miscalculation, not because they don't think that Iran necessarily poses a threat to Israel, but certainly because they don't see that a military confrontation is the solution. But there is still widespread support among Jewish Israelis for this. The damage caused by Iranian
How do we not have
missiles
satellite?
has
You know
been
the Chinese are
extensive
going to be
and
releasing.
strategic. Many of the sites hit have been called sensitive. That is code for something
They're gonna have,
militarily significant or
photos soon.
related to intelligence. So we don't know a lot about many of the sites, but what we do know
Apparently,
is
this is
that
video.
these
This is video that we
missiles
saw
have been,
earlier. But in case you guys haven't
hitting
seen it,
with increasing potency and accuracy.
this
and
is video
across
of the
country, whether it's in Beersheba,
damage today.
in the south, where a campus of an Israeli intelligence unit is believed to have been hit, a corpse related to the telecommunications efforts of the Israeli army is believed to have been hit, or in the strategic city of Haifa, where strategic and sensitive sites
in
were
Israel.
also impacted, or the financial district in Tel Aviv, for that matter. The number of casualties in terms of dead and wounded is relatively low, but 25 Israelis killed and
it was night when they
100
attacked, yeah, but they
injured,
can probably, I
most
mean,
of them
they'll
lightly,
launch some.
Since June
They gave some
13th,
pretty good
and
pictures
no
yesterday.
casualties reported today, only 26 injuries. So if this is prolonged, then we might begin to see a different reaction. If after all of this euphoria, Iran strikes and strikes hard and can maintain such a reaction, then there might be a divergence of reactions from the Israeli public.
Okay, Noor, we'll leave it there. Noor Orey there for us in Amman. I want to go back to Tehran and speak to our correspondent, Ali Hashim. Ali, we are getting more lines coming through from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, more fighting talk from them. I wonder if you could just talk us through what you've been hearing.
Still nothing, though. Like, I'm looking on...
Well, absolutely. This is the most significant.
Iran is calling upon the UN,
one by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, the
IAEA.
IRGC. First of all, condemned the attack, which is something normal. After going through all the narrative about the violation of international law and the NPT treaty, the IRGC says that from the first moment they knew that the United States is providing comprehensive support and backing in the planning and execution of this act of aggression on Iran, as per the statement. Also, they are saying that the locations from which the aircrafts involved in this attack have been identified and are under surveillance. So they also said that, as they have repeatedly declared, the number, dispersion, and scale of U.S. military bases in the region
Iran's
are not
foreign minister
source
is
of
having a
strength,
presser?
but rather a major vulnerability.
Oh, does he?
Also,
Is he? Hold on.
They say that the attacks will continue on Israel, what they named as the Operation True Promise 3 will continue after 20 waves, and it will be precise and targeted. And also, today's act of aggression, according to this
Associated Press,
by the U.S., by the terrorist U.S. regime, has compelled the Islamic Republic of Iran within its legitimate right to self-defense, to consider responses that go beyond the delusional
peaceful activities.
Bottom monitor, guys.
It is very unfortunate that Israel is doing, as the German Chancellor called, a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that dirty job. It's a shame. They know
Thank you for letting me know, dude.
Is doing a dirty job, and they support it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself. It's really a shame. Pardon? Well, I think I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program, and this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB.
There's not much they can do. I mean, apparently 50% of their missile launchers are already destroyed. Their nuclear facilities are
IRIB, if I
destroyed,
can get a
apparently.
question from IRIB.
Yılmaz Varlar, Türker Gazete, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nde çıkan gazete.
I'm from a
Bir de
Turkic
Net Haber
newspaper
Ajans.
and also
Sayın Bakan,
representing Net News Agency.
Çin'in İran'a destek verdiği söyleniyor.
It is indicated that
Bu
China
konuda
is
Amerika
supporting
ve
Iran.
İsrail'in tarafından caydırıcı olmasını nasıl
How do
değerlendiriyorsunuz?
you
Bir
evaluate
de
its
Rusya ile olan
deterrence power
ilişkiler
vis-a-vis
münasebetleri,
USA and
beklentilerinizi öğrenebilir
Israel?
miyim?
And
Teşekkür
can we
ediyorum.
learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning.
Uh-oh.
Russia
Uh-oh.
is a friend of Iran, and we enjoy a strategic partnership, and we always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress or lack of progress in our talks. Well, I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow, and we continue to work with each other. Russia is also a permanent member of the Security Council. And
We don't know.
They were trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have discussion with them that how it should be proceed.
The final question from IRIB, if we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
خسته نباشید آقای عراقچی. از خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در میانجیگری، فکر می‌کنید نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه ترتیب خواهد بود؟ میتونه ترکیه در واقع در این رابطه
Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation instrument. Can Turkey handle such a
من دیروز ملاقات
diplomacy
بسیار
or
خوبی رو با
mediation
جناب آقای
activity?
اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه و هم
had
برخی
very
کشورهای دیگه در
productive meetings
منطقه
with the President of the
خواهان
Republic of
ایفای
Turkey
نقش
yesterday,
مثبت
and I also had
برای
contacts with some of the
خاتمه
countries of the region.
تجاوزات رژیم
Some
صهیونیستی
of
به
the
ایران
countries of the
بودند
region,
و
such
من
as
اطمینان
Turkey,
دارم که از امروز هم تلاش‌های جدیدی رو شاید شروع بکنن برای
indicating that they could be mediating
جلوگیری از
so that the
ادامه
attacks from Israel could
مخاصمه
stop.
توسط
I do believe
آمریکا.
that I'm going to start
ترکیه
some actions and
با
discussions
قاطعیت
about
حملات
this to
اسرائیل رو
prevent
محکوم
this
کرد.
American aggression.
کشورهای دیگه منطقه هم
Turkey
همینطور.
very
الان یک
definitely has
محکومیت
condemned the Israeli attacks,
جامع
and
در
also the
کل منطقه
countries
و
of
بین
the region
کشورهای اسلامی
have also
وجود داره.
condemned these attacks.
در
Now
محکومیت
all
جنایات
the
اسرائیل
countries of this
ما
region
دیروز
and the Islamic
یک
countries
جلسه خاص
are condemning
تجاوز
the
اسرائیل به ایران رو
massacres
در
and the killing of
نشست
Israel.
وزرای امور خارجه کشورهای اسلامی داشتیم که
We
جلسه بسیار
as members of the OIC and the foreign ministers, we had a special meeting on the situation in Iran. Turkey was the chair of this session, and in relation to condemning Israeli attacks, a statement was shared to end this attack, and they indicated that they were on our side. The attack last night was a big murder. It was not just an attack against the Iranian people, but also the laws and the provisions of the United Nations were also violated.
و آمریکا با این کار خودش ضربه بسیار بزرگی رو به صلح و امنیت بین‌الملل زد. به اعتقاد ما آنچه که شورای امنیت و جامعه بین‌الملل باید باهاش به عنوان تهدید علیه صلح و امنیت بین‌الملل برخورد بکنه، دقیقاً رفتار آمریکاست که هم نظام بین‌الملل رو به چالش کشیده و هم منطقه ما رو به سمت تنش
It is also a serious bottleneck for the international system, and we have important problems and pain in our region because of this, creating an important damage. The attack last night showed once again that the Zionist regime of Israel
و برعکس به خاطر صدماتی که متحمل شده در اثر دفاع قهرمانان نیروهای مسلح ایران در شرایط بحران قرار گرفته و چاره‌ای جز این که از آمریکا کمک بخواد آمریکا دقیقاً برای نجات رژیم صهیونیستی یا بهتره بگیم نجات نخست وزیر این رژیم صورت گرفت و اینکه چقدر
the Zionist regime. This was the reason why America acted this way, and this shows that the White House is under the influence of this individual called Netanyahu, and this is a shame for the all American citizens. We continue to defend our country in a heroic manner. Our armed forces are ready. Our people with high level of self-confidence and with high level of motivation is ready to defend itself. The Iranian people's national...
That picture that I just put up is apparently the aftermath of the attack.
Defend themselves. We will never take a step back from our own law, from our honor.
We do have time for one or two more questions. I'd like to hand over to Bloomberg Haberturk.
So you can actually see the entry holes where the missiles went in, apparently. Where the bombs went in.
Thank you very much for doing this. And I'll come from Haberturk and Bloomberg HD. You said attacks at nuclear facilities are red line, and you are calculating your response. So here is the question. What are the options? Are you going to retaliate at U.S. bases in the region, or are you going to considering to close the Strait of Hormuz? And one more question as well. Two times while you are at the table of negotiation, Israel and U.S. attacked your soil. So do you still have the same level of trust to Western diplomacy?
Sorry, where is she from?
There are a variety of options available to us, and that's it. We never trusted Western countries when we negotiated them.
I'm not asking because I'm trying to be a pervert. I'm just curious.
More reasons why we shouldn't trust them at all. Of course, the way for diplomacy should be always remain open. But as I said, we are not in the situation right now to decide how to engage in diplomacy once again and with whom. So let's wait for our response first. And when the aggression is ended, we decide how to engage in diplomacy once again.
Next, over to NTV.
Mr. Minister, thank you. I would like to ask a quick question. You had many dialogues with Mr. Steve Witkoff, the U.S. representative, during the negotiations. Did he call you after the attack? Who you talk with? Did you ever talk with any Western countries or United States? Did they call you? Thank you.
Well, my talks with Mr. Witkoff was indirect through the Omani foreign minister as intermediator, to whom I'm very grateful. And when the talks were stopped because of the US aggression, we are still receiving messages from Americans through different channels, Oman in particular, and there are also others who are passing the messages of the United States to us. And if needed,
why not just talk directly then?
We respond to those messages through intermediators. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I think we are done.
Yes, we've come to the end of that press briefing. We'd like to thank the foreign minister for holding that briefing after the latest developments in his country, Iran, and in the wider Middle East region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you indeed.
Yeah, I think here we'll put it on. We'll put it on the. So this is apparently the photo of the aftermath of the bombs, I guess. And these are presumably the entry holes where the bombs went down. I think the way the bomb works is it basically digs itself down into whatever the structure is. And I think somebody mentioned that it can actually detect how many floors it's going down into the ground, so that when it does blow up, it basically blows up like all the supports and stuff like that. So it basically just caves in on top of itself. So yeah, the bombs can penetrate. Is it 200? No, I think it's 200 feet, not 200 meters. I think it's 80 meters it penetrates, not 200. So, but that's still pretty remarkable that it goes down that far. And apparently, this facility is 300 feet below ground. So 80 meters is right about there. It'll get in, and then once it gets inside, it detonates inside and basically blows the support, so everything just like crashes down on top. So that is how I believe it apparently works. Here we go back to Al Jazeera still showing it. You guys are all still showing it. We might be
And of course, we do have cameras inside, so we'll bring you there as that meeting does take place. Also want to remind you, coming up as we approach the top of the hour here at 6 a.m., coming up in 2 hours at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is expected to address the media.
I'm not even sure that there's a second bomb, Cheesy. I think just the way the canister's built, it goes way down into the earth somehow. I guess physics, I don't know. And then it releases, like once it gets inside the building, then I guess it just opens up at the bottom and it falls out and just blows everything up. There was a video, I don't know where it is now, but there was a video where it's like an animation video that it showed. So I don't know if I guess it was probably pretty accurate.
There is no red line that they have not crossed.
This is
And
kind of the beginning of the meeting.
The most dangerous one happened only last night.
There's the right to, under Article 51 of the UN Charter, to respond to this unprovoked attack. This is a war of choice by Trump, and Iran's choice is going to be decided by the country's leaders. In terms of the military consequences of what you see, one option that Iran
Turn it up?
has is to punish
People have been telling me
the
to turn
people
it
who
down all night.
started the war, which are the Israelis. So that's one option, more severely than what you have seen already. The second option is to target U.S. bases. That is going to be Iran's right to do because U.S. attacked Iran under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Iran has the right to respond. That's the second option. And people have talked about closing the Strait of Hormuz, punishing the countries that have been cooperating with Israel and United States. So these are the military options, but I think the political consequences, both inside Iran and outside Iran, are also going to be significant.
Another interesting photo. This photo here is of the facility before the attacks, like but you can see, I don't know how well it turns out on screen. You can see that they've actually filled in the entranceways of the facility with dirt. So presumably they had already cleared everything out from inside, and then they were filling it in with dirt for whatever reason. So apparently, yeah, you can clearly see dirt at the entrances of
Enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
You're massing and gravity, huh?
Hours after the strikes, Iran fired another barrage of missiles against Israel. At least 20 people have been injured.
They really shouldn't attack. Well, it would piss off the U.S.
Rising
Then they
from
might have
Israel's
a
assault on Gaza. Palestinians desperate
real
for aid are
problem.
being
We'll see if
killed.
they're smart enough to realize that, but
Iran's foreign minister is accusing the U.S. of betraying diplomacy. Abbas Araghchi has made the comments in the past hour following the U.S. military's attack on Iran's 3 big nuclear sites. President Donald
keep in mind the people that were involved in these diplomacy talks were basically saying they were going nowhere, and it felt like they were just stalling.
Clear threat from Tehran. Now, these are some of the images in the aftermath of the Fordo attack, the uranium enrichment facility.
If they attack U.S. bases, Trump gains support to wipe them out. Isn't the American population tired of war? Isn't that what they voted to stop? Do you not think that a lot of people would be like, Trump, you brought this upon us, and get pissed off at the fact that American soldiers are now dying because Trump went and attacked them? I don't know. It could really slap them in the face, I think.
In Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So
stupid
we were
shit
in
when you get
diplomacy,
attacked.
but
Suddenly there'll all be a gung ho. Oh yeah, let's go to war again.
Militarily. So it was not Iran, but the U.S. who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations.
Rage loves war.
At the middle
There you
of
go.
negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis.
Well, we're going to be unpacking the latest developments with our correspondents in Tehran, Amman, and Washington, D.C. First,
It is what I'm
we're going to
looking
go to
for,
Sinem
new
Kosioglu in Istanbul.
stuff
She
to
was
talk
at the
about.
press conference where Iran's foreign minister has been speaking. I
I
was
was
just
like,
reading
well,
through
where's
some
all
of the
the new
notes
stuff? Like, it's
that have been
halfway
made
through the
after
day
that
there
press
and there's
conference.
nothing new coming
Pretty
up?
clear where Abbas Araghchi believes the blame for what is going on lies with the U.S., not only the U.S., of course, but with the IAEA as well. Give us a summary of your thoughts about what was going on.
Well, actually, Abbas Araghchi repeated what he has been tweeting and sharing since yesterday as he arrived in Istanbul after his talks with the European diplomats. And he underlined that his country was on the table for negotiations, but he was betrayed by the United States, by the European countries. And he said that they are ready to respond. They will be responding. And according to the Iranian diplomacy tradition, the conventions of the Iranian diplomacy, they need to respond. Whether it will be a small response or a big one, no one has any idea, but they sure are planning for an attack. When he was asked another question, he mentioned that he's not, he doesn't
What
have
happened last night? Trump's in big
the
trouble because he
authority
didn't have.
to
he didn't-
reveal what Iran is going to.
Red Star, I don't think he needs congressional approval as much as I agree. But there's a precedent that's been set by former presidencies where they've been able to have a military strike without needing to go to Congress. Obama did it. Biden did it. Bush did it. Kennedy did it. Like, there's all sorts of precedents that have been set that one military strike does not need congressional approval.
Weapon, and there was no risk. This wouldn't happen as per the Iranian authorities and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. That's why he's asking for the UN
Region's
Security
really looking for
Council
war.
For an emergency meeting. Iran's UN ambassador wrote a letter to the UN regarding this request early morning on Sunday. And he's also asking, calling on the International Atomic Agency to do its job, to be in line with international law and binding agreements. And when he was asked about whether Iran is planning to withdraw from the non-proliferation treaty,
It has been a while, Red Star. Welcome back,
again,
dude.
he said that if Iran is following the rules, but no others are following, then what is the use of those international treaties and organizations? Apparently now they are also calculating the damages of these attacks, recent attacks by the United States over the night, the Israeli attacks so far, and they are planning for their next move, which no one has any idea about yet. Back to you.
Sinema, as I understand it as well, he was also, however, calling for a UN Security Council meeting, an emergency meeting to discuss what's been going on.
Hello, puppy.
Well,
Is it
yes,
the
this
new
is what
Tucker
they are
Carlson?
aiming
I like
for,
to believe that
because,
I actually report
even
facts.
at the OIC summit in Istanbul, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Countries, their foreign ministers have been gathering since yesterday. The aim was to make a call to the UN Security Council to push for further intervention on Israel. But over the night, we saw that the United States attacked the nuclear facilities of Iran, and now this gets more vigilant because the U.S. is the strongest member of the United Nations. But this is what Mr. Araghchi mentioned. He said the U.S. actually violated the United Nations Charter. They actually cheated on their own voters. This is what he said. We haven't heard about any emergency meeting yet, but probably the UN Security Council is going to respond this very quickly, and we will hear. But what the UN Security Council will do is also another
Photos of
question,
destruction
because on
of
one
the
side you
bomb
have the
bins?
strongest member,
What do you mean?
United States, and Israel, who is a very strong element apparently in the domestic politics
Yeah, I
of
just
the
showed the
United
photos of the
States as
bombings.
well. It will be an interesting.
There is a clip that I posted. I'm not going to make everyone here listen to it again, but I go look at my clips on my stream, or maybe it was last stream. But there is a clip that I posted from my channel where we were listening to the bombs actually go off.
That statement clearly condemning the actions of the U.S., Israel, and also the IAEA.
Yeah, I don't have that command.
Rob, for
Any
now,
push.
what we have is 2 layers of Iranian response to what happened. So we don't know yet what's the retaliation. What we saw now from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Istanbul, add to that what we heard from the IRGC here in Tehran, is just an ambiguous response to what happened. Both the Foreign Ministry that Mr. Araghchi represents and the IRGC are under the Supreme National Security Council. So when the Supreme National Security Council here...
What was this? When the UN was created, I want to know how many involvements of created directly after
Arakchi
the
saying in his answers
World
that
War II, right?
he's not in a position
So were
right
they
now
actually
to
involved in
say
any
what they are going to
conflicts
do.
at the moment-
And
at the
there
moment
are
that UN
several
was-
options in front of Iran.
Were they still fighting anywhere
The
once
main
the
issue
World
is
War II
that
was
when
over?
this council convenes and takes the decision, then Mr. Arakchi, the
Really,
IRGC,
Guru, do you have a link
who I'm
for
going
that?
to read their statement. They issued a statement just a few minutes ago also, saying that Washington has now placed itself on the front line of aggression by directly attacking
I don't
peaceful
want any
installations.
porn.
They also
Don't
said
send me
that the
any porn.
locations from which the aircraft involved in this aggression took off have been identified and under surveillance. And as they also said that they've repeatedly declared the number and scale of U.S. military bases in the region are not source of strength, rather a major vulnerability. And that in
I have some
response to
better
the act of
pictures now,
aggression,
actually.
the
Hold on.
attacks will continue on Israel, what they call
Here, let's oops, sorry, I keep forgetting to switch scenes for you guys. These are before and after pictures. So get right up close to the monitor. But these are before and after pictures. That's the before. And I guess that's after. Anyways.
the United States has put the world in, but he did not touch on this. Also, with respect to closing the Hormuz Strait, which was something we had a lot on TV, Iranian officials been saying that immediately they are going to close this strait. There's no mention of this, neither the foreign minister nor the IRGC, also with respect to the attacks. So what we can just wrap now, and the takeaway of what we heard from Arakchi and the IRGC is that till the moment, the position is ambiguous. They're all waiting the National Security Council to agree on the manner of the retaliation.
I mean,
and then we'll start hearing.
This is a link to somebody saying that he said that, but I don't see like any official statements that he said that. This just looks like it's some Twitter guy who's saying he said that. But I don't see anywhere that he's actually said that. Like, show me an interview or something, like any sort of evidence other than just I could say that he said that he didn't say that. Right?
Yet of what kind of damage has been done by the U.S. attacks.
Well, what we have to take into consideration a major issue here. The sovereignty of Iran has been breached. This alone, according to the Iranian narrative, requires a response.
Evidence,
now,
David
regardless of
Z is...
what's the amount of damage. Now,
hold on. Link you sent me is David's. How's that?
the places, the facilities were not completely destroyed.
Trailblazer, calm down, dude. Like, seriously, this is the second time. Like, calm down.
A spokesperson to the Iranian nuclear
weird in my
agency
chat.
in the past days, he said that Iran has already transported and transferred the enriched uranium stockpile and also a lot of technology from that place. The satellite imagery shows more than 20 trucks moving from the Fordo nuclear facility and outside on the 20th and the 21st of June. Also, the UK-based
I don't know why
website
it linked me up above. Okay, is this actually his? So here you go. Take it for what it's worth. Dmitry Medvedev. The very last thing, a number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. We have the Americans accomplished with their nighttime strikes on the nuclear site in Iran. Critical infrastructure in the nuclear fuel cycle appears to have been unaffected or sustained only minor damage. The enrichment of nuclear material and now we can say it outright, the future production of weapons will continue. Dude, I'm reading it, Guru. I'm reading it. I get it. When it loaded up for me, it loaded up here, so I didn't realize that there were. Anyways,
the extensive damage that we saw to buildings in
This is a holy
especially
shit.
in
You're
the
right.
Tel Aviv area. 26 Israelis injured, one moderately. We are also hearing about an investigation launched by the Israeli army because a missile made impact in Haifa before the sirens went off. Now, most probably, according to some estimate, that was an interception missile, but we remain, waiting for the outcome of that investigation if it is made public, because again, the Israeli military censor controls the knowledge that we can share with our viewers during these days, because the restrictions are really severe, and the punishment could be imprisonment for journalists who share information not cleared
That's a crazy
by
moment.
the censor.
No, what's been the wider reaction
Suggesting
in
that they will
Israel
ship
with
them
Israelis
nuclear
waking up to the
warheads?
news that they have been attacked, but of course also to the news of the US strikes in Iran?
Remember what happened the last time Russia tried to
Well, the
ship
news
nuclear
of the U.S.
warheads?
strike was received with a lot
Anywhere near
of
the US?
celebration in Israel. Politically speaking, this was a big win for Benjamin Netanyahu after decades of lobbying for U.S. involvement, for the U.S.
crazy.
taking the lead in attacking Iran, because Israel doesn't have the technical capacity to attack Fordo, for example. He has done it. And so this is something that he really highlighted and focused on in his message in Hebrew. In English, he mostly showered Donald Trump with praise. Some of his ministers even said that Donald Trump was a messenger of God because of what he did. And of course, even
Let's
the
see what the
leaders,
Americans'
even
reaction is
people
tomorrow.
who are
That is
on the
actually
opposite side
crazy.
of politics from Netanyahu welcomed the U.S. action and thanked Donald Trump for standing with Israel. The Israeli president as well thanking Donald Trump and saying that this was a testament to that strategic,
capital
unshakable
letters,
bond
like,
between the two
chill
countries.
the fuck out.
Billboards
Get
in
off
Tel
the
Aviv have come up thanking
speed or whatever
Donald
it is
Trump
you're
for
on,
what
man.
he did. But of course, what offset that with the missiles still coming in, with the prospect of even more Iranian retaliation, which we, still uncertain what kind of shape it would take, and the fact that more restrictions have been imposed on ordinary daily
Only till
tasks in
9 have
Israel
no nuclear
because
weapons.
of
I'm
that
guessing means Russia and
anticipation,
maybe North
then
Korea.
questions might arise, and they are already being put forward
would
by
be-
some commentators.
If Israel and the U.S. discover that Russia is shipping nuclear weapons to Iran, shit is absolutely going to hit the fan.
Trump's called on Iran to make peace quickly or
Like,
risk further
absolutely hit the
military
fan.
action. We're going to be live in Washington, D.C. in a moment. But first, this report from our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett.
Just days after President Donald Trump said he would decide within 2 weeks whether to strike Iran, the U.S. commander-in-chief.
Here, let me read this again because I want to kind of emphasize how crazy this is. So this is Dmitry Medvedev's, and thank you, Guru. I think it was Guru who sent me this link. This is Dmitry Medvedev's official account. We have the Americans accomplished with what have the Americans accomplished with their nightmare strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran? Critical infrastructure and the nuclear fuel cycle appears to have been unaffected or sustained only minor damage. The enrichment of nuclear material, and now we can say it outright, the future production of nuclear weapons will continue. And number 3, and this is the scary one, a number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. That is absolutely crazy that the Russians are actually talking about. Shit is hitting the fan. Anyways, that back.
Hitting Tehran and other cities last week, killing some of Iran's top scientists and military officials. On Saturday, Trump said Israel's fight is also
10
America's
points?
fight.
We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. and we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Criticism from congressional Democrats was swift. Senator Chris Murphy posting on X, Trump has been goaded into these strikes by the perpetual cheerleader of war in the Middle East. All my thoughts tonight are for the safety of our personnel in the region.
Hold on. So we did 3. Do I need to read these all out? Okay, I guess I read all of these out. So so this again, Dmitry Medvedev from his personal Twitter account. He's got 10 points here apparently. Critical infrastructure of the nuclear fuel cycle appears to have been unaffected or sustained only minor damage. Number 2, the enrichment of nuclear material, and now we can say it outright, the future production of nuclear weapons will continue. A number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. That is absolutely insane. And then number 4, Israel is under attack. Explosions are rocking the country and people are panicking. The U.S. is now entangled in a new conflict and the prospects of a ground operation looming on the horizon. Number 6, Iran's political regime has survived and in all likelihood has come out even stronger. Number 7, the people are rallying around the country's spiritual leadership, including those who were previously indifferent or opposed. Number 8, Donald Trump, once hailed as president of peace, has now pushed the U.S. into another war. Number 9, the vast majority of countries around the world oppose the actions of Israel and the United States. Number 10, at this rate, Trump can forget about the Nobel Peace Prize. Unbelievable. Not even with how rigged it has become. What a way to kick things off, Mr. President. Congratulations. Absolutely. Out. And suggesting that other countries are going to give them nuclear weapons. Crazy. Absolutely nuts.
They'd restarted the nuclear bomb program, which was suspended in 2013. Donald Trump, of course, has said that that is wrong, that she is wrong, in a very public rebuke. Tulsi Gabbard tried to claw back
He was a placeholder for
some
Putin.
of the
Putin
ground
had to take
between
a
her and
term
Donald
off.
Trump by reissuing her statement, missing out the key part at the beginning. But it's clear Americans are worried that they could be dragged into a Middle East war on the basis of faulty intelligence.
Twitch, but on YouTube
because
and
it's
Tech
not
as
that
well.
long
Thank
ago
you.
that happened. And we saw the consequences of that with
This is
thousands of
getting
people
more and more nuts.
being killed. Now, the United States...
Keep in mind, Putin yesterday said that they were not going to get involved. So we'll see what
last
happens.
night, and he said, look, after an attack like this, the next 48 hours are the most significant and most important. You wait to see what the reaction will be. But he pointed out 2 things. One, Donald Trump claiming complete and a spectacular success. He can't do that. He won't have, at that stage when he made that comment, any indication of just how much damage was inflicted on the Iranian nuclear sites. And the second thing he pointed out is you can make plans, you can decide what you're going to do, but your opponent also has a say, and how they respond will become key to what happens next.
Alan, thank you very much. Alan Fisher there talking to us from Washington, D.C. Hassan Ahmadian is an assistant professor at the University of Tehran. He's joining us from the Iranian capital. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. As Alan was just pointing out, essentially everybody is now watching to see what Iran does next. Do we have any indication of the kind of options that might be lying before it?
Long ago, we were all just puppets being strung along.
The foreign ministers
More
spoke
conspiracy
about
theories.
A session that needs to be convened at the Security Council. They are, trying to isolate the United States legally, internationally, and provided that, and
They
as
have to
the
pressure
experience
Israel to
suggests,
denuclearize.
nothing will really happen there.
I'm going to say
Iranians
this.
will
I'm
take
glad I'm on
action
the
their
opposite side of the
own,
world.
and this action can take different forms. They already launched an unprecedented attack on Israel as a retaliation for its aggression, but also they ratchet up the attack, I think, as a response also to a U.S. doing Israeli bidding when it comes to attacking Iran's nuclear sites. Moving forward, I mean, the attack seems to be choreographed and given the info before attack into Iran indicates a U.S. Different approach this time around, and the Iranians will take that into account when responding to the United States. And I think the Iranians have indicated that they have a right to respond. Now, how and when, it's really still
Could have been
not
Denmark too.
clear.
You can just drive, start driving
think
north.
The Iranians
Start
will
driving north
have
through
to
Norway or something.
do a reaction, because non-action is not an option. For the United States might go even further in its assault on Iran. So far, it has been limited. And the information that were given to Iran gave it time to move out much of its.
The Jerusalem Post is now posting an article about what Medvedev said. So,
but still, it's
it is
violation
definitely
of
getting
international law, violation of IAEA non-proliferation treaty. Iran is a member. The U.S. is a member. They attacked a nuclear peaceful program that that's fully under IAEA inspection. They basically violated each and every law when it comes to
Can you imagine?
The international community.
Hey,
And so the
J-Rock, what's
Iranians
up,
are
man?
banking on that to push back against the U.S., but at the same time, they
J-Rock
might
from
see it
Trailer
at one
Park Boys,
point
right?
when the international community is not doing much to take things into their hands, moving against American bases or assets around the region in Iran's vicinity.
So we heard Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi talking in the last hour or so.
not only am I in Canada, I'm on like the far side of Canada. So I've like, you know, they'll have to go through the Newfies first.
That Iran would pull out of the non-proliferation treaty. Do you think that is an option that Iran might be considering?
Being in the NPT really doesn't make sense anymore. A non-NPT
Yeah, I know.
member
I remember
that is
our
a
conversation
nuclear
about it, J-Rock.
state has attacked Iran's nuclear installation, and the
And then
IAEA
I went through
is
like
so
a
far
whole
short of
description of who
issuing even a
J-Rock was to
statement of
all the
condemnation.
non-Canadians.
Now, an NPT member, which is also a nuclear power, has attacked Iran's nuclear sites, and no sign of indications of
stop.
any reaction by the IAEA.
Stop.
the
Please don't go on these
NPT is not doing
conspiracy
anything
theory
for Iran
runs.
to protect and shield its
Stop.
facilities against aggression, which is a stark violation of its charter. And I think the Iranians might take that into account. They are
Medvedev
thinking about their
quote
options.
is now
I think
getting
there are,
spread like crazy.
There are a variety of options.
Several
NPT
people are picking
exiting
up
is
on
one
it
of
now.
them for sure. Nuclear ambiguity, which follows after an NPT withdrawal, is another. A retaliation against assets around the region is another. And of course, doubling down on attacking Israel in retaliation for its attacks is another option that the Iranians have already did. So it's to be seen whether Iran decides to notify the
thanks for the follow,
IAEA
man.
of its
Had
willingness
lots of
to
follows
withdraw
today,
from
guys. Thank you
from
very
the
much. I appreciate
NPT.
it.
But
Glad
I think
you're
that's
enjoying
a
the stream.
very strong option that Iran has, and I think if it is the case, the essence of the talks between Iran and the United
Those
States
pictures
around
that
the
I showed
West
you guys
will
of the,
change drastically. The talks will
drop
be
sites or
focused
the
on
missile
how
drop
to
sites
convince
are all over the
Iran,
place now, too.
or as some suggest, force it to go back to the NPT. There will be a month after the notification. And after the month is finished, Iran will be out of the NPT, and I think that gives Iran a leverage that is currently lacking. But that's an option.
Our correspondent Kimberly Halkett, in her report just a moment
Could you
ago, was saying that the
imagine living
US
in an
had
area where you had to
reportedly
worry
reached out
about
to
this
Iran
shit?
to report that the strikes they had
This
made
article I
were
just posted.
limited and that regime change isn't planned. Is that something that Iran would believe?
Yeah, Putin did say yesterday that if the Americans struck, that was the line. He drew the line in the sand, and the fact that Putin hasn't said anything yet, it's eerily quiet. Neither of the Chinese. It's eerily quiet. But look at this. Look at this article that I posted. It's crazy.
Is gone for now. There were talks just 2 days ago with Europeans and the United States this time around.
We're all fucked now. I'm on the opposite side of the planet,
with those talks. And I think
gonna dig a hole
whenever
and
the
wait it
Iranians
out.
went for talks, the United States and the Israelis seized each and every opportunity to blow them up. And I think the Iranians have, I mean, the trust already was very limited. Nowadays, it's non-existent. And so the talks about Iran getting back to negotiations is basically it's not relevant to the situation we're in, because Iran was on the table. Iran was negotiating.
Imagine Trump came in trying to be known as the president of turns it into full-blown war with
to the attacks that Iran received after basically reaching out and trying to settle this diplomatically.
What time is it there? It's 3:30.
Hassan Ahmadian, good to get your thoughts on this. Thank you very much for being with us on Al Jazeera.
3:30, but we're doing good. Lots of stuff going on.
You're watching Al Jazeera. If you're just joining us, here's a quick reminder of the latest developments in our breaking news coverage of the Israel-Iran conflict, which the U.S. has now entered. Iran's foreign minister says the U.S. crossed a red line by attacking its 3 main nuclear sites. Abbas Araghchi says diplomacy is no longer an option, as the Americans only understand the language of threat and
Full
force.
Fourth Reich.
And the U.S. president says a full payload of bombs was dropped on each Iranian nuclear site.
That's right, motherfuckers. My grandfather was a German. You all know that?
Totally obliterated. Iran has retaliated to the U.S. attacks by firing missiles into Israel. They struck northern and central areas, including the cities of Tel Aviv
I
and
can't
Haifa.
believe Russia is now
And the Israeli
threatening
military
to,
says at least 27 rockets
transfer
were fired from
nuclear
Iran in
weapons
2
to
separate
Israel.
waves. At least 27 people have been injured. Rescue workers are searching through damaged buildings.
This is
in Tel Aviv.
escalating in a hurry,
Ofer
man.
Hassif is a Knesset member. He's also a member of the Hadash movement. He's joining us live from Rehovot in Israel. Thank you very much indeed
Yeah,
for
Nixon.
being with us. Would it be fair to say that
Medvedev, basically Putin's number 2 or whatever, just put a post out saying that other countries will now ship nuclear weapons to Israel, suggesting themselves and maybe North
States,
Korea.
just like I lament the whole situation. This war could have been prevented in the first place. And unfortunately, too many forces were interested, each and one of them for his own interests. And that's what we've got. At the end,
the guy
as
just
always,
basically,
the peoples of the region
big
are
mouth?
paying the price. The
You have to take
Iranians,
what
the
he's saying
Israelis,
seriously?
the Palestinians, let's not forget that Gaza is still going on through
Wouldn't
a
take
terrible
it seriously?
genocide and starvation. The Israeli
Maybe it's
hostages
just an
are
idle,
held
like
there,
just a
and
dumb threat.
nobody really seems to care, given the smokescreen of the Israeli war with Iran. So, but as to the future, nobody really
Well, they've got a
knows what's
distraction,
going
that's
to
for sure,
happen.
Grease Mags.
And as I said, I surely hope that this nightmare is going to over soon for everybody who's involved.
we're still obviously waiting to see what kind of reaction Iran is going to provide longer term with regard to what has been happening in terms of the U.S. Attacks. Is there a feeling, do you think, in Israel that people are going to be safer as a result of these U.S. attacks, or do you think that the threats and their origins may simply change?
First of all, I have to emphasize that I am interested in the well-being and safety and security of everybody, of all the peoples, including the Israelis, of course. Now, I'm afraid that now we are going towards the abyss even more than before. You know, it seems that too many people now are in euphoria, but they also were in such an euphoria, you know, in the United States, in Israel, in some other places, after the American invasion of Iraq in 2003. I remember that Netanyahu then said, and let's not forget that he was one of those who encouraged George W. Bush to invade and attack Iraq then. And then Netanyahu said that there was going to be, and I quote him, a positive chain reaction And as we all know, it turned to be a complete nonsense and ended with the rise of ISIS, with a terrible bloodbath in the whole region. So now again, Netanyahu, as well as Trump and some others, are still in euphoria and pride and say more or less the same things, that there's going to be a positive chain reaction, that there is going to be, as Netanyahu said then,
Or is he just a
perhaps even
hothead?
democratization of some regimes.
J-Rock, you live in China
I'm
now?
afraid that we are going to face something exactly
Maybe
the
I'm thinking of someone
opposite,
else then.
just like happened 20 years ago, although the circumstances are radically different. But still, what kind of reaction are we going to, should we expect?
I know he
More
was
blood
president of Russia when
and more
Putin had to step down for one term.
destruction. That's what I'm afraid
Is
of.
he not involved
I can
in the
tell
government
you one
anymore?
thing, if I may, that the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza who continue to be slaughtered and starved are not in euphoria. The Israeli hostages and their families are not in euphoria. The Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, who've been assaulted by settlers, and the occupation forces on a daily basis are not in euphoria. The people of Iran are not in euphoria, and the Israelis who have no shelter are not in euphoria. And eventually, I'm very, very terrified that we are going towards a very dark days, some very dark days. And I hope not.
You don't see
I
much
hope
about
that
this in
peace
China, really?
and justice will prevail, but I'm worried.
Up until recent days, U.S. President
Almost
Donald
like,
Trump had been pushing
you know,
Iran to get to the
some reason
negotiating
they're-
table
it's not
about
allowed
its
to be
nuclear
shown in
program.
China or
Iran's
something.
Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said in the last hour or so that there is always a place for diplomacy, but this isn't the right time for it, and there are always a place
Well,
for
this is
negotiations.
probably the wrong place
This
for you to
isn't the
learn,
right
J-Rock,
time
that,
for it.
China has
in
declared
the
war.
longer term, if it was to ever get to the stage where those negotiations
kidding.
could start again, do you think that Israel would allow those to happen?
As we know thus far, the government of Israel, led by Netanyahu, has done whatever possible to undermine any kind of progress in the negotiations. And I imagine, I believe that this government will do the same if something like that happens. But I'm not very optimistic, I must say, about the chances of new negotiations because, you know, many, again, given the euphoria I mentioned before, many now say, including President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and others, say that now the capabilities of Iran have been diminished. That is probably true.
If he just isn't that
But
political,
the
I can't.
question is whether
he
the
can't read Mandarin.
motivation on the part of Iran has been diminished, and I'm afraid it's exactly the opposite.
Are you from Canada,
Because
J-Rock? I'm
once
wondering
Iran
if
was
you're the same person I'm thinking of.
by Israel and afterwards by the United States,
There was a J-Rock that used to hang
their
out my stream,
motivation
and I
both
could have
to,
sworn he was from Canada.
develop perhaps a nuclear weapon and not to be engaged in negotiations, that motivation may increase given the violation
Hold on a
of the
second here.
promises. That motivation not to be engaged in negotiations.
Stop. Can you guys hear that? Turn your volume up and tell me that this guy didn't just fart on camera. Listen to this.
And not to be engaged in negotiations.
Right there.
And not
Tell me
to
that's
be
not a fart.
engaged in negotiations. That motivation may.
He farted on camera, didn't he?
That motivation may increase given the violation. To be engaged in negotiations. That motivation not to be engaged in negotiations. That motivation.
As soon as he says negotiations, he farts. Listen.
And not
as soon as he
to
says
be
negotiations,
engaged in negotiations.
he's
that
farting on
motivation
stream.
May increase.
Dude is
given
literally, and then he
the
laughs. Let's
violation
watch. He laughs
of the
later.
promises and of the progress that could have been made before. United States launched its
He totally farted on
latest,
stream
attack.
during his
Oh,
interview.
for God's sake,
So
please
I'm
forgive
not
me
very
for
optimistic,
please
but I
forgive me
hope
for
that I'm
interrupting
wrong.
you, and I apologise for doing that. I am
Guys
conscious
interrupting
of the
'cause
time
he's,
that
like,
we have, but
choking.
we are very grateful to you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. I was just reading out some of the responses that we've had from
Guy
foreign
farts
governments
on
to what's
stream,
been
man.
going on, and of course from Gulf governments as well, who are very close to the scene of what's been going on. What's your assessment of the way the world is responding to this?
It seems to me the world is divided into two sides. One side is headed by Netanyahu and Trump, and they have their own way of doing things in the region, and nobody's taken into consideration the interests of the people of the region and the whole world. A lot of people, even Europe, as well as some forces in the United States, as well in the region and Europe, want a peaceful resolution for the nuclear program in Iran, but nobody seems to listen. I think Trump even went against his promises to the people, the American
White
people,
House
of not
pressure's on now?
getting involved in a war, another war
No, I
in the
thought
Middle
it
East.
was at
But,
8:30 in the
at
morning,
end of the
wasn't
day, Netanyahu had his own
It's too
call,
early for the White House
and I
presser,
think
I
he
think.
dragged the Middle East into the region, and nobody taken into consideration even the interests of the people here. People think it's a war only between Israel and Iran, and now the United States involved. And we know what when the United States get involved, it is only the start, and it will be dragged into war that maybe lasted for a few years and leave maybe a failed states, another failed states in the region. And now we have Israel has taken over all the countries in the Arab world, and the Arab world are kind of powerless how to respond to Israel. Israel is killing the Palestinians. More than 50,000 Palestinians were killed, and they want to transfer all the Palestinians into Jordan. Israel, under the leadership of Netanyahu, are taking control of Lebanon, some parts of the Lebanon. They are attacking Yemen, they are attacking Syria, they're attacking everybody else. They have a big stick, and they want to control the whole region. If they cannot do it by themselves, they will have the United States do it.
We have if we have a White House presser, we've already got the perfect intro for it, so we'll be ready for it. As soon as the presser is about to go live, we will be ready with our openings.
That meeting, but their responses were condemnatory of what was going on, but that seems to be as far as it's gone. What do you think is the position of Russia and China in this?
If they were working towards making nuclear weapons?
We hear a lot of condemnation by both
and now that they've presumably destroyed the entire
China,
facility,
but at the end of the day,
we'll
they will
never
not
know.
confront the United States. They will not the United States be dragged into.
You know, there will be conspiracy theorists especially in my chat apparently tonight, who will claim that they were trying to cover it up by blowing the bases up.
Or to
blowing the facilities up.
Balance the United States. This is another opportunity because the United States were interested to concentrate on the rise of China, and Trump thinks that China is the main threat for American hegemony, and Russia will have a great free hand to do whatever it wishes in Ukraine. And we have the promises coming from Trump that he will solve all the problems of the world, and see what we get, another war in the Middle East.
Obviously, a lot of attention being paid on the way in which Iran is expected or may respond to what has been.
No, Trailblazer. If you're going to act weird and annoy people in my chat, then yeah, I will get rid of you.
The position of the Iranians will be rational, not be irrational like the United States. I will not maybe
there
attack
is no
the
First
interest
Amendment
of the American interests in the region, namely the military bases in the Gulf States, because this is will emphasize and support the theory of Israel and the United States that Iran is a threat to the region. I think they may be using the United Nations Charter of Self-Defense, and they are defending themselves. They were open to negotiation. They were open to diplomatic negotiation regarding the
late at night,
Iranian
I'm annoyed.
program. But Israel took preventive measures, as would say, and now everybody's involved in that war. I am not sure what will happen next.
I think what I just did there is I expressed my freedom of speech. Is that not what I just did
I
there?
want to go to Scott Lucas. He's
So
a
yes,
professor
there is
of
freedom
US
of
and
speech in
international
this
politics
chat,
at
but only for
University
me.
College Dublin. He's joining us live now from Wicklow in Ireland. Good to have you
No
with us.
freedom of speech for anyone else
up
in this
until
chat
very
except
recently, as
me.
we were just talking about, Donald Trump was trying very hard to get Iran back to the negotiating table for its nuclear talks. All of a sudden, there seems to be this diversion, and the US is carrying out attacks in Iran. Why do you think he did that?
Because Donald Trump got played by the Israelis. Some might say manipulated. You're absolutely right that we had these 5 sets of U.S.-Iran talks with the 6th scheduled for Oman last Sunday. But in mid-May, the Israelis, whose Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had been embarrassed in February when Trump said he was going to pursue the diplomatic path, the Israelis let the Trump administration know, look, we're going ahead with the attacks.
Oh yeah,
the
he
Trump
said
administration discussed this for a few weeks, and then on June 8th, so just a couple of weeks ago, they made the decision that if Israel was going to have to go in, they were going to actually support the attacks. So there was that first phase, right? And so over the course of the next 9 days, as Israel has hit not just nuclear sites, but military sites and civilian sites, the Trump administration has effectively buried negotiations and supported the Israelis, whatever Trump says about being a peacemaker. Because what the Israelis told the Trump administration is, look, you can still get your deal. You can still get that big photo opportunity in the deal with the Iranians, but they're more likely to negotiate with you if we have punished them. In other words, almost force them to surrender. And that's what Donald Trump keeps tweeting and tweeting and tweeting. The problem is, of course, is that the Iranians were not surrendering. So you got to the point this week where you had some advisors to Trump saying, you've got to go in.
You're starting to see the escalation now, aren't you?
Trump went wobbly just a few days ago. Remember the 2-week window? But then people who favored the attack got into his ear. He decided to approve it. And that's where we are now.
So we were hearing from our correspondents in the US about the split that appears to be happening amongst Donald Trump's supporters, those who were all in favor of this kind of attack, those who were dead against it and have been from the start. How much of a gamble is this for Donald Trump?
Yeah, there were 2 gambles for Trump, which is why just a few days ago, he started to back off from the attacks. The first gamble, which we await the result of, is whether or not the bunker busters would be effective in reaching the Fordo underground facility and would really cause damage. But the second was the domestic situation where you have more traditional but hard right Republicans who have long campaigned for attacks on Iran. I'm thinking all the way back to John Bolton 20 years ago, and now you have people like Senator Ted Cruz. And then you have Trumpists like the polemicist Tucker Carlson or the former advisor Steve Bannon, who believe that the only U.S. intervention, the only U.S. military intervention that's justified is against China because of that great rivalry that they have. And Carlson in particular, who's also close to the Kremlin, has been arguing, don't hit Iran, don't go in against Iran. I think if this is a one-off strike, in other words, if it's limited to just this episode, then Trump gets away from the domestic problems of the split amongst his base.
As soon as there's
But if Fordo has not been damaged, if other nuclear sites continue to operate, then I think the Americans may have to go back in again, and Trump is going to have that risk that it is going to alienate
Never mind
some of his
that, but
supporters.
if there's
We've been hearing from many
terrorist
congressional
attacks now
Democrats in the
suddenly,
US who've been certainly on
Didn't hear
social
about
media
it,
saying
man.
that Donald Trump should have talked to Congress before carrying out this attack. I wonder if you could just clarify that for us. Is he actually obliged to do that if this is a single attack, or does he have to do that only if the attack becomes a protracted one?
This goes back to legislation that was passed because of the Vietnam conflict. The U.S. never formally declared war over Vietnam, and Congress said in the mid-'70s, look, you can't just have an open-ended intervention. You have to come to us for authority. But the fact is that administrations ever since then have continued to avoid going to Congress. Ronald Reagan did so, for example, when you had the attacks on Panama or on Grenada, and indeed when you had the attack on Iraq. in 2003. You never had that formal authority specifically of saying we're going to war. It was done under another piece of legislation, the war on terror. So what happens here is that the Trump administration cites a specific threat, which is of Iran's nuclear weapon that it supposedly is constructing, and saying this was an imminent threat that we had to deal with, and thus they avoid having to get that declaration of war from Congress.
Scott Lucas is Professor of
actually
US and
sounds like he
International
knows what
Politics
he's
at
talking
University
about.
College Dublin. And as always, we're grateful to have you on Al Jazeera. So thank you very much indeed.
Crazy.
At least 6 people have been killed in Israeli attacks in Gaza overnight during an internet blackout
Another
that
s-
lasted
another
5
6
hours.
attacks,
Among
killed
them
deaths
was a
in Gaza.
married couple who died when their apartment to the north of Nuseirat was hit. At least 3 people were also killed in attacks on displaced people living in tents to the west of Khan Yunis. Hani Mahmoud is joining us live from Gaza City. At the moment, of course, the world's attention on Israel and Iran and the US. But the attacks continue by Israel in Gaza.
Yes, Rob, and just before going into the details of what happened in the past few hours, just let me bring our viewers' attention to that at this moment there are many of the drones that are hovering in the skies of the Gaza. We could clearly hear the buzz sound of these drones. There are in fact more than one in the skies over Gaza City and the northern territories, and that's unfortunately it's a bad omen. Once we see more than one drone, it means there is an expected attack to happen, and we don't know yet when is this going to happen or where is it going to happen.
All right,
But
guys, I'm going
it's,
to call it
been
here.
hovering
We've been live for 11 hours. Like 11 hours. It just kind of flew by. So much happened today. Like an absolutely ridiculous day. I'm just getting tired, dude. Getting tired. I will be back on again later on today. When I wake up, probably pretty much. I'll have breakfast and get right back at it. But it was an absolutely insane day. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching the stream. I really do appreciate the fact that you guys are here. If you like the content, feel free to follow. It costs you absolutely nothing. And you can see me back on again tomorrow. Let's hope cooler heads prevail here, guys. Let's hope heads prevail here, because this is escalating extremely quickly. Now we've got Russian officials talking about supplying Israel with nukes. Like, how did we get from? I woke up, nothing was going on, turned on the stream. Less than a minute later, I started getting notifications about the U.S. bombing Iran. Like, it was like boom, instantly like that, and it's been nonstop every day. We're gonna wake up to a shit show. We might. Anyways, guys, take care. Please come back again tomorrow, or whenever. If you're not followed already, please follow. Would appreciate it. And follow me on YouTube as well. I've started being much more active on YouTube and stuff like that too. So have a good one, guys. We'll see you again. I think I need to get in shape for the draft. Anyways, we'll leave it with that. Have a good one, guys. Take care. 07's in the chat.